And now, Jason Brett presents Friday Night STREAMAROONOOS.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Friday Night STREAMAROONOOS! Hello, everybody. Sorry for headphone users. You're all deaf now. Shit, I just get subtitles. Right, hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining in the stream, as always. We've got another guest today. We have got the Leon in Leon Talks Film. Leon!
Hey, hi everyone, hi. Oh my god, I am terrified but very excited. First ever live stream. Oh, thank you so much for having me on. Thank you so much for having me on.
Very welcome, my friend. Very welcome. Very welcome. I hope I didn't burst your ears with my falsetto.
No, that intro is amazing. Love the intro. Love the intro. Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I had to make sure I went on Fiverr and paid a guy to do the Trader Man voice.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was so good. That was so good.
Yeah.
Oh, people are coming in. I see the chat. Oh my god, it's like
yeah.
Oh.
Physical Media Madness. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Thanks for jumping in. Honestly, Leon, if you're not subscribed to Jack from Physical Media Madness, awesome channel.
I'll give him a
honestly.
sub. Yeah, I'll give him a
So
sub. I
good.
think I might be subbed already, but I'll have to check. Yeah. Oh, but it's so many great.
We have
many great channels.
We have the person who puts Lauren in Lauren's collection. Hello, Lauren. Thanks for
Hi,
jumping
Lauren.
in the stream.
Hi.
Once again, thank you for that Blu-ray. It came from beneath the sea. Really appreciate that. So nice of you, Lauren. Really appreciate this generosity. Honestly, we have our savior Jesus Christ in the chat. Apparently,
I think that's my friend Brady. Hi, Brady.
Oh my God, it's Leonard from Leonard Speaks Movies. Wow.
Hi, Brady.
That's a great alternate universe title for your channel.
Yeah, it's like the multiverse type thing.
Luke is in the chat. Hello, Luke. Thanks for
Hi,
jumping in
Luke.
once again, my friend. It's going really well. It's a Friday night. It's the best way to end the week, man.
Hey.
Boom. Lauren says this is going to be so fun. Hell yeah.
Yes,
8
it's
hours.
gonna be
Not
great.
too sure.
9
Well, I don't-
hours.
well, I've heard, I've paid for StreamYard now, so it could be 10 hours.
Oh my god! Imagine.
Oh, my boy Phil's in the chat. Hello, Phil.
Hi,
Glad
Phil.
to see you jumping in. Great support to my channel as always, my friend. Thank you jumping in. Yeah, we are crazy mad fuckers. We are. Yeah,
Yes,
I agree.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know about you. I was born mad.
Yes, same. Who else?
Jesus Christ says, for your information, it's Brady under the pseudonym of our Lord.
Hi, Brady. I knew it was Brady. Had to be Brady. No, my sister's here.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, Lickle Ducky. That's my sister.
Yeah, she subscribed to me like an hour ago.
Bless. Yeah, she said she was going to give you a sub. Hi,
Thank you for the
Chanel.
sub. Thank you for the sub, and thanks for jumping in the stream.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. We have the man. We have the legend, the 8-hour legend. We have
John
from Mondo Chervik Movies.
Hi, John. Hi, John.
Just popping on to say hi, but I'm gonna have to scoot off in a bit. Back later. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Go and have a nap. Come back
after the last stream,
and you might still see us chatting bollocks for 45 hours.
John still needs to nap after the 8-hour stream last week.
Yeah. Oh mate, I tell you, that absolutely wrecked my weekend. I was fucked.
My sleeping schedule's awful, so I'm probably this might fix mine if anything.
Can you imagine?
Oh, that'd be great.
Like, how do you fix sleep? How do you defeat your fucked up sleep man? Just go stream for 10 hours.
Do it. We've got to do it.
We have the quiz man himself. We have James Millership. James, thank you so much for jumping in, man. I really liked the your question today, your tonight's question about first horror film. And I told you about mine was Gremlins, and I was like 6, It
I'm trying
scared
to
the
think
life
of
out
my
of me.
first. I can't actually remember my first horror film. You know, I'm trying to think. I'll think. You check the chat. I'll see if I can think.
Lauren says 9 hours. Laugh at some laughy
Yes.
face. Jack says 8 hours is rookie numbers. Let's fuck that.
16.
You do realise
Oh no.
you do realise I'm paying StreamYard for this and not paying me, so
Wait
if
until
you're
you get
paying me-
monetized on your channel. 72-hour live streams.
well, it can't be done. It can't. I don't think my body will let me. Jesus Christ says Jason was born mad. Perhaps he'd fit comfortably on the Fury Road. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. It's funny because that film, if he's referring to the film, I think he is Fury Road. I think that's ironic. That film's called Mad Max Fury Road, where it should have just been Furiosa because she was the main character in that film.
Yeah, I need to give it a rewatch. I've not seen it for years.
Yeah, I think I've only watched it once, which is in cinema when it came out, 2015.
Wish I could have saw it in the cinema.
Why-
Well, I
why-
could have. I just never did.
One of the most beautiful looking films ever made.
Yeah.
The color grading and stuff is amazing
Yeah,
in that film.
absolutely. Yeah.
Luke says, just watched your new video, Jason. Brilliant unboxing, mate. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Oh, I'm gonna check that out as soon as the stream's over, depending on the time.
Right, so we're at the end of the comments so far. So people are just talking to each other now. So I'm gonna take this time. Gonna take this time to say I've got a few giveaways to my left, and that is that. Right, so this is how I'm gonna do it. I've got a stack of Blu-rays here. So we have Hell, we have 2012, we have an Italian import of Suspiria, and we have Star Wars: The Force Awakens. So this is what we're going to do. This is going to be a type-in speed test for the people in the chat. If you want to win these, right, you got get your keyboards that are ready, right? We're going to see who's quickest at typing. You've got to type. The first one to type, oh my god, it's Leon, oh my god, wins this. Go! Go!
Oh my days.
Go!
Go!
Oh my god, it's Leon, oh my god. The first person to type that wins this bundle. Do it.
Do it. Physical media madness! Hey! Hey! Congratulations.
Yeah, Jack, reach out to me on Facebook or Instagram with your address and I'll send these as soon as I can, my friend.
I got a giveaway myself as well. I'm gonna join in with Jason. So this one's for the I can't think of the phrase. The people who stay the longest. Whoever's here at the end of the stream gets Whiplash on Blu-ray, In Bruges on Blu-ray, and 28 weeks later on Blu-ray. Bear in mind the stream might go on for 72 hours, so get ready. But yeah, giveaway, double giveaway. Hey. People in the comments.
Little Ducky says, oh my god, I'm typing my phone. Rest in peace. Touche. Touche. Awesome, thank you. No problem, man.
Hey.
It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but you just get Who Wants to Be the Blu-ray man or something. I don't know.
The Blu-ray collector.
Yeah. Can you imagine that game show would be really weird, wouldn't it?
That would be very odd. What would the questions be that they ask? Like, who's your favorite boutique label? Stuff like that.
No, it's got to be like impossible questions. Like, when will Arrow Video stop? You're like, I don't fucking know.
What was the first title that Arrow Video released? I don't even think I know that one.
That is actually impossible. Because I only discovered Arrow Video like a year ago.
Only a year ago. I'm trying to remember. I knew of them, but I think the first big release I picked up, I pre-ordered the Thing limited edition from them. You know, when they did that in 2018, 2019 or something. But I think I'd heard of a few of their titles beforehand. I might have picked up the Hellraiser one before that, but did that come after? I can't remember.
Lauren asks, what headphones are we both wearing?
Audio Technica something. I can't remember the actual... 1 minute. Let's see if I can...
I'm in the same boat. Mine is Audio Technica as well.
Audio Technica... It doesn't actually. It doesn't actually say, but I'll have a look. I'll send you a message, Lauren, after.
I really hate headphones that have like just pointless names. So mine is the Audio Technica ATH ANC 700BT.
What a name! What a name! Where are you seeing that? Maybe is mine got one on? I don't think mine do. You know. No, I don't. I don't think mine do. I'll have a look after the stream.
Phil says that he wants basically he wants your Godzilla Criterion collection if he's going to be here for 72 hours.
This one here. I have to have it here.
mine's in the background. I
see it. I saw it last stream. I think I mentioned, like, when I was watching along, I was like, oh, there's a Godzilla set, and I was like, hey. Oh, I was so excited.
James Millership asks, do you like Weird Science? I've not seen it.
Yeah. You've never seen Weird Science? Oh, pick up the Arrow. It's a really good restoration.
I've bought enough arrows, right?
I need to stop telling you to buy more. Yeah, no, but if it's ever in a sale, highly recommend it. It's out of the two that Arrow released, because they released that and 16 Candles. I think I massively prefer Weird Science. I just think it's just more lighthearted, and it's like aged better, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
And also it's like one of the first performances with Robert Downey Jr. And he's just called, like, Robert
really?
Downey in the film. Yeah, he's, like, super, super young in the film. And I was like,
wow.
Oh, it's Robert Downey Jr. I really like that film.
Is it quite similar to seeing Johnny Depp in Nightmare on Elm Street?
Oh, God, yeah, it is. He's so young. He's so young in that film. And I was like, geez, is that him? And then I saw the title card when the credits were open. And I was like, that is him. Because I'm so accustomed to just seeing him in the big... Oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, the only thing with that film, with Weird Science, the only thing that really kind of makes me want to pick it up is seeing the slip cover that John from Mondo Chevic Movies has. It's beautiful.
It's amazing.
It's
I've
so
got
good.
it downstairs. It'd take me an eternity to get, but it's so worth it. If you can find it with the slip for a good price, I would pay any amount of money for it. It's so good.
Lauren says, what have I caused with this question? You both are confused now. Thank you. They look super cool.
Thank you, Lauren.
No problem.
Yeah, they're just headphones.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an audiophile, so I picked these. I went to America in 2019.
Oh, right.
I still had quite a bit of money left, of my spending money left. So when we got to the airport to come home, I was like, I'm gonna get myself some new fucking headphones. So I got these.
Yeah, I got these on Amazon for. Oh, I don't even want to know how much. It was over £100, I think.
Yeah, these were $200.
That's
but
like
they are
150?
immense. They're incredible. They're Bluetooth, but you also can obviously wire them up as well, which is good.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. These are just standard. I can pull the wire out. I can't hear anything now. Why did I do that? Shit. 1 minute. Why did I do that? I'm an idiot. Okay.
Leon, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't hear anything. Oh no. Have I messed it up? I think I've broke the stream. No! Wait.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi! We're back!
Hello.
We're back! Technical difficulties, like 10 minutes in.
Leon, ladies and gentlemen. Leon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I don't even know I pulled it out. It's not like it's something cool that the wire can come out. It's just like, hey, this could happen.
My webcam's having a bit of a fit.
Oh no.
Why are you not focusing on me, you absolute slag? Work!
Oh my god. It's the wire. As soon as I pulled out the wire, everything's went to shit. Oh no,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
My webcam's like, what's going on?
Oh no, I've started chaos.
And it doesn't matter. I'll pay 80 quid for this. It does matter. Fuck's sake. Work, you absolute slag. So look, it's in focus. But now it's like, I can't understand a thing.
I don't know why I'm waving my hands as if I'm gonna help.
Maybe it'll correct itself. Put my lights on. No? Did that...
There we go. It looks like it's getting there.
Yeah!
There we go. Hey!
Just blinded to death and it works. Where were we? Okay. So, Jesus Christ, he asks, what do you guys think of Suspiria 2018? That is one of my favorite films of all time. I love that film so much.
Brady,
awesome.
Brady, oh. Brady knows my answer to this question. I'm very conflicted on that. Why did you have to ask this, Brady? Okay, I like Suspiria 2018. I picked up the 4K version. I thought it was a bit overlong, but I did see it before seeing the remake, and I cut the remake. I saw Suspiria 2018 first, and I liked it, but I was a bit confused. And then I watched the original, and I kind of prefer the original, but I want to give the remake a rewatch. You know?
Yeah, and what I like about the remake is that if you can, it's not really worth comparing to the original because it's almost its own film.
Oh, absolutely!
It's night and day between the two films, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the thing I do prefer about the remake is the original film is definitely style over substance. Have you seen the original film?
Yeah.
Yeah, the original film is definitely. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. But the original super style over substance, and you've got the Great Goblin score, the lighting and everything, and it's not really an acting powerhouse where you're looking for Oscar-worthy performances. But then you have Tilda Swinton in Suspiria 2018 playing. Well, I don't want to spoil if people haven't seen the film, but Tilda Swinton gives great performances. Let's say, yeah, she's absolutely fantastic, and I think the 2018 one is kind of more effective as a horror, art house horror film. That sequence with I'm trying to remember, but the dance sequence very early on in the room with the mirrors and everything.
The body horror bit, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that bit is grotesque, but I love it. I love it.
See that bit I can get on with. It's the bit where one character discovers something she shouldn't, breaks her leg because of the balls. That's horrible. And then they hypnotize her. Spoiler, I don't give a fuck, spoilers. They hypnotize her, and they, with magic, push the bone back in her leg, which is horrid, and make her dance.
No,
fuck that.
It reminds me.
Anything with broken bones. Oh no, thanks.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
I don't like stuff like that. One thing that really kind of gets to me. Have you seen A Quiet Place?
I love that film.
Yeah,
it's got a lot of problems, but I love it.
Yeah, I enjoyed the film, but the nail or the nail on the boards, floorboards. No, because I hate stuff like that.
She pulls it up and she zooms in. You're like, oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah,
you knew it was coming, right?
Coming. Yeah,
she's running. My foot.
Stuff like that, I just can't.
It's it's like Home Alone with Marv.
Oh God, yeah,
it's on the nail.
Yeah. How did they survive in Home Alone? How did they survive some of those sequences and traps and stuff? It's the brick on the head in the second one in particular.
I'm gonna call it a Christmas miracle.
Yes, it was a Christmas miracle they survived.
Controversial opinion: Home Alone 2 is my favourite Home Alone.
Agreed.
I love
God,
Home
someone
Alone
else.
2.
Oh, so Home Alone 2 is so much better. You've got Tim Curry. You've got the big, massive space of New York. You've got the pigeon lady. You can't forget the pigeon lady who looks like Piers Morgan.
The problem is, I've seen that meme and it is bang on as well.
It's Piers Morgan. But yeah, I genuinely prefer Home Alone 2. It's just such more ambitious as a sequel, I'd say. I think it's a far more ambitious film. Oh, it's such a good film.
Little Ducky says, "Oh gosh, skull emoji. No,
was that for the headphones?"
Yeah, Lauren asked you the simple question: why did you pull the wire out? Laughy face, crying face. Phil says because he's mad.
Yes, I'm mad.
Luke says, "Really good movie, Weird Science. Loved it when I watched it. Loved the slip too." Yeah, absolutely. if you would say Jason by the arrow, I would want the slip on it.
Yeah, check eBay, but make sure don't, as John said in his recent video, avoid the scalpers. Don't let the scalpers get to you.
Yeah.
But the thing is, sometimes if you just type in something like, I don't know, Weird Science Blu-ray, someone might have it and they might just put it up thinking it's a standard release and you'll get it for a good price. Just always check the newly listed.
It's like the Arrow sale. I bought the comic, and I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to come with the slip, and it looks lovely.
Oh, it's a lovely slip, and it comes with. Did yours come with the booklet as well?
I haven't opened it yet. I'm waiting to get all my orders through so I can do a video.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just waiting. I've also got the RoboCop limited edition as well, which is awesome.
Did you get that from HMV?
No, I got it. I had a £15 voucher for CEX. I bought it from CEX for 15 quid.
They had it for 15.
before I found the HMV version, I was like, "Fuck's sake!"
I have.
I could have got it new.
Where is it? Where is it? I have a copy. I bought a copy for Brady, who's in the chat now, because he's in Canada. I'm sending like a big parcel off of like films that he can't get over there, and I'm sending him the RoboCop limited edition as oh god, what was it? I asked him to watch a film he didn't want to watch with me. Oh yeah, I think it was Godzilla King of the Monsters. I think I had to barter with him. I was like, watch it. I want to watch all the MonsterVerse films. And he was like, no. And I was like, please.
What is wrong with giant monster movies, man? Fucking hell,
I love giant monster films. I love like kaiju stuff. I think Godzilla vs Kong might be the most entertaining in the MonsterVerse. Let's talk about it. What's your favorite in the MonsterVerse?
Godzilla 2014. It's the one film that sparked this whole crazy fandom madness off for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've explained this before, but like, maybe about 2017, I watched Godzilla 2014 on Netflix for the first time. Yeah. I was like, oh, I kind of remember the 98 version. Cool, there's a new one. Just put it on. Just fell in love with it. I loved the scale, the idea of scale in the film. Yes, it's immense. I still love that not original, but the 2014 Godzilla design. He's a chunky boy, but he looks good. Looks good. So, go on.
Oh no, sorry. No, I feel bad. Go on, keep going. Sorry.
So I watched that and loved it to pieces. Then I discovered a band the year after, or maybe a couple of years after that. And I think it was the year after, like not very long between. There was a band, they're like kind of like a thrash death metal band called Oxygen Destroyer, and their whole gimmick is Godzilla Kaiju. That's all they sing about. And
that's pretty cool.
all their song titles are like kind of like indirectly about certain things. So you've got like Death to the False God, which is a song about Godzilla 98. Like about how he's not a real Godzilla. But yeah, because I'm in a big metalhead, so I got really into them. And if you go on their Facebook, they're always posting Godzilla stuff and like just like talking Godzilla. And it just got me fascinated about the franchise. I like creature features anyway, and I thought to myself, why haven't I like delved into this? This seems fun. So I remember buying. I don't know. It's over there. I can't get it. But there's these Eastern Eye Godzilla sets from Australia.
Right. Okay.
It's the Showa era, the Heisei era, Millennium. I bought the volume 1 of the Showa era, and I watched the original 1954 Godzilla for the first time off the back of that band. Bear in mind, that band inspired me to check out Godzilla. And it blew my mind. For a film older than my dad, it blew my mind. I was like, this film is a masterpiece.
I'm so excited to see it. I'm really excited to see it. I think I'd probably say 2014 is my favourite too. Out of all of the Godzilla films I've seen so far, which is all of the MonsterVerse, Shin Godzilla, thank you for Lauren for sending that over, and Godzilla 98, I think that is my favourite 2014, because like you were saying, the sheer scale of all of the kaijus and monsters in that film is like unmatched in my opinion so far. Like I just think like there's sequences where people complain a lot about 2014 because you don't really see many of the big fights and it kind of cuts away, but I love that about it because it adds a human element, because not every human would be witnessing this, and when you see it, it's like it's on the TV as like a news report or something, and it feels realistic almost. Grounded. I love that approach to it. Yeah, grounded, that's the perfect word. Yeah, and I think 2014.
The thing as well that I want to portray, like what I want to kind of say about that film, that what I don't know whether it was the intention of the director, but this is what I get, this is my interpretation of the way it's shot, is that if this was real, you wouldn't be standing there going, look at them fight. You'd be like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
shit.
You'd be running, because there's that shot of Elizabeth Olsen with the kid and everything, and she's like running into the stadium and the doors are closing as the fight's about to start, and I'm like, that's how you would be. Yeah,
that's one of my favorite shots ever, because it's such a cool shot. We just see Godzilla coming.
Such a good shot. I love the fact that you don't actually see Godzilla in that film properly until about the hour mark, and then when the reveal is, it's in the airport, and you just see his foot like stomp, and then it's like build
majestic.
up and up. It's
majestic.
Gorgeous. I think
So
it's
good.
such an underrated film because people really don't like that film because their only real complaints are Bryan Cranston isn't in it enough and not enough Godzilla. Godzilla, every moment with Godzilla in that film is so kind of like you said, majestic and grandiose, and it's just like it feels like an event. Like I was on call with Brady when watching it, and we were just like cheering. Sorry if I'm going on a bit too much.
It's and in my opinion, you may go, "Oh, this is going to be a bold claim."
Okay, go on.
For me, Godzilla 2014, it has the best kill out of any film ever.
Whew. An amazing the build up.
Yeah, fucking atomic breaths down the Muto's throat.
It's
Badass, just badass. Like that is Godzilla just asserting his dominance over everything.
Yes.
I'm just like
absolutely.
So good.
Such a good kill. Such a good kill. Oh,
yeah, that's my favorite kill. That's my favorite kill out of any media, anything.
It's unreal. I can completely understand that.
Badass, awesome.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Godzilla
2014.
I should have called this Godzilla stream, but I didn't. Right, where was I? Okay, I'm going to catch up on some of these comments. So, Little Ducky says, again, no, this obviously it's to do with the headphone thing. Obviously, my webcams went nuts. And the webcam, my headphones are back. Way! James Bishop asks, when are you going to HMV or CEX? I plan to go to. Do you know Blue Water? Have you heard of Blue Water before?
I don't think so. No.
This is one of the biggest shopping centres in England, basically, as far as I'm aware. But that's local to me, and it's got a massive HMV in there. So me and my sister, because my sister's dying to go to Primark. So me and my sister, we're planning to go there on Tuesday. So that'd be interesting.
Jealous. I think I might go sometime during the weekend because obviously I'll be working. I'm back at work next week. I took this week off. I wish I took next week off now, or at least Monday, and I would have went to the shops. But I think sometime next week I'll probably have a nip into HMV, maybe CEX. I'm not too sure, but I do want to. I miss going into the shops. You know, I miss just like browsing and stuff because I don't really think it's the same on like Amazon. Like you can look at something, but it's not the same as being in and being like, oh hey, this is an actual physical thing I can look at. You know, and then kind of feel, yeah, I'm gonna pick it up or I'm not. I just miss it so much. I miss it so much.
I'm hoping to go in there on Tuesday and actually find some of the limited stuff that have already gone out of print online and see if HMV have got stock of that stuff, like last little dregs of it.
Is there anything you're looking for in particular?
I'm trying to think. There was, but I think it's gone right out of my brain. My brain.
There's one that I kind of want to pick up, but I don't think they'll have it. You know, did you hear about the Bill and Ted trilogy that they did, the HMV limited one?
Yeah, I've heard that that's gone.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because I
think
they limited it to
as well.
Oh, it's like over £100 now. I think it was like about £25, £30. It's going for like £120 now, and it's the only way you can get Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey in the UK on Blu-ray or in HD.
There is one release I do want that I almost bought, and then I told myself, actually, I shouldn't spend this money. But now I'm regretting it because it's the Second Sight Upgrade limited edition. I
have the Upgrade limited edition. I'm sorry.
Get out of my street. But I do have something really exciting coming to me on Monday. I think it's due on Monday, which is the HMV Cine edition of Godzilla 2014.
I had to cancel my pre-order. I was like,
I don't have 4K, but I just wanted it.
Yeah,
I wanted it for the collection.
It's such a gorgeous release.
It comes with the Blu-ray anyway, that's right.
If it comes with if they've remastered the Blu-ray, get ready to rewatch that film in a completely different light. Because I watched
the color and the light is not as dark. Yeah, I've heard about that.
They completely changed the color correction. Because I watched a 4K stream on Apple TV because I couldn't find my Blu-ray like before the stream when I was looking for Whiplash. I was just looking for Godzilla. I was like, I have this film, but I can't find it. So I was just like, you know what? It's a $5 on iTunes. I've never streamed through them before because I'm not huge on digital streaming renting, but I decided to buy it because it was a $5. Watched it on my TV. It looks like a 4K disc, which I was already surprised by, but the new color grading genuinely transforms that film into something even better, in my opinion, because cool. Everything feels so it's just, it's gorgeous. You're in for a treat.
Awesome. Yeah, I hope they have that new version on the Blu-ray because I can't watch the 4K because I don't have 4K.
Yeah,
But
I think they
hopefully
will.
yeah.
Yeah, because they did. I know that when Warner did what was it, The Matrix? They did a new restoration for The Matrix, and they put it on the Blu-ray disc as well. You know, for the 4K release, and it had like a brand new Blu-ray disc. Where I think the weird thing is the original Matrix Blu-ray had all of the extras on the disc, so it was just like one packed disc. But when they went to like recolor grade The Matrix for the 4K set, they actually made a separate disc, you know, for the extras. So it was just a film on one disc and the extras on another. So fingers crossed they do the same for Thingy, for Godzilla 2014, because it's so good, gorgeous film.
It's really funny though. I went on HMV and they've got that half price 4K sale at the moment.
Oh, what's on there?
I don't know, because I looked up specifically for Godzilla stuff, and they had the Godzilla King of the Monsters 4K and the Kong Skull Island 4K that were 20 quid, but they were reduced half price to 10 quid each.
Jeez.
With the slips.
Ooh.
So I almost bought that. No, almost. Because I was like, I'll just buy them for the collection. And I'll be like, yeah, but if I buy them, that means I've got to really invest in 4K, but I can't afford to invest in 4K right now. Like, so I was just like, I didn't. I held back.
Are you gonna make the jump to 4K sometime? Do you think?
I'm not in the rush, because that means I've got to upgrade my TV, and I'm not ready to do that yet.
Yeah, it is quite a hassle.
You know, I've had my TV for about 6 years. It's LG. It's really fucking good. So and it works. Why change it if it works? That's
exactly. What's the phrase? if it ain't broken, don't fix it, type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's why I always dread a new format coming out, because it means like when Blu-ray came out, I was adamant that I was never going to upgrade, but then I discovered 1080p, and I was like, fucking got to upgrade now, didn't I? The thing is, I've not seen anything in 4K yet, so I've not witnessed 4K yet.
Oh, okay.
So if I do, it may change my complete outlook, like Blu-ray did.
Yeah, I think
so we'll see.
4K.
I want to get a PS5, so.
Yeah, the one thing I do want to say is, with 4K, don't expect as drastic as an improvement from, like, you know, DVD to Blu-ray. I don't think it's that high of a change, but when you get, like, a 4K disc that's actually, like, there's a lot of attention and detail, such as the Blue Underground, like, zombie release or something like that, or, like, Second Sight's Dawn of the Dead, it really feels like this is how the film was meant to be experienced. But there are the issue with 4K is a lot of films are, like, upscales. Like, they'll have like they'll master all of the films, especially visual effects heavy ones, like, you know, like the Avengers films or something like that. They'll master them in 2K, because to render them in 4K it would cost so much money and take up so much space. So when you're buying the films, the only improvement you're really getting is HDR, and it's just like an upscaled image instead of true 4K.
And here's a fun fact as well. There's a channel called Films at Home, which is really good. He's got like 50 odd.
Fantastic.
What's he got, like 60,000 subs? It's a great channel.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about upscaling and transfers and all that restorations from his channel. And I watched one where it was just like, why do some modern day films, when they're released in 4K, not look as good as
older
Jaws
films and stuff? Yeah, I've seen that video. Fantastic video.
And he was talking about the comparison between restoring something that was shot on digital compared to restoring something from film to 4K, because you have a lot more information on film.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a lot more to gain with film,
like a lot more detail, kind of like he talks about like Blade Runner and 2001, because they were shot on 70mm, weren't they? So it's like those are just going to look stunning in 4K. But then you look at something like for example, like we were talking before the stream, 28 Days Later, never going to get a 4K release in the world. Imagine a 4K release.
I remember when the Blu-ray, because that was one of the big films at the time when I was transferring my DVD collection to Blu-ray. I was just like, I've got to have 28 Days Later. I love that film. I got to have it in my collection. I bought it, brought it home, put it on to watch. Is it my TV? What the fuck is this? Grainy? What the fuck? And I was just like, I went and got a refund the next day. I thought, this is shite.
Oh, it's awful.
I don't own it. It's not in my collection because I won't watch it because it's just shit transfer.
Yeah. I think the issue with that is there's so many films, especially from the 2000s, which were experimenting with that kind of standard definition, like shooting on digital when digital wasn't really at its peak. Like you get like films now that are shot digitally, like Midsommar was shot in like 8K, or Portrait of a Lady on Fire. But back then it was just like, oh yeah, you're watching it in like 480p, and then that's just gonna age horrendously. Like I think I mentioned on the last stream when John was here, I was talking about Dancer in the Dark, which is a Lars von Trier film, and that film was also shot on like standard definition. So I've got a Blu-ray copy of it, but it doesn't really look much better. The only reason I'm keeping the Blu-ray is due to the fact that it has like a better audio setup, like a DTS Master Audio thing, which the DVD didn't have. But I'm just like, it makes me sad because there's going to be so many films that are really kind of like stuck in one place and they're never really gonna look any better, because that's the con of digital, really. It's like as soon as you've shot that, it's never really gonna look any better than that if you're shooting it on like a format and it's like 480p type thing, you know?
Yeah, another thing I learned as well from films at home is that a lot of effects heavy films, all the special effects are always rendered in 2K. So when you go to when you upscale the film into 4K to bring out a 4K release, the effects look a bit weird because they're only
they definitely do.
They stand out in contrast to the actual real footage.
It's why like I picked up I had like the Steelbook for Endgame, and I picked it up on release. I was like, can't wait to see this in 4K, and I watched it. I was like, this is okay. It's like I preferred it in the cinema, if anything, just because it felt more like an event there. And then when I was watching it at home, I was like, okay, this isn't like as big as I remembered it. I think it was due to the upscaling, really.
See, my TV is not native 4K. It does this weird kind of 2K upscaling. It's like it's not Ultra HD. It's called something else, and it's like more like 2K. It's not 1080p. It's 2K. Yeah. Based. So it goes like I think on the box it was like better than HD or something like that. He said. Okay. So there's a setting on my TV called Vivid, and what that does, it boosts the colors and boosts the clarity. So I can put something on like Avengers: Age of Ultron, for example, and that opening looks incredible. Like it looks amazing.
It's like you're getting your own HDR almost.
Yeah, it's really good. I think like that mode in particular looks really good. That's not on video games. Yeah, on video games where you got you can manually move the camera in a video game because
you got like motion blur.
Yeah, because it's like doing post processing to keep the clarity up. When you move the camera, everything blurs, and you stop it all sharpens up again. It looks really jarring.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
And sometimes with certain films, I've noticed as well. Sometimes if you've got a fence, like a wire fence, there's a lot of line artifacting with fast moving shots. Yeah, there's a lot of that. So sometimes I tend not to use it very often.
It's like a pros and cons thing. Like some films it will work on, and games and stuff, but others it won't.
Yeah, but it's still good TV. I bought that 6 years ago. It was £1,000 reduced to £400.
Oh,
because I'm guessing they were having a clear out because newer films were coming out.
Yeah.
Back then, I could have bought an LG OLED 4K television for £4,000.
Oh, only 4,000. I mean, everyone's got 4,000.
and on the wall, this is in Curry's, the PC World, where local to me. On the wall, they had this. It was like a brand new prototype Samsung 95-inch OLED. Guess how much it was?
Ridiculous. I want to say it was maybe 10 grand.
Double that.
20 grand. Jesus fuck. Sorry. Wow.
Think about it though. 95 inches. It was massive. It was huge. That's what she said.
20. 20 grand though. 20 grand. Oh.
Right, let's get back. We're already.
Oh, the chat.
It's
happened again.
It's always going to happen. I don't care. Who cares? Like, it's just having a chat. It's all good. They're here to listen to us talk. We're talking, so they should be satisfied.
Be satisfied.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Right, Jack from Physical Media Madness says, Leon, I got the Tammy the T-Rex 101 films released because of your video. So did I, actually, Leon. I picked up the Black Label because of your video.
Oh, have you seen it yet?
I've not watched it yet, no.
Oh, you've got to watch it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, by the way.
Yeah, Jack says one of the best decisions of my life. Cinematic masterpiece.
Yes, fun fact, I saw Tammy and the T-Rex. The week I bought it, I think I saw that film 5 times, including the commentary. I had to show other people. I watched it, and then I watched it with Brady, and I watched it with my sister, and then I think I watched the commentary, and I watched it like 4 or 5 times the first week. It's not like the best film ever, but it's also the best film ever, you know? It's so ridiculous that it's great.
Hasn't it got like a weird kind of like crazy history behind it?
Yes. So essentially, they wanted it to be like a PG-13 like comedy essentially, because it was supposed to be like an R-rated, really like wacky comedy horror type thing where there's like outrageous gore, but they kind of cut that and trimmed that so they could like earn more, you know, at the box office. So they trimmed it down, cut about 10 minutes of the film off. It kind of faded into obscurity, but there were always rumors. I think there was like an Italian version which had like 2 minutes of the gore in, and people were like, "What is this? What is this film?" And then I think Vinegar Syndrome picked up the rights to it, and they found the original gore cut of the film, restored it in 4K, and my god, it has really outrageous gore, like completely outrageous gore, and it feels like it's just one of a kind, really. It's a one of a kind film. If you're into like your schlocky goodness, like absolute like bad acting, like bad like filmmaking and everything, but good time.
So like Toxic Avenger kind of.
Yes, it's like Toxic Avenger, but it's it's like Toxic Avenger, but fun for the whole family, as long as your family can enjoy like people's heads being ripped off by T-Rexes and stuff.
That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing.
It's so much fun.
That's on my docket for April though, I think.
Oh, can't wait.
It's you can't see it. It's on my up the top of the shelf, but you can't see it. But I haven't cracked the seal off it either. I haven't cracked the seal yet, so I need to.
So good. It's such a nice release.
There's a story I heard about that film, which sounds funny, where basically the director, his mate had this T-Rex costume, and he was like, "You can have it for a month or two, you can have it for a month." So they had to he borrowed it for a month. He had to get the film finished in like very, very short amount of time.
Yeah, he had like $1 million and like a few weeks to film it. So like whenever they used the actual T-Rex like thing, but whenever it is, it's always shot above because it's got like a like a plate that you'd have in like a museum where it's like stuck to the thing and everything. So they have that.
You can't see his feet walking.
Yeah. Then there's like shots with like really kind of crass animated walking dinosaurs, which I love. But there's one shot where I think the dinosaur like falls out of a truck or something, and he falls, but he's standing upright because they couldn't put it on its side, and you just see like a bit of grass covering the like platform at the bottom. I love it. Oh, it's so funny. It's such a fun film. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I basically ordered it off the back of your video because I was just like, that sounds amazing.
Oh, yeah, I really hope you enjoy it.
The thing is, I'm so into like over the top, stupid, violently, like over the top violent films for the sake of being over the top violent. I just think this is funny. So like stuff like Planet Terror. I love that film.
Oh, Planet Terror is great.
It's like it's fucking Rose McGowan with a fucking M16 on her leg. What's not to like? Like, come on.
Oh, so good. I love my schlocky goodness like that.
I used to have a serious celebrity crush on her, Rose McGowan, but then she became a feminazi, so now she's a cunt. I don't like her anymore.
That's great.
I can't help it.
I don't really know her too well, so I couldn't.
I once was erect. Now I'm just not.
I don't really know her too well to comment, but
fair enough. Well, there's to put it in perspective. There was a poster for X-Men Apocalypse, right? And you had Apocalypse. He had Apocalypse like choking out Mystique.
Oh, I
right?
remember that poster. Yeah.
And it got pulled because Rose McGowan wrote to 20th Century Fox and said that's violence against women. You should stop.
Oh.
In my mind, it's like fucking two superheroes fighting. It's a fucking superhero movie. For fuck's sake.
I think it's like the same thing could happen. Like if the roles were reversed, I think people would be fine with it too. I think it is just like a bit of action in a film, to be honest. I don't know. People can get offended over everything nowadays, though. You know, it's just like everyone can get offended by everything.
I keep saying it's a clown world. We're gonna get into that. Let's get back to the comments. Clown world, and all the companies are bowing to the clowns. They're pandering.
Killer clowns from outer space.
No, that would be cool. It's not that cool. Luke asks, Leon, what's your most favourite horror movie of all time?
Probably John Carpenter's The Thing, or that is kind of sci-fi horror, so either that or Alien. They're the two ones that come to mind.
Very good shout.
Yeah.
Do you know mine?
What's yours? I think I do. Have you mentioned? Is it The Exorcist?
It is The Exorcist.
It is The Exorcist.
It is. It's funny because when I say it's The Exorcist, I always get kind of looks from my like close friends of just like, oh, of course it is, as if it's like the most generic answer ever. But like, it's a masterpiece. I'm sorry, it's like it literally is a horror masterpiece. That film.
Yeah, it's a really effective film.
Yeah, like, and I only saw it in 2017 for the first time.
I think I saw it. When did I see it? It might have been last year, either last year or the year before. I think it was when lockdown was on. I was just trying to go through all of the horror films, because last year I went through all of the Child's Play franchise, all of the Hellraiser, all of the Friday for the 13th films for the first time. I just had a massive like horror binge last year. So I think I watched the first 3 Exorcist films. Have you seen The Exorcist 3?
No.
Oh, dude, watch The Exorcist 3. I'm not kidding. Right. This is sacrilege, I know. I prefer The Exorcist 3 to the original Exorcist.
I can't comment. I've not seen Exorcist 3.
Exorcist 3 is a masterpiece. Honestly, Arrow released it. When you can, pick up The Exorcist 3. Please. It's so good. Very different film. Very, very different film. But you know, William Blatty, I think his name is, the guy who wrote the original Exorcist. He directed and wrote The Exorcist 3. So it was like, I think it was like his featured debut type of thing. And there was a lot of studio interference, but there's like a cut on the Arrow release that's called the Legion cut, where they essentially take like old VHS footage of like dailies and stuff and kind of intersplice it to create his true vision. And it's such an amazing cut of a film. Like if you can deal with some of the lower quality images, it's just, it's unreal. Really good film. I love The Exorcist 3.
The problem I have, with the fact I've got The Exorcist, of course. But the thing is, if I'm like this with any franchise, I could have the first film, no problem. But once I buy a sequel, I've got to get all of them.
Oh,
so
yeah, I can understand that.
So if I go out of my way on your recommendation, it's cool. Like I would like to watch it, but if I go out of my way to buy that, then I've got to buy Exorcist 2. I've got to buy what's it called? Dominion, Exorcist prequel, whatever
the prequel, yeah,
and then whatever the other one, Exorcist Prophecy. What's the other one? There's like 5 in there.
I think that there's 5, because the 4th film also had issues where Paul Schrader was going to direct it, and the film was basically finished, and then they were like, the studio, Warner, were like, we don't like this, so they hired a completely different director to reshoot the whole thing. The film came out, it bombed, no one went to see it, and then a year later they released Paul Schrader's version. So there's 2 versions of the same Exorcist film out there, essentially, that they re-released like a year after each other. It's really mad. It's really mad. Oh, hello? Oh no, there's a stream. Jason! Oh no. Hello? Oh no. Jason!
Oh, fucking hell.
Hi! Hello, hi! Yeah, you froze. I was terrified then. I was like, what's happened?
Because I'm the host, my end, both screens are black.
No.
And it was just, we're having trouble. Oh, fuck you. It's my internet. My internet's shocking. I need to back to data, I think.
Okay,
Bear with me. Oh, God, fucking Virgin Media shite. Does everyone know?
Yeah, fuck Virgin Media. I mean, oh, yeah.
I wonder if it's like.
How's the chat doing?
The problem is, like, we're.
Oh no, he's gone again. Jason. Oh no.
Right, are we back?
Hello.
Right, I just had to change my data. Let me have a look. People losing their... No, people aren't losing their minds, so that's all good. Right. Sorry for that, people. Sorry about that. 6 people watching so far.
Hey, that's awesome.
Honestly, thank you everyone for dropping in. Really do appreciate it. James Millership. I forgot what we were talking about. I do apologise. Just moving on.
Exorcist. But yeah, I basically was finished with it anyway.
Yeah. James Millership said, "Have you been working on any new artwork lately?" No. The thing with artwork with me is the fact that I've got to be inspired to do anything. Yeah. So, for example, when I was sending out those art pieces to people like yourself and
thank you
John
so much,
Mondo,
by the way.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. I was inspired to do that because I wanted to give back to the community. And it's the same with the prizes for my 200 subs competition. I wanted to give back to the community, so
yeah,
gave me. I was inspired to do my art. Whereas a lot of the time, I don't draw as much as you might think.
So, yeah, it's kind of just a thing where you're inspired.
I've got to be inspired by it. You know, like, and sometimes I get uninspired. I usually I get discouraged when I see someone that does artwork that's like I'm at a level where I'm never gonna get. That gets me like, that's
kind of what I was like with music for a lot of the time, because I'd make music and in my mind I'd be like, yeah, this is a really good song, and then I'd go listen to like one of my friends who also makes music. I'm like, how do you do this? I want to be at that level type thing. And I'm awful for that, like kind of comparing myself. So I completely kind of like relate to that feeling.
But it's nothing against the artists that I look at. That's just like my self-doubt, I suppose, coming through. So yeah, James also says, Jason, it's time for a Friday Dun. Right. The bounty of Dun. Is that right?
Yes, perfect.
Awesome. He hasn't jumped in the stream yet, the Mr. Robert Fetch Bountaroo. He's not come in. Jack says Home Alone 2. Yes. Hey. You guys give up, or you're thirsty for more? I know that's from the first film, but I don't care. I love both those films, though. I really do.
Great. Who else we got?
James Millership again. Did you ever collect the Topps movie trading cards back in the day? I did not, unfortunately.
I've never heard of those. No, I've never heard of those.
No, I did not. I used to have Jurassic Park cards when I was like 7, but I don't know if they were made by Topps or not.
I remember Top Trumps. Do you remember Top Trumps? I had a few packets of those, but I can't remember. I might have had a Harry Potter one, I think.
I've never played Top Trumps, but I only know it exists because I used to work at Ocado, and they used to sell them at the fucking bucket load.
Yeah.
And there's like Top Trumps. They have like every license known to man. So you'll get a WWE, Fortnite, My Little Pony, South Park. They don't have Godzilla. They're not that cool. I don't know, franchise Transformers, Ninja Turtles. They have all these franchises and licenses.
Yeah.
That like it's the same with Lego. Lego have all the licenses.
Everything in the world. Yeah.
It's not Godzilla. The problem is, if they do release Godzilla, I've got to have to buy it, which is going to be really bad for my bank account. Undead Sick 83. Hello, sir. Thanks for jumping in the stream, my friend.
Hi.
Good evening, Jason and Leon. I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, we're doing really well.
Yeah, doing great.
Except my internet is shite, so there's that part of it.
Virgin Media.
Boo. Boo this internet provider. Boo. I don't know what film that's in. There's a film where they're in this like drug rehabilitation meeting, and the guy comes up and he's talking about how like he's addicted to weed, and everyone in the group doesn't think it's anything serious. And as some guy goes, I've sucked dicks from crack. What are you talking about, weed? He's just like he's on like talking. He's like, it's ruined my life. And one black guy gets up. He's just like, boo this man. Throws his hat. Goes boo. I don't know what film it is, but I've seen that clip so many times. I think it's hilarious.
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
I
Oh,
don't
that
know
sounds
what film.
great though.
Like, I've used it in the video before because it's like, boo this man, boo. It's so good. Just the way he says it, it's great. So whenever people like in the comments or like when I'm talking to my mates online, when someone says a comment that I disagree with, I just go, boo this man, boo.
Boo this man.
It's like last stream when you were like, you like Shin Godzilla. I don't like Shin Godzilla. I'm
And
just
you're
like, boo.
Oh,
That's cool, man. Like, someone's got to like that shit film, so it's alright.
Yes.
No, the problem. Like I've said it before. The problem I have with Shin Godzilla is that technically it's a very, very, very well made film. Technically it's great. Narratively, couldn't give a fuck.
I think the thing I like about Shin Godzilla is how ridiculous it is, because it almost borders, like, I thought it was almost like a satire at points where it was like, you see like all of these other Godzilla films where like it's like you see the spectacle type thing, and then you've just got that film where it's just boardroom meetings of people who have no idea what to do, and they're like, oh yeah, we've got to evacuate this, but they spend like 70 minutes trying to evacuate and then everybody's already dead. And I really loved that kind of satirical element to the fact that these governments were clueless in the handling of like a big monster.
There's one bit, obviously you proceed, basically the final shot of the film is where they froze him. They froze him. They zooms in onto his tail, and it's got humanoid Godzilla skeletal creatures coming out of his tail. Right, so people are like, oh, what's the point of that? Basically, the whole idea of that film, whereas like, because a lot of the more serious Godzilla films have some kind of theme. Like the original Godzilla film has a theme of like, you know, nuclear power gone wrong. What don't abuse nuclear power because it can lead to, you know, Hiroshima. That's what Godzilla, obviously a metaphor for the horror of that. Yeah. Where Shin Godzilla is almost a pseudo remake of that original film, but it deals with evolution. So I've interpreted, because he goes through multiple forms in the film, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You see him like he's like a little kind of like
chicken.
Weird tadpole thing, and then then he becomes this weird kind of thing. So at the end, it's part to do with evolution. So I've interpreted the ending where it zooms into the town. You've got all these skeletal kind of humanoid Godzilla creatures coming out of his tail. I've interpreted it as like Godzilla basically saying, "Well, if I can't beat humanity, I'm gonna join them."
Yeah.
Or it's put the other way: to beat humanity, he's got to become humanity.
Yeah.
And that rubs me the wrong way. It's kind of cool. But I don't want to see little skeletal humanoid Godzilla creatures in my Godzilla film. Thanks. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, I appreciate how out there it was. I don't think we're gonna get a sequel because I think they're not making a sequel to Shin Godzilla, are they? Because I think it was up in the air, but then they just cancelled it or something.
They're planning to do their own universe, Godzilla universe.
Oh right, okay.
I'm hoping they go back to Suitmation because Suitmation is just such a underrated art form. It's unreal.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So I'm hoping they go back to like really great suit designs and people that actually have to act with the suits on. Because I think
it would be great.
Like that's you know. Go on, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, go on. No, I was just going to say like the. Oh, I'm sorry. You go.
So when I got into Godzilla and I watched most of the, I still haven't seen every film, so bear that in mind. Yeah. That's why people call me expert, but I'm really not an expert. I've not seen every Godzilla film. But like, at first, I really gravitate to the Heisei era because it's more grounded. It's more kind of, there's more consistency with the suit design.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I love the Showa era because it's got so much charm. It's literally, it can cater to anyone. There's a film in the Showa era that you can give to anyone, give to somebody, and they may find something to love.
Yeah,
absolutely. Even the bad ones, like Godzilla vs. Megalon. It's a bad film, but I love it because it's just so cheesy fun.
What would you say? Okay, I've got a question. Have you seen all of the films in the Showa era? I just keep wanting to show this off. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen every film.
How many have you seen in the Showa era? Because I was gonna say, can we get a live ranking, or are you doing that in a video in the future?
I bought that set. I bought that set that I've got there. I do plan to do a ranking.
Ooh.
Do a ranking of each era, and then do a massive like Godzilla ranking. That's my plan.
Oh, that'd be great.
It's gonna take a while. But yeah.
Yeah, I do agree.
So intimidating.
what is it, like 35 films, 36 films, something ridiculous like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I'm excited for that video when it comes out in 2038 or whenever. They're gonna make more Godzilla films. I agree with the whole suit thing. Like, what did you say? Suitmation? Is that what you called it?
Yeah.
Suitmation. I love that because Guardian of the Universe, I believe, is also like Suitmation, isn't it? Like the first in the Heisei era. Like, I believe that's a person in a suit, isn't it?
What's that? Sorry.
You know, the first Gamera film. Sorry, I think I said Godzilla. You know, Gamera Guardian of the Universe, the 95. That's Suitmation, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and the amount of like detail, because Gamera feels so like kind of impressive even to this day. I think like the way he moves, the way he flies, and like the final battle and everything when they're all fighting in the city and he falls down. I'm like, the sheer weight of this. It's like it doesn't really match what a lot of like something like Pacific Rim Uprising. I'm just trying to think of another film with like kaiju's where they almost feel like weightless, you know. So I love it when a kaiju film like Godzilla 2014 or like Guardian of the Universe, where they have like actual weight to them, and I love that element of like kaiju films. I absolutely love it.
With this has been a Godzilla stream, but just,
Yes.
just to put it in perspective, though, those actual like suits in like the Showa era films and the Heisei era films, even Gamera, those suits weigh a ton, and the suit actors, they only can film for 15 minutes at a time. Because there's been cases where it's so hot in those suits that actors have literally passed out in the suits.
Oh my days!
They go. That's why I have so much respect for that art form, because they go through hell to pull off.
It's a lot of dedication. Yeah. It's something that you can't really capture with animation. You know, it's like it just feels more lifelike and authentic.
Yeah. It's the same with the original Ninja Turtles movie from the 1990s.
Oh, I really want to see that. I really want to see that. I know you recommended it in a video recently. I can't remember what video it was.
It's my fourth favourite film of all time, so
really
take that as you will.
I'm gonna try and hunt it down.
We need to catch up on these comments. Right, so James Millership asks, do you remember going to Blockbusters on a Friday? Of course I do.
I miss Blockbuster so much.
However, when I was a kid, we didn't have we used to go to Blockbuster from time to time, but we used to have this guy in a car drive around the neighbourhood with a boot full of videos, like illegally renting them to people. So that's how I discovered the Power Rangers movie, the Mortal Kombat movie, by just renting them off this dude out of the back of his car. And then he'll come back a week later and can take it back and we'll choose another one. That is great.
Amazing. It was your own personal Blockbusters.
Super illegal. But I didn't know that as a kid, obviously. But now I think like, that guy was committing a serious crime. Like, fucking hell. But yeah, so we used to go to Blockbusters from time to time.
Yeah.
It's funny because I went to Blockbusters a lot more during its end, like towards its end.
Yeah.
2010 until it died, because at the time that's how I would play video games. I would rent them.
Yeah, same. They had the offer where you could get like 4 for like £15 or £20 or something. I don't know if you ever saw that deal, but you could get like 3 or 4 games for about. It was either £10 or £20. It was such a good deal. And I think I picked up SSX, the reboot of the SSX like snowboarding games.
Oh right, yeah.
I think I rented that from Blockbusters, and that was the last game I ever rented from them. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Oh.
Yeah. There's that documentary I watch as well. I forget what it's called.
Is it the Netflix one? The last Blockbuster. Yeah, I need
to
check it out.
I don't have Netflix, so it's going to be a bit of a pain. Because I have Amazon Prime, because I got it for free on my phone contract.
Hey.
Which I never use. I mean, that's the thing. I've got it, but I never use it.
It's nice to have it there, It's nice to have it there.
I'm not paying for it, so
if there's ever an original. Yeah.
Lloyd's Collection says, I can't wait to see Godzilla 2014 in 4K. I think I'll like it, and then we'll pick the actual 4K up.
Oh, absolutely. You'll love it.
I'm just buying that CD edition because I just want a nice, cool edition of it for my collection.
Love the artwork. I'm probably going to pick it up at the end of the month as soon as I get paid. I want it, but I can't afford it right now, so I'll be getting it if it's still in stock. If it's not going for like £700 on eBay by scalpers.
Yeah.
Ugh, not looking
Oh,
forward to that.
by the way, I was well gutted watching Lauren's Arrow haul video, and she got that Fear and Loathing Limited from
I had to
HMV,
convince
and I was
Lauren.
like,
I had to
oh
convince
god,
them.
HMV! I rushed on HMV, it's not there. I was like,
No. I
Like,
was
I've not-
literally trying to convince Lauren the entire time because Lauren was like, I don't know if I like this one. I was like, pick it up. You need it.
yeah,
It's such a good
I've
edition.
not seen it. I've not seen it. But
You've
I
never
want
se-
it
oh,
now
it's
because
so good.
I want it now because I've seen what the limited looks like. It looks amazing.
Oh, it's so good. So good.
Right, where were we? Okay, so yeah, Luke says I watched Tootsie last night from the Criterion collection. It was absolutely brilliant, guys. I love it. So funny it was. I don't think I've seen that.
I've never heard of it. I don't think I've heard of it. But if it's in the Criterion collection, it's probably there for a reason, you know? I do love, like, Criterion picks as of late. Like, I've been, like, picking up more from the Criterion collection. Love it.
I literally have two Criterions. The Godzilla.
Is it
Showa
Godzilla
era
and
box
Godzilla?
set, and one's a DVD. The Godzilla 1954 is a DVD, Criterion DVD. I have. Because I don't have a multi-region Blu-ray, so I can't buy the Blu-ray, the Region A Blu-ray. I can't get it.
Yeah. I'll give you some recommendations if you want sometime on like good Criterions, like good starter Criterions, because they have a sale on right now. I think it's 2 for $25.
I can't afford no more money, Leon. I can't.
I'm
afford
sorry.
no,
I'm sorry.
I can't.
Pretend I didn't say
Because
anything.
look. I spent like I don't know, like probably about £100 on Arrow sale, and then I've got the Godzilla Cineworld, the Godzilla Cine HMV Cine edition coming out. That's just dispatched today, so they probably charged me already. Ooh. And then I've got the bloody next not this Monday, the Monday after. I've got the Urban Legend box set.
Oh yeah.
So I've got that on pre-order. So I can't buy no more.
I forget I said it. There's no sale right now. There's no sale going on.
But anyway, speaking of Criterion, there's two Criterions that I want to get, which is the Night of the Living Dead.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And Lone Wolf and Cub.
I really want that because I've never seen the films, but did you see John's video? I can't when John spoke about it. And I think someone in the comments,
the secret compartment.
Yeah, and it was like, what the? Because I've never heard of that. Because I've seen unboxings of it before, but I never knew there was a secret compartment. I was like,
it's like a little
Easter
Easter
Criterion.
It's really cool.
It's so cool, really cool. Oh, it was awesome. I want to pick it up just for that.
I've seen the first couple of the films. They're really good, really violent samurai films.
Yeah.
I used to have this really nice set on DVD, but then I just got bored and sold it because I was an idiot. I actually would rather have that DVD set than the Criterion, because the Criterion is just a single Blu-ray case with like a couple of discs, where this DVD set was a really nice premium DVD set with all the films in. Kind of want to get that. I think it's cheaper as well than the actual Criterion.
See if you can pick it up. Check
because the Criterion, I've looked it up. The Criterion is like £45 or something. It's well expensive.
Oh, it's so expensive. Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
That's the one thing with Criterions. Like even on sales, like I picked up the Before trilogy on sale, and I think I paid about £40 or £35 on sale because it retails for like £50-60. But I love those films so much that I wanted it, and I was like, I'm prepared to pay this. But Criterion's rarely like drop in price.
I tell you, I go on Amazon daily and I go onto the Arrow Battle Royale set. I hover over the pre-order button every day because I'm like, shall I get it? Shall I get it? Don't know. Shall I get it? Because I've already got it. I've got this Korean box set with both. I've got a Korean box set with both Battle Royale and Battle Royale 2.
I think. Oh, I don't have a Korean one. I have the Arrow one somewhere. I don't know where I've bloody put it, but you know, like the green one.
Can I quickly show you my one? Why we are here.
I don't think it's. Oh, it is up there. 1 minute. I'll show you mine. 1 minute. Oh, I gotta be careful. Please don't fall. 1 moment. Ah. I have this one here.
Oh yeah, that's a cool one. So this is my one.
Sorry.
This is my Korean set.
Oh, I love the shine. I love the shine to it.
And it comes with both Battle Royale and Battle Royale 2.
Oh, are they both on Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant, because I've pre-ordered the Arrow one. This month, for pre-orders, I am... I'll go on about that in a minute, but... Oh, is that Battle Royale 1 or 2?
1.
Oh,
It's got 2 discs, and Battle Royale 2's only got a 1 disc.
oh. So is that region free and everything? Does it have like the English or not English audio, the English subtitles and whatnot?
Yep, audio. It's got audio. It's got the Japanese audio and the English dub audio.
Oh,
and
okay.
And it's got Korean subtitles and English subtitles.
Oh,
and I do believe. I swear it was when I bought it. It said it was region 3, so I'm guessing it's a region 3. It's either region 3 or region B. I don't know what Korea is, to be honest. But I bought this about a year ago. And at the time, it was the only set that I could find that had Battle Royale 2 with it.
Yeah, Battle Royale 2 is so hard to find.
It never came out on Blu-ray, as far as I'm aware, until I found this set. And then now Arrow's announced that massive, awesome set that has Battle Royale 2. But I don't know whether it's even worth me buying it, because I've got this, and this is fine.
Well, have you seen Battle Royale 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of that film? Because I can't remember much about it, you know. Like, it's been so long.
Right,
yeah, I remember...
here we go. This is a conversation.
Yeah.
Right, so I think Battle Royale 2 is a serviceable sequel. I like the idea that the survivors of the first of the previous Battle Royales, like all the survivors of the previous Battle Royales, have gathered together on the same island that the Battle Royale takes place in, but now they're almost this terrorist sect. They're going against the government and they're anti-Battle Royale. That's a cool concept. They're standing up for themselves and saying, this is bullshit, we don't take this fucking shit anymore. So the government, because the government are like scaredy cats, they send another couple of classes to go and fight them. The only issue I have with this film is that I don't like any of the main characters. They all suck. Yeah. They overused the coolest thing about the first film, which is the neck bomb. It's every 5 minutes.
I remember one sequence from the film. It's like very early on, I think, and they're all kind of like, a lot of the students are in kind of like a cage or something. I remember that sequence. Yeah, I do like that sequence. It's one because I saw it super, super young. I think I saw that clip like a few times when I was really young, because my dad was an idiot and showed me really like inappropriately like timed cinema. Like I was watching like Old Boy at 7. I was like, okay, thank you. But I watched Battle Royale 2, that opening scene, so many times, and I could remember it like almost shot for shot now. But I never saw the first Battle Royale until 5-6 years ago, maybe, and loved it. Yeah, so I'd only seen like clips from the second.
It's definitely one of my favorite films of all time. The first Battle Royale,
great.
Like it's so good. Like the whole classroom sequence where like Kitano kills the kids with the bomb.
Oh,
like, bear in mind,
fantastic scene.
Bear in mind, they use that neck bomb once, and it's really powerful and effective scene where basically, I haven't seen it in years, so I haven't seen it for a while, so I can't remember the characters' names. But yeah, they kill him, and it's really powerful and stuff, and it's really shocking, just like it's like well violent and stuff. So they use that kind of cool idea. It's a terrifying idea, having a net bomb shoved in your neck. Yeah, it's horrific, but they use that in a really powerful, horrible way to basically put fear into the characters. In Battle Royale 2, what is basically they've tag team characters. So they've put characters with another character. If your partner dies, you die.
Yeah. So
it's like the government have paired people up. So, but every time someone dies, you see their partner going, no, ah! So where in Battle Royale 1 they use that neck bomb really, really effectively in one scene, it's like every 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, it
gets old very quickly.
You know what this is a comparison to, and please don't take offense to this. It's Godzilla related. It's Godzilla related.
I knew it.
So
I knew it.
You know earlier how you were talking about in Godzilla 2014, you've got the atomic breath scene. It's used once. It's really fantastic. That was kind of my issue with King of the Monsters, because with King of the Monsters, he uses the atomic breath almost instantly, and I was like, the build up in the initial Godzilla 2014 is what makes that scene, like you said, one of the best kills ever. And
no, but not even that bit. It's the bit where he uses it for the first time. You get his tail. It's like jun 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 jun. It's like I'm like, it's so fucking epic. Oh,
That's
love
what
it.
I love so much. Similar to like what you were saying with Battle Royale, I think with like sequences where people, I don't want to say superpowers because like obviously the neck brace isn't a superpower, but you know like a really important device like in the film, whether it's a power or like an explosive bomb, if they use it once or twice in a really effective way, I think that's more like you said, more effective than kind of overusing it like they did in Battle Royale 2. So I can completely understand that. Yeah.
The thing as well, the thing with Battle Royale 2 as well, that I have sympathy for the film because the director, he died halfway through filming,
Oh,
and his son had to take over. So I have a lot of sympathy for his son because that must be difficult. Very
that is
difficult.
a big task. Yeah, that's a big task.
So
I didn't
that.
know that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the thing that happened during the filming of that film. So I'm a bit mixed on that movie because I can understand why it is the way it is, because essentially it's unfinished, and his son's basically had to piece it together and finish it off, finish his father's work, which must have been really difficult, emotionally and physically to do it. But even the first half of the film, that you can tell there's a bit of a different directing style when you get to certain points of the film.
Yeah.
But even the general premise is cool. I just don't like any of the main characters. Like, in the first film, I loved nearly all the characters. Even all the characters in the class in that first film all had distinct personalities and had some kind of likability. But in the sequel, I don't like any of the characters. I can't connect with anybody. I'm just there to see them all die.
Yeah, I think that is a key thing. It's because, like, you can have, like, I think you were talking last time on the stream about if a horror film's ever, like, emotionally, like, made you cry or something. And I think you made a good point last time about how a lot of horror films, especially, like, a Friday the 13th film, it's kind of just, like, you're not there to care about the characters necessarily. So it's, like, if someone dies in, like, a Friday the 13th film, you never care. You never have any, like, real, like, emotional attachment. But in something like Battle Royale, like the original, they're layered characters in the same way that there's so many like horror films like I was gonna say The Thing has great characters, but The Fly, for example, you've got interesting characters, so you can kind of relate and sympathize with everything that's going on. And I think when a horror film can kind of reach that level where you've got great characters but also you're making a great horror film too, I think that's the kind of like definitive horror film. You know what I mean, like the definitive goal end game.
I have an example of that. Like, one of the most shocking sequences in a film that I've seen, and I literally was like, I like that, right? And it was just horrible, like gut punch kind of thing. Like, have you seen Hereditary?
I knew you were gonna say it. The pole.
It's the whole sequence of her being decapitated on the pole, him, her brother being motionless and just driving, not even looking at behind him, getting out of his car, going to bed, and then waking up to his mum screaming. I'm like this. I'm like that. I'm like that.
I saw that in the cinema. Oh my god. The thing is, the build up, like you were saying. Oh. The build up of that scene from when she goes to the party and obviously she's allergic and everything, but they still give her a piece of cake, and you're like, it's just intensifying, and then it's going more, and then she can't breathe. Oh, spoilers for Hereditary, by the way.
Yeah.
But that scene is traumatic. It's traumatic.
I adore that film though.
Oh, it's fantastic.
That movie.
It's such a good film. It's such an excellent horror film, but also like an excellent drama as well about grief and stuff.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like exactly a great point as well, because it's like the type of thing. It's like a horror film that also has genuinely well written and like well acted characters that you care about. It's like, I think that's like what the most memorable horror films are always those, because I like some of the Friday the 13th films, but I couldn't tell you many characters from those films. But obviously you can remember every single character. You can remember the son, you can remember Toni Collette. This is a bad example because I can't remember her name. But like, I can remember her character and all of what's going on with her, you know? It's just a fantastic performance. She was snubbed from the Oscars.
Oh yeah, she deserved it big time, I think. And the thing is, I kind of knew that Hereditary was going to be great, because I was like, oh cool, another kind of like another spooky horror film in the cinema, great kind of thing. Because when you've seen that they've released like 7 fucking, They when Hollywood released like 7 Paranormal Activities and 9 Conjuring
Saw
universe films,
films and stuff like
you're
that.
just like, yeah, another horror film, great. But when my cousin, who doesn't like horror at all, goes to me, "Oh, I saw Hereditary, it was fantastic," I'm like, all right,
That's got to mean something.
yeah, you know, he's not a horror fan whatsoever, and he was just like, "I saw this film Hereditary last night. It was awesome." I was like, "Okay, I got to go and see this now." And I was,
Yeah,
it literally blew my mind. I love that film.
yeah. I think horror is so kind of overlooked sometimes by like, I don't want to say the general public, but a lot of people, especially like award ceremonies and stuff, they kind of overlook horror in so many ways. Because like, I think the only horror films I can really remember being nominated for any like Academy Awards were The Silence of the Lambs, which I'd say is more of a thriller than a traditional horror, maybe a psychological horror, and Jordan Peele's Get Out. I think they're the only two like big horror films that have ever been nominated for any kind of awards, like script and stuff. And you see so many films out there that like The Fly, The Thing, like The Thing. The Shining, even when The Shining came out, that won Razzies. That was nominated for Razzies, like worst score and stuff. And I'm like, you look at it now, it's one of the most important, like influential horror films ever made. You know, I think horror is so impactful, and people just completely ignore it. It makes me so sad.
Yeah, I've noticed that where like a lot of these films that are known as that's deemed as classic and iconic now, if you go back and look at their domestic and their worldwide gross and all that and what their reception was, it took them to get their video release for them to find an audience.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
it's
it
like
took
they
them a
bomb
long
at the box
time.
office.
Yeah.
It makes me so sad, but
the reason why I think the Oscars don't really consider horror films as part of like nominating anything like that is I just be these smug Oscar people are like, "Oh, that is cheap entertainment. It is not intellectual or innovative at all." No.
yeah. It's just they just want to see 2 hours of people. But no, that is what they're like. It's just they just want to see two actors like shouting at each other for 2 hours, and sometimes that can it can be great films, great performances. Like I loved Marriage Story, for example, but it kind of caters to a specific crowd, and the Oscars don't really venture outside of their like niche, you know, their like particular favorite genres.
See, that's why Parasite. I couldn't believe it when.
No,
like,
I screamed. I screamed when it won.
Like I hadn't seen it, right, and it was like, oh, Parasite, Korean like drama almost. Like I wouldn't know how to describe that.
It's
film,
hard to describe. Yeah,
drama would be
comedy drama.
Kind of black comedy.
Yeah,
drama.
like a black comedy, not like an explicit comedy. Yeah,
it's weird. It's a very strange film to pigeonhole, but. I'm always skeptical when a film gets an Oscar because I'm just like, it's probably not for me. It's probably really, you know, it's high art. It's the best. You know, it's not this Godzilla crap, Jason. You won't like it, right? All right. But when I had like a lot of my friends going, Jason, you have to watch that. Parasite. It's awesome. And I was like,
yeah,
okay. So I bought the Blu-ray, and obviously I watched it last month, and it just blew my fucking socks off. Man.
It's amazing. It's unreal.
Incredible. Like,
yeah.
Like, thing is, I went into it blind. All I knew was, oh, there's this family that are poverty-stricken, and they get entangled with this rich family. That's all I knew.
Yeah, I watched it in the same way. Yeah.
I'm not going to get into details because in case people haven't seen it, but everyone in the chat, I really recommend you to go watch Parasite. It is incredible. But yeah,
unreal film.
For such an I didn't expect the actual narrative to be that engaging. I was gripped from start to finish.
Yeah, it's like you care for every single character in that film because they're well realized, great performances as well, and you can understand the motivations of every single person in the Kim family, you know, or the family. Yeah, you can understand it completely. I adore that film.
Yeah, so good.
Oh, so good.
It's so good. So when I saw that, and then I was like, okay, this won an Oscar. Fucking hell, actually, the Oscars are actually getting better, maybe. Because, I feel like when a film has won an Oscar, it hits a certain level of hype, right? You know, masterpiece hype.
And
not many films
fulfill...
Yeah. But I
think with recent Oscar wins... Yeah, with recent Oscar wins, it's kind of up in the air for me sometimes because I really liked what was it? The Shape of Water. Oh no, is it froze again?
Not.
Oh no, it hasn't froze. Thank God, it froze for a second. I was terrified then.
I've not seen.
Oh,
Shape of
love
Water.
The Shape of Water. Oh, so good, so good. I love that. I'm trying to think of what other winners there have been recently. Birdman. Have you seen Birdman?
I have it. I haven't seen it yet.
Really good film. But then you get stuff like Green Book winning. I couldn't stand Green Book. That was the one that won. I think it was the year before Parasite, and yeah, no one even talks about that film anymore. It's just forgotten.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know
so many
what it is. What is it?
Green
I don't know
Book
what it
is do you know that film Driving Miss Daisy? Have you ever heard of Driving Miss Daisy? No. It's just essentially it's a story about a guy, like an Italian man played by Viggo Mortensen, who's kind of racist, and then he meets Mahershala Ali, who's like a black Muslim person, and they it's like a true story about how, oh, you cannot be racist type thing, and it's like, obviously, yeah, don't be racist, but it's just such a generic story. Like, everyone knows, don't be racist, just be nice to everyone, but it's kind of one of those films that kind of just panders, and it doesn't really have anything to say. And I was like, that was the same year that like Black Klansman by Spike Lee was nominated, another film about race, but it actually has more to say, and they just snubbed it in favor of be nice. And it wasn't even a good film, I don't think. What was it? Green Book, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've not seen Black Klansman. It looks good. It looks
Oh, it's
decent, but
good.
I've not seen it. Is it good?
Yeah, I'd highly recommend it. Yeah, really good film.
Right, we're about 45 years behind the comments. Is it half four yet? No, not quite. It's not quite half four yet. Phil says Godzilla ship today. Can't wait. Along with Urban Legend on Blu-ray. Yeah, awesome, man. Yeah, I got a shipping notification for my Godzilla.
Are you doing an unboxing on it?
Oh hell yeah!
Yes.
Hell yeah!
I want to see what it's like. I'm so excited.
James Miniship asks, "Did you ever do an animated?" There was
What's that?
There's a animated series based on the 1998 movie.
So, I think I've actually heard about that. Yeah, I think Brady's mentioned that. Yeah.
I've got it. Of course, I've got it. Right. It corrects everything that the 98 movie got wrong about Godzilla.
Is it good? Is it worth watching?
It's Godzilla fighting monsters. It takes place. It's technically a sequel to the film. It's about the last egg we see. It's about the last egg we see on shot hatching. Yeah. And it's about Totopoulos' character. You know, the Matthew Broderick's character.
Yeah.
It's the same characters in the animated series. You've got Dr. Totopoulos. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the baby sees him first, and now he's the mother. The Godzilla baby thinks he's the mother, so it's about him trying to conceal Godzilla. But when he gets big enough, he can't conceal him anymore. So then he just becomes the savior, and it's just like a Monster of the Week.
That sounds pretty fun.
So it's literally Godzilla fighting other monsters. It's really good, and he gets his atomic breath back like immediately. I'm like, yes! Like he doesn't have that in the '98 film. He doesn't have the atomic breath, but they give it to him in the cartoon. They give it to him, and it's awesome. If you don't like the '98 film or you think it's okay, check out the animated series. It's
I'll have a look for that.
1,000 times better. Really good.
Yeah, I think I'll give that a watch.
I highly recommend it. There is also a Hanna-Barbera cartoon, which is nowhere.
That?
It's the typical like old Hanna-Barbera. I don't know how old it is, like 60s or 70s. I can't remember. It's typical Hanna-Barbera where it's very, very vaguely Godzilla. I mean, he's green, he's got the spines, and he breathes fire. That's about it. He's got a little Godzuki. He's called his little psychic reptile character. It's typical Hanna-Barbera. It's very, very loosely based on Godzilla.
Yeah,
and it's actually a release that I don't have because it's really expensive now. The Region 1 DVD is stupid, like £75. I've seen it on eBay. It's
DVD, jeez.
It's brutal. Yeah, it's really hard to get as well. There's like volume sets that are easier to get, but I'd rather have one set with the whole lot.
Yeah.
On Dead Sick, just telling James what we've just told him. What's the best film you've seen in 3D? Zero. None. They're all shit. 3D's a gimmick. I hate it.
I can't think of one. I remember one 3D experience that I've had, which was I saw the first Avengers film in 3D, and it was so dark that I couldn't make anything out. So after seeing that, I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not watching a 3D film in the cinema again.
Yeah,
I did not like it.
Yeah, I've gone through this, right? So a lot of my friends saw Avatar in 3D when it came out and were blown away. Oh my god, it's so good. Never saw Avatar in 3D. I saw Avatar in 2D, and I still think the film is pretty shit. Just saying.
Thank you.
It's Pocahontas in space. Why do we want? Who wants
8
these
sequels
sequels?
of it. I don't
who?
know.
Who's it catered to? The first one wasn't very good.
I don't think it's very good either, to be fair.
It's the highest grossing film ever. No one cares. I don't care. Doesn't mean it's good. It's like Transformers. Transformers is such a high billions. I'm like, they're still shit. Don't care. Anyway, yeah. Like, so my argument there is, you know, gross doesn't equal quality. It just doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't at all. So what I was saying. So yeah, all my friends saw Avatar in 3D. I didn't care for the film anyway, so I wasn't going to go and rewatch it in 3D. The first 3D film I saw, I went and saw Jurassic World. Me and my mum went because she likes the Jurassic Park films. She's like, oh, but new one, I want to go and see it. Like, oh, come with me, let's go. But the only showing they had at the time was the 3D showing because the other ones were sold out.
Yeah.
So I was like, do you want to go for the 3D one? She's like, yeah, why not? And literally, I put the glasses on. The film is instantly 50% darker, right?
Yeah, that's the issue with me.
And I didn't notice any depth difference. I didn't notice anything. It was just darker. And I was like, we got out, I went to my mum, I was like, the 3D was a bit shit, wasn't it? She's like, yeah, I couldn't see nothing. I was like, yeah.
I actually do have... Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I do think I think opinions on 3D depend. I think it depends on your first experience. The fact that my first experience was shy meant that I wasn't going to go and see a film in 3D again. But I've always thought it was a gimmick. It was to get more money out of the consumer. That's what it was, and I think that's
absolutely.
And I think I was right. That's why it's dead now.
Yeah, like
It's
they
kinda
don't do it
dead
anymore.
now. Yeah.
The ones
Gimmick.
I've heard of that like people say are actually quite good is you know, Friday the 13th Part 3. Like when that came out, the original 3D, I heard that was great, and for the Scream Factory big box set, I've heard the 3D restoration for that is actually quite faithful to how it was. But all this like post conversion like crap where it's like they didn't shoot it in 3D and then they just add VFX after, it always feels so like hollow and fake. But there is one film that I will say I actually didn't mind in 3D, and it's only because I could only see it in 3D before. Ready Player One. I wasn't huge on the film, but I did kind of like the 3D aspect to it. I think it was kind of faithful, and it worked for that. But at the same time, I did see it with my sister, so I had fun with it. But I don't think it was like, wow, I'm gonna buy 3D TVs and stuff for it.
Yeah, I saw that film in 2D because obviously I would never go and see a film in 3D again after my Jurassic World experience. And ironically, I got the most out of 3D by watching a 3D film on my friend's 3D television without the glasses, because I actually could see the actual what it was doing to the picture.
Yeah.
Irony, right? That's irony.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Fucking hell. But yeah, that Ready Player One, I came out of the film going, that was pretty good. It wasn't awful, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. It was fine.
Like, it was cool to see, like, you know, it was cool to see Mechagodzilla in it. That was cool for me.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty cool. But I couldn't help but feel like it was like they padded the actual. I think the narrative wasn't engaging enough, so they were like, it was literally, the film was spot the reference. That's what the film was. I think we got this. Yeah. All of the references.
Yeah, it's like my sister loved it because there was like Overwatch references in it and stuff, and she's like a huge like fan of Overwatch, and then you see all the references. But I have one gripe. I'm gonna go on a mini rant here. Have you ever seen The Iron Giant?
Go. I have not. Sacrilege, I know. Sacrilege.
Do you know about the Iron Giant? Do you know what the film's about and whatnot?
Yeah, he befriends a kid and the army gets
Yeah.
involved and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's essentially it's an anti-war film. Think of like Godzilla for a younger audience, like an animated film. And the whole purpose of the Iron Giant is he's a weapon of mass destruction who does not want to be a weapon. He literally says there's a line of dialogue where he says, "I am not a weapon." And the whole point of that film is trying to convey, hey, we don't need war and all of this crazy stuff. And then you see him in Ready Player One, and he's just like stomping hundreds of people down, shooting people, killing hundreds of people. And I'm like, this is such a betrayal to the character. What are you doing? And I think like Warner completely like misunderstood that. And like you said, they're just trying to reference and throw in like, oh, here's Master Chief from Halo and stuff. But they throw in the Iron Giant because it's a property they have. But they completely like butcher the real meaning and understanding of that character. And that's the one thing that annoys me so much about that film.
I have a great example of. I have a great example of like spot the reference. So the recent Space Jam trailer, right? Have you seen the Space Jam trailer? I don't know about you, but like no one's really commented on what the film's going to be. Everyone that does trailer reactions goes, "Oh look, there's Clockwork Orange characters. Oh look, there's King Kong. Oh look, there's Scooby Doo's van. Oh look, oh good look, there's a."
It's a basketball film,
but it's got all these bloody.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's a basketball film, but they're just doing Ready Player One again. And like, if people are excited for it, obviously it could be fun. It could be fun, but why are the Clockwork Orange characters in a film catered towards kids and also like people who enjoyed the original film? Clockwork Orange.
Let's get a little bit political here, right? Just
is it going to be the Pepe thing?
Why the fuck did people? Why did they cut out Pepe Le Pew, right?
Yep.
Because apparently he insinuated that a female character that he fancied had a restraining order on him. That's the scene they cut. Apparently he goes, she has a restraining order on me. Apparently people have interpreted that scene as, oh, it's basically referencing rape culture.
Yeah.
Which is bollocks because rape culture doesn't exist.
Absolutely.
The idea of rape culture is that men are born and taught to rape, which is utter shite. By the way, that's not how people are taught. Like, there's horrible people in the world for sure. That I'm not saying rape doesn't happen; it does, but it's not taught. Yeah. It's not taught. There's no culture. It's bollocks. So they took him out because he's apparently it's like a rape culture reference. So they took him out because of that scene. But yeah, in the background you've got the fucking clockwork, like the most.
They go around raping people. They're the biggest scumbags ever, and that's what like the whole point of A Clockwork Orange is. They're like, this is bad. These people are pure evil, and they're in the Space Jam. It's like what?
Yeah, it's madness. It's literally a horrible person being shown horrible things and changing his ways. Like that's literally, isn't it? It's basically
that's what A Clockwork Orange is. Like, and it's like the repercussions of his actions and like violence in like not only violence in the life he was portraying, but in media as well. Like obviously like the eye sequence where he's like watching all of these like horrific acts of violence, and then they put those in. Like I don't understand who that reference really appeals to, because kids are not going to get it. I hope at least. I hope kids are not going to understand that. The adults, I mean, maybe adults will be excited, but I don't get why like they'd remove like Pepe Le Pew, but they keep the.
I think I commented on someone's I think it was the movie bug. Someone said, "Oh, Pepe Le Pew's not in it, but they got this guy." They circled him. I was like, "This is the problem with the PC society. The current social climate we're in is that these big tech companies are trying to pander to these SJWs, right? But yet they're going around it in the most fucking backwards fucking way, going because you've removed this character because it references rape culture, but yet you've put actual rapists in your movie. I don't understand
it. It's madness. It's madness.
Let's get bottom line. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care if they're in it. I don't care if the Pepe Le Pew lines, whatever. I don't care. I generally don't care. But the fact that these companies are pandering to this kind of shit, I'm afraid of where society is going, because people, you can't tell a joke without people going, "I'm offended." I'm sorry, if you're offended, if you're offended by a joke, that's your problem, not mine. Because everything should be fair game in comedy. Everything, like Trey Parker and Matt Stone says, either everything's all right or nothing's all right.
Yeah,
The problem
exactly.
is, this is a serious. I'm sorry about this rant, but it's a serious rant.
Oh no,
The
no
problem
worries.
the problem is, I'm afraid that the society is going to the point where nothing is all right. And I've said this before. It's extreme. It's an extreme example, but you can go and get your haircut tomorrow, and I can go, Leon, your haircut sucks, and you can go, I'm offended. I'm suing you for whatever. Like that's. I think that's the extent. You'll be
No, I get
sued
that,
because
yeah.
you don't like someone's haircut. That's how bad it's gonna get. It's extreme. It's extreme
yeah.
example, but that's what I've seen on the internet, on out and about. It's bollocks, mate. It's
Yeah, I can
bollocks.
absolutely understand.
Sorry,
Yeah,
rant over.
I went on my rant about the Iron Giant as well.
Fuck yeah, we're so behind these comments. It's unreal. Right, this next comment was posted at 12 minutes past 9. It's 17 minutes past 10 right now.
Speed round.
Okay, Undead 6 says, absolutely hates 3D, but if I had to pick one, Avatar, yeah, I guess everyone would pick Avatar. Did you ever see the American version of Independence?
Oh, it's
No, I
awful. Oh.
When Americans take UK comedies and they go, okay, this is the American version, I just keep away from it.
You know. Have you seen the original In-Betweeners?
Bits. I've not seen all of it. I've seen bits and pieces. Yeah.
Did you ever see the sequence with one of the characters where they like shout out of a window when people are at a bus station and they're like bus wankers? That's like one of the most like one of the most popular catchphrases. In the American version, they say bus turds because it was like trying to be like family friendly almost. I'm like, you've lost the essence of everything of these, like, because the characters in Betweeners are so like silly and like just childish almost, and then they're just like, oh, turd. That's really offensive.
So that's a reference I never got because my bandmates called me the bus wanker.
Oh, there we go, reference.
Because both my because we were a 3-piece, my band, we called Alteration. We're a 3-piece. My singer and my guitarist, they both drive. Obviously, I can't drive, so I get a bus. So they're like, "You're a bus wanker."
There you go. That's the reference. Oh, I love the In-Betweeners.
James says Avatar is great in 3D. I'm sure it is, but the film still sucks. Sorry, it's just my opinion. We're so behind. Look, we're so behind. Yeah, we're so behind. Lauren's talking about TVs can be so expensive.
Oh, yeah,
Remember I mentioned I
TVs.
can't change my TV. Oh my god. Yeah, see, she gets 20 grand for a TV. Damn, gonna put that on the lot. Gonna put the lottery on.
Oh my.
James says he's gonna miss these Friday chats when I go back to work. Got a few weeks yet though. Oh man, it's gonna be a shame not to see you, man, on these streams.
You can catch the VODs.
The thing is, yeah, the VODs will be up, but the thing is, when I eventually get a job, I don't know how it's going to affect these streams either. Really.
Saturday nights, maybe Saturday nights.
I got an offer. I was offered a job yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I don't know who it was from. It's just random text I got going like, "Oh, I found your application. Oh, I found your CV on Indeed. Let me know if I saw your something about me wanting to get some warehouse work or whatever in Dartford. It's a local town that I live near." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we've got positions, but it's the job starts immediately, midnight tonight. Ongoing work. Reply if you want." I'm just like, who does that? Like, I need at least ridiculous. A week. I need a week to prepare myself mentally and physically to get ready to get into work.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's ridiculous.
That was at 6 p.m. I got that, so he gave me literally 6 hours to prepare. I didn't reply.
So you didn't even, you're like, obviously, so he was just like, oh yeah, go work for us, but you haven't even met the person, you don't know what it's like, you haven't like tested everything out. What the, no, that's no, that's bad.
Lauren says, Tammy and the T-Rex is so much fun. Leon is getting everyone into that film.
Yes! Oh, it's such a good film.
You should be sponsored by Tammy and the T-Rex, Leon.
Oh, please. 101 films. Give me ads or something. I will happily do like an advert for that film. Get like a review on the back of the box art or something. 10 stars. Oh, love it.
And this is, I wanted to get it, but I have so many pre-orders coming to me. The price of my purchase keeps rising up. Collector's
Would that be for Battle Royale? Would that be for Battle Royale or Godzilla? One of the two, I'm thinking. They're the
I
two
don't know.
big box
But
sets we were talking about.
that sentence just sums up collectors' problems.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. We always want the next release, and we never
mate.
compromises.
It's like the Godzilla Criterion. If they released it in a smaller package, I still buy it. we will never get that, by the way. That's it. Like,
No, I don't
get
think
it while
so.
you can. I'd say.
I'm very jealous. I'm jealous that you got the cases from the seller. Like, that's a really genius move on their end, because it's like,
thing is,
I love this, but the actual the discs are like here.
It's not
like
good.
they're hard to get out.
And the glue's not very good either, because I've seen videos of people where the glues come away, so be careful taking the discs out. I tell you what though, I wouldn't have bidded on it if it didn't have the cases. The cases what drove. Like, obviously, I wanted the set anyway, but to get those cases from sellers on eBay, that's another 30 quid each just for the cases.
Jesus Christ!
That's only because they're coming from America. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
it's always American sellers doing those custom cases. But I only jumped on because that they had the cases there. I wouldn't have bidded otherwise.
Yeah, it's a good deal though. It was a good deal, especially for the cases.
I cheated. I highballed it. I let them chase me. I was like, I'm going to bid 200. I'm going to bid 200 as my max. Whatever it ends on, that's what I'm paying. And it ended on 150. Bag on 150. Perfect. It ended on. I was like, bang. Yeah. So I kind of cheated a little bit. That's what I do. If I want something really bad, I just don't let anyone have a chance. I just go highball, boom, catch me if you can, fuckers. Is that bad? Is that really bad?
No, I get really nervous. I've only ever done in the past like 5 years. I've only ever done one auction, or like I've bidded in one auction, and it was for the Blue Underground Zombie release, because importing it would have cost about like £45 or something, and I ended up getting it for about £38 used, and I was like, you know what? I'm fine with that. £38. But the highest I would have went is about 40, and then I realised at this point I might as well just import it and get it brand new. But it came with the slip as well. I really wanted the slip. I love that slip.
Oh yeah, I got Joe. I told you I got that film Clash on Arrow Academy.
Yes.
Yeah, it came with the slip. I was like, oh,
hey, oh, that's brilliant.
It came with the slip.
I picked that up recently. Cool. I think I can't. It's the one with like the greeny cover, isn't it? It's like kind of a dark greeny color, or am I thinking of something completely different? It's like
the cover is like you're inside the back of a truck.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah. I need to check that out. I bought
that. That wasn't a blind buy. It was a buy. Literally, the trailer sold me on it.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about it. I do want to see it. It's in my collection. The backlog is just never ending.
Joe also sold me. Apparently, it's one of Tom Hanks's favourite films of all time.
It's one of Tom Hanks. Ooh,
yeah, he personally wrote the director a letter and said how much this film meant to him and what how great of an achievement it was.
I need to check that out now.
Because if you watch the Arrow trailer on the Arrow site on the film, it goes into a little bit of the backstory of the film, and it does take place. It does take place in Egypt. Some of the riots that you see in it, it's very politically charged film, for what I see. It did say that the director and crew were all constantly in danger because they were filming real riots.
Oh my god!
In Egypt. So
I need to check that out now.
But I think it's a combination of scripted actual like film stuff and then actual real stuff kind of intersecting.
Yeah.
But the trailer really sold me. It looks really good.
That sounds great. I'll have to put that to the top of the watch list.
Obviously, it's in Arabic with English subtitles, which I have no problem with.
Yeah, foreign language films are great.
Like I was trying to tell my mum about that murder mystery film I bought on Arrow Academy called Spotlight of a Murderer. Yeah. Spotlight on a Murderer. It's a 1961 French murder mystery film. And the cover art on the Blu-ray looked amazing, and I just did a little bit of research. It just sounds like a really interesting film. Yeah. Told my mum about it because my mum likes murder mysteries. As soon as I said that it was French with subtitles, she's like, "Oh, subtitles, no."
Yeah, that's what my mum's like. Like my mum can watch some films with foreign language. Like she really likes The Hunt with Mads Mikkelsen, which I just recently watched with Lauren. Great film.
Not seen that. I need to check it out. I've not seen it.
Go in as blind as possible. All I will say, do you know anything about it? If not, I'm not saying a single thing.
I've seen the tagline, one innocent lie can destroy a man's life or something like that.
Yeah, it is honestly it's a scary film. It's not like a horror film or anything, but like the core concept of that film is so scary, and I think it's key kind of going in as blind as possible, but highly recommend that one.
Behind by that tagline, one lie can destroy an innocent man's life or something like that. Like that I've been screaming this for years, that, you know, sometimes an accusation on an innocent person can be as bad as being convicted for it. Because because an accusation on something, you know, people are fickle. They'll make up their minds immediately, right? You know, and that will remain. The accusation will be painted on that person for the rest of their lives, because other people around the situation would have already made up their mind, regardless of if they're innocent or not. Yeah, and that's scary. Exactly. That is a scary prospect. Yeah, you could be innocent, but yet the accusation could destroy you. That's scary as hell.
That's exactly what the film's kind of about. It's a really, if you can pick it up in a sale in the future or something, I highly recommend it. But yeah, my mum loves that, but I've tried to get her to watch Parasite about 8 times, and every time she's like, no. I'm like, why? I've said, she doesn't even know what it's about. At first she thought it was a horror film. She thought it was like a parasitic like bug film or something. I was like, it's not a horror film. And she just won't watch it, and I'm like, okay, I give up.
Right, I'm gonna just try catch up with these comments. I'm gonna skip stuff we've already covered, like Exorcist 3 and all that, because people are jumping. Obviously, we're well behind. Okay. So, I'm gonna mention this because this is something. We already talked about this film, but this is a bit of extra little detail. James asks, Leon, did you watch the TV edit of Weird Science?
No, I didn't even know the TV edit. Is that on the Arrow Blu-ray?
Yeah, it's on the Blu-ray, he says, yeah. I
didn't know that, no. I didn't even know that existed. I might have to check that out. What's different about it? Like, if anyone knows, like, the differences between... Is it like
it's
family-friendly
2 hours version? Down the fucking comments.
Yeah. Yeah, when we reach it, we'll figure it out. But I'm curious, what's the difference between the normal version and the TV edit, James? Please let me know.
Jack from Physical Media Madness asks, what are your favourite parody movies? Mine is Black Dynamite, such an underrated film.
Black Dynamite is amazing. I'd probably say the same thing. Black Dynamite, unreal.
Not seen it.
It's on Prime. It's on Amazon Prime. Right. It's like a parody of blaxploitation films, but it's filmed in the same style. So it's like it feels really low budget, and there's like continuity errors constantly, but it's like kind of replicating that, but having a really like absurd sense of humor. It's great. I don't want to spoil anything, but Black Dynamite is it's hilarious. One of the funniest films ever made. Oh, it's so good.
I'm trying to think. I can't think of a parody film. Because when I think parody, I think of like the typical like scary movie films, and
Airplane's another good one, I guess.
Not seen it.
You've never seen it? Get Airplane, please.
Please
get Airplane.
Should I just write a list and see how much it's going to cost me? Because you've recommended so much. I'm just like, fucking hell.
I'll see if they're on any streaming services. If Airplane's on like if it's on Prime, I'll let you know. Oh, it's so
a lot of these films I try to watch before buying, because say if I don't like it, I won't buy it. Like, it's just... This is why I don't know what parody film I would pick. Now, this may sound silly, right? I've already seen Crank 2 as a parody of the first film.
Amazing film. One of the best films ever. I love the Crank
because films. No, it's Crank 1. I love Crank 1. It's absurdly ridiculous. It's great. Crank 2, pun intended, cranks up the absurdity, right?
Oh yes.
Do you remember the bit in that film where they become giant monsters and they start going,
the kaiju fight? I love the kaiju fight. I had a double bill with my friend Brady. We watched both of them back to back, Crank 1 and Crank 2. And Crank 1 is such a great, like, high energy, fast paced film. But then, minor spoilers for people who haven't seen Crank 2. The first film is essentially about a man who's injected with a drug where he has to keep his adrenaline going over and over again. But in the second film, they take his heart out and replace it with an electric heart.
So it's got at that point, you're like... there's a bit where he's got the electric voltage cables on his tongue. He's like...
It is so absurd. I love that film. I love it. I think it's one of the best sequels ever made.
I go back to my original question. Is it a parody? It is
I
kind of
think
like an action
it's
film parody, right?
It is
Kind of
because
is.
it's so
silly.
out there. It's so like it's not trying to take itself seriously, and I feel like it kind of, not that the first film took itself super seriously or anything, but I think the sequel just kind of it cranks it up again, no pun intended, to the max. And it's great, amazing film. I think that's a suitable answer, definitely.
Thing is, Crank 2 would be a good parody pick. I'd probably also say Scream, because people don't think it is, but it definitely is a parody of slasher films.
I think it is. It's like a satire, satirical take on like slashers and stuff. Yeah, completely.
Yeah, Scream is good. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I don't think I watch many parodies, to be honest.
I'm trying to think of others.
I know Kung Pao was pretty funny.
Oh, I love Kung Pao.
Kung Pao was pretty good.
I need a Blu-ray of that film. It was like
Kung Fu Hustle as well was pretty good.
Kung Fu Hustle. Have you seen Shaolin Soccer?
No.
Oh,
I've seen it. I've seen it about there. It looks ridiculous.
You know what? A film that I wouldn't say. I'll get the Blu-ray for it, actually. I wouldn't say it's a parody, but it kind of is in some ways. 1 minute. Okay. Ugh. I'm sitting on my bed, by the way. Okay. Have you ever seen Ricky-O, The Story of Ricky?
Right. Here we go. I was so excited to watch that film.
Oh no.
I had it on Blu-ray. I was like, the most shocking, violent kung fu film ever made. Blah 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 blah. Ricky-O, it was the biggest pile of shit I've ever seen. Like, fucking hell.
I love it.
What a shite. It's literally, I finished it, right? So the whole events happen in the film, and at the end he punches a hole in the wall. Why didn't you do that at the beginning? You could have saved everyone at the beginning. What are you doing? I kind of hate that film, Leon. It's shite. It's shockingly bad.
Can I ask a question though? I've got a question.
Go.
Which version did you watch? Did you watch the original language version, or did you watch the dub?
I watched it in the original language.
Okay.
Because authenticity always wins.
Authenticity always wins, apart from two cases. Ricky-O and Gamera Guardian of the Universe UK dub with the techno music.
And any Godzilla dub. They're all amazing in their own charming way.
Yeah, I need to see... I want to see the dubs, but this film has one of the greatest dubs ever, because the film itself... I don't think the film takes itself too seriously, but there's lines in the dubbed version, because I've seen both versions, and oh my days. You know the sequence where he, like, pulls his guts out and strangles him with the guts?
Yeah.
There's a line in the dubbed version where, like, the warden of the, like, prison says, "That's a lot of guts, Oscar," and there's just, like, puns throughout the entire film, and I love it. It is so silly.
That reminds me of the end of Toxic Avenger, where like everyone's starting to like be on Toxie's side, but you got the chief of police guy like, "Kill him!" And he's just like, "I don't like you. Let's see if you've got any guts." Just pulls his guts out. I was like,
amazing.
Puns galore.
Oh, I love puns. Oh.
Yeah, so I think I used to have that same Blu-ray of Ricky-O, and I watched it once. I was like, "This is shite," and I just sold it.
I kind of love schlock, so it's perfect for me. Like, I love kind of, the so bad it's good films.
The thing is, like, I saw some of the gore, a few bits of the gore clips before I saw it. I'm just like, kung fu, gore, this should be right up my alley, right? So, to put it in perspective, I should have loved it. I love Bruce Lee. I love Bruce Lee films, kung fu, whatever. Yeah. I'm into my crazy gore films. I was like, "Yeah, this is for me." And I just hated it. I was like, "This is shit." But I love films like Tokyo Gore Police. It's amazing. Have you seen Tokyo Gore?
I need to see it. Is it worth picking up?
It's the most ridiculous film I've ever seen. Like it's some people go, "Oh, it's super Japanese." No. This is like, if super Japanese means it's weird, this is like if you triple that or quadruple that Japanese.
Jeez.
Like, for example, for example, there's a scene where a guy gets both his legs cut off, right? So he's like, oh, but then he like drinks some adrenaline potion, so now he's got blood pumps him out of his legs so he can fly. It is ridiculous.
This sounds right up my alley. Why don't I own this?
It is so entertainingly stupid. Like it is. It is complete. It's complete nonsensical. It's utter lunacy. But God, I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, that sounds like a masterpiece.
I brought that up because it's got the similar kind of like it's over the top stupidness of Riccio, but I think it's a much more entertaining film.
Yeah, I can get that. Yeah.
But I thought Riccio was just shit. Sorry.
No,
I mean, by all means, enjoy what you enjoy, my friend. There's no wrong
yeah.
answer. It's all subjective, but no, I didn't like that film.
Yeah.
Undead said, see, we're about 50,000 years behind the comments now. Typical. Undead 6 says, don't apologise for loving The Exorcist, Jason. It's probably in my top 5 of best horror movies ever. A lot younger people who watch it and bash it just don't get movies. I think I agree. I think the reason why I sort of apologising was because I feel like, because I remember I was talking to a friend and I was just like, yeah, my favourite horror movie, because when I saw it I said to my friend, I was like, this might be the best horror film ever. And I go, but I was like, isn't that kind of generic? Because I always feel like when a loads of people say one thing's really good, I feel like I'm just gonna join. I feel like I'm joining the crowd. But my friend goes, but if loads of people are saying one thing's good, it must be fucking good. So don't be afraid. Yeah. She says, don't feel bad for liking something that a lot of people like. He goes, it's different where you get these sort of people that they try their hardest to be different because they don't want to go with the crowd.
Yeah.
You know, and he goes, and my man just goes, if you fucking love Exorcist, then yeah, you should love it. It's excellent. And I was like, well, yeah. And then
exactly.
I've seen it. I've seen it numerous times since then. It's my favorite horror film. I love it to pieces.
Yeah, that's the thing though, because it's like you look at something like The Thing or Alien, like people could say they're generic picks, but they are two of the best horror films ever made. I know they're insanely popular and insanely influential, but I think they're actually two of the best films ever made. So even if like a billion people in the world agreed with me, then yeah, because they're great, well crafted films and stuff, you know. So I completely agree with what your friend was saying there. Yeah.
The fun fact is, The Exorcist, it basically tops Alien, because before I saw Exorcist, Alien was my favorite horror film of all time.
Yeah.
And Exorcist was just like because I see like Alien's got a bit of everything. It's a bit of a tropey slasher film, a haunted house in space. It's got the whole hard sci-fi element to it. Whereas I see The Exorcist as a pure-blooded, straight-up horror movie.
Yeah.
Like people go, oh yes, it's a possession film. It's supernatural. Like it started that fucking possession shit, right? It was the fucking forebearer, right? So to me, it's just like it is. If you would say what's the horror film for me, it's The Exorcist. It's a
great pick. Yeah, it's a fantastic pick,
and it feels so contemporary, man. Like I watched it in 2017. It came out in 1973. I genuinely thought I was watching a modern film.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a 70s film, does it?
Not at all.
It really doesn't.
It's very contemporary.
Yeah, I love that when you can kind of watch a film and it feels timeless almost. Like a pick for me, very different, not a horror film, but David Lynch's Blue Velvet. I watched that film on Netflix just kind of when I was going through his filmography. I didn't know when it came out. Watched it, I was like, is this like 10 years old, 20 years old? It came out like in the 80s, but I felt like that could have been made in like the late 90s or 2000s and it'd still be exactly the same because it's so kind of, like you said, contemporary and timeless. I love when films do that. Love it.
Just breezing over some stuff. Phil says Exorcist 3 is a great movie.
Yes.
Undead Sick is begging me to check out Exorcist 3.
Skip Exorcist 2. Awful film. I mean, you might like it. I didn't.
I've heard it's awful. Yeah. It's got Linda. Doesn't Linda Blair? Doesn't she make a return in Exorcist 2?
Yeah, she returns. Yeah, it's. Yeah. I can't remember too much about that film. Just pain.
Hey, James is subscribed to you, Leon.
Oh, thank you so much, James. Thank you so much.
James asks, do you like Never Ending Story? I adore that film.
I've never seen it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Can I? What year was you born?
1997.
Oh my god, I'm old. Fuck, I'm so old.
I'm 23. I'm 24 this year.
Oh man, what I would do to be 24 again? Fuck.
I'm sorry.
I'm 35 in May. I'm 35 next month. Where's my life gone? So anyway, the reason I asked is because The Neverending Story was a big film in my childhood, but now I can understand why maybe you haven't seen it, because the time before it came out, and obviously it was really big when I was young. I adore that film.
I need to check it out. I think it's on Netflix. Me and my sister went through. Have you seen Stranger Things?
No.
Oh, Stranger Things. I love Stranger Things, but there's like kind of a massive, like, in season 3 there's a huge reference to the Never-Ending Story, because they're based in the 80s and whatnot, so any pop culture that's going on around that time they'll kind of reference. And there's a huge sequence in the last episode that's like a huge Never-Ending Story reference, and it's like I've always wanted to check it out after that because my sister loves that sequence, so I might end up watching it with my sister, because I've heard there's a lot of the films in the Never-Ending Story franchise.
Yeah, I only watched the first one. Don't even go near the sequels.
Okay.
Just as a prerequisite there. Don't go near the sequels. But yeah, I will say though, with Neverending Story, don't go into it expecting a light-hearted children's film. It is darker than you might think.
I love my I love my 80s family films that are not family films, like Labyrinth and The Dark Crystal in particular. If you've seen The Dark Crystal, that film is terrifying. It's terrifying.
Have you ever watched the BBC serialized Narnia series?
No, I haven't. Is that the new one? The new one that just came out? Wait, no, I'm thinking of the Dark Materials. That's different. That's a Golden Compass.
Yeah,
I'm an idiot.
You're probably, I say you're probably too young to know, because it came out in the 90s. It was like a five episode.
No, I've never heard of it.
Mini series on the BBC, the Narnia Chronicles of Narnia. You know the films right, that came out. Disney
no,
films.
I know the films. Yeah.
This was a little before that. Way before that, it was like a little. Like, I was a big fan of the books when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And there was this little 5-episode mini series. I think it could be more than that. I forget. But there's little mini series on the BBC. And that's dark as all shit. Like, it's for kids, right? And it's dark.
Yeah,
it's really dark.
Have you seen Return to Oz?
Oh, that film haunted me for years. As like I only watched it 6-year-old man. Fucking hell.
I only watched that film for the first time this year. Like, me and Lauren watched it, and we speak about it. Man. Oh. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I watched it as a 23-year-old and I was still scared.
I was 6.
I'm so sorry. The lady who takes her heads off and stuff. I'm like, what the hell?
That's the bit I always remember. I always remember what kind of scared me was where, like, the main girl was trying to escape, and you got the headless woman on bed, like, shaking, and she sits up, she's got no head on, and she goes, starts walking. I'm like, no.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Oh, nightmare fuel. Love it now. It's a great horror film. Oh,
it's fucking. We need to. I'm sorry, everyone that's watching. We're up to like 9 people watching. Awesome. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's been fun, man. I've appreciated you coming on, Leon. It's been awesome.
Oh, it's so much fun. So much fun.
I'm just gonna skip through a lot of the stuff we've already covered, like the Exorcist stuff.
Yeah.
Just because I want to catch up on the comments, because I feel really bad if we have to end the stream and we haven't got to everyone's question or whatever. I feel really bad. Lauren says, thank you, Leon, for persuading me to pick up the Fear and Loathing. Hey, I'm jealous because the set looks amazing, and £15 on HMV, like, what?
Yeah, they must have found like a few extra copies or something. But like, even then, just finding extra copies of an out of print thing and then putting it on a sale price, ridiculous. Thank you, HMV.
Jack says he would definitely recommend Lone Wolf and Cub. Like, I've seen the first couple of the films. Really, it's a really cool thing because it's told from the perspective of the child.
Oh right,
it's really interesting. It's really violent as well.
Is it the one that was re-edited into Shogun Assassin? Is this
Yeah.
a franchise I'm thinking of?
Yeah, it's exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was cut down into Shogun Assassin. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 or 3 films, but they added new scenes or something. Did they add new scenes, or they might have just edited a few of the films into like one big one or something?
I think there's like 7 films in the franchise.
7. Oof. Jeez.
Yeah, there's quite a lot. But
I'll have to check it out at some time.
Yeah, I still kind of want that Criterion set, but it's expensive, and I just haven't bothered.
Yeah.
Even on like if I get a voucher for CX, even on CX it's 42 quid. Do you know what I mean? I'm just like, fuck it, I don't want to pay that brand new, let alone second hand.
Yeah, wait for the sales. Hopefully it hits a sale sometime. It was like I was gonna wait for the Criterion one to get a sale, but even then I've seen the sales for it, and it goes from 150 to I think it's like 130, and I mean that is £20, but it's not like a big sale. So at that point I was just like, you know what, I'll just get it. I don't mind paying the extra price, because you're getting like 17 films in that technically, with the re-edits of the other 2 films, and I was like, for that price I'll pay that. But yeah, Criterion stuff never drops. Oh, it makes me so sad.
And I've from what I've seen from Criterion, which kind of that's why I've never really been interested in them, is that they're expensive to get, and to me they're just a regular kind of like Scanovo, whatever they call. What's the case is called?
Scanovo like, case, yeah, Scanovo.
Yeah, they're just a Scanovo case with a disc in. They're not anything particularly special with their presentation.
I think it depends on the release, because a lot of the older releases before they made it over to the UK, like I have you heard of the film Eyes Without a Face? I think it's 1960. It's like a French horror film. It's a fantastic film, but they released that over there in like, I want to say it was like between 2012 and 2015, and it's like a massive like 40-50 page book that comes with it, really well thingied and everything. And although it's got the Scanovo case, it's got a new 4K restoration. The film looks gorgeous. It's got tons of bonus features, and I think it's more to do with like the attention and detail that they put into these like massive films that really wins most people off for Criterion, which is kind of like exactly what Arrow do now, but for the like horror B-movie cult audiences.
Yeah.
Really. So I think I prefer Arrow in terms of the library, because they just kind of cater more towards what I'd like Exorcist 3, The Thing, Candyman, stuff like that, like great B-movies or just great horror films in general. But then with Criterion, you've got a lot of like Oscar-worthy films, like high acclaimed like art house films, and then they release Godzilla. It's a really odd inclusion, because it's like you were saying before with the Oscars, where they kind of shun like horror. I can't speak. Where they shun horror films and stuff, but they'll like pay attention to loads of these like really big like high Academy Award winning film, but they'll never like nominate Godzilla. That's why I find it so strange that Godzilla entered the Criterion collection. It does deserve to be there, of course, but I'm glad they basically have a release for it now with all of the Showa era films and everything. But it was just such an odd film to be in the Criterion collection, considering the films it's surrounded by, like these high art films, you know?
Yeah, I get that. Totally get that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking up a certain person because someone's asked a question here, and I didn't know who it was at first, but I've just looked up his filmography. I'm like, okay. I'm just looking at his. So basically, Jack says he only found the hidden compartment in the Lone Wolf and Cub 2 weeks ago, but he's had it for 2 years. He found the hidden compartment last week. After having it for 2 years.
It makes me kind of want to go through some of my other like Criterion, see if they've hidden stuff there.
Lauren says, "I love that Criterion sale. I have spent way too much." I mean, I relate. I swear, I wish I had the money a lot of these people, a lot of you guys had, man, because I'd go crazy. I think I went a bit crazy on the Arrow sale, but there's always a point where you've got to stop, right? Because you just keep buying shit. Yeah. I spent a good part of 100 quid on the Arrow sale. That's on and off of the Arrow website. That's like I picked up the Guyver off of HMV because it's the only place that had the Guyver. I wanted the Guyver. I picked up a bunch of cheap brand new Arrow titles off of eBay and stuff like that. So I went a bit everywhere, but I spent a good part of 100 quid.
At least you got some good films.
17 titles, man. Right, this is the guy. This is the comment. I was just looking him up because I'm just useless. This is why I've been useless at a quiz. They'll go, right, Jason, you're a hack. You know nothing about films. Get out. All right, I'm gone. See you later. Because I've never said that I'm an expert on films. I just enjoy films, you know.
Yeah.
So James Bishop asked, "What's your favorite John Hughes movie?" So I've had to look at his fucking his filmography. There's a lot here that I like. Home Alone's great.
I think for me, it's weird. Have you seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
No.
Oh, have you seen The Breakfast Club? Have you seen The Breakfast Club?
No.
Oh. Okay. Right. Please pick up Ferris Bueller and The Breakfast Club.
This is why people are like, "You're a hack."
No. Honestly, one of my Ferris Bueller's Day Off is like, honest to God, one of my favorite films ever. I watched it on repeat as a kid, over and over and over again. Love that film, but as I've grown older, I kind of prefer The Breakfast Club. I think that would probably be my pick. The Breakfast Club.
He's done some great family films. So like, I'm looking at his filmography. Home Alone, I love Home Alone. Beethoven, I love Beethoven. Home Alone 2, I love Home Alone 2. Oh my God. One of my favourite films as like a kid, Baby's Day Out. Fucking love Baby's Day Out. What a great little family film.
I've never seen it.
It's ridiculous, right? It's basically about this rich family and this robber's steal their baby and ask for loads of money. But the baby just like keeps getting out of their hands and they keep losing the baby in ridiculous scenarios. It's great. Yeah. It's a great family comedy. I love it. I kind of love that film.
Sounds fun.
I kind of want it on Blu-ray now. Oh, it's so.
Pick up the Blu-ray.
And the baby in it is like the cutest baby ever, but he's like well cheeky as well. He's just like he knows he's messing up these robbers by doing what he does. It's cutely hilarious. Like I don't know.
It sounds like a fun film.
That's a throwback. That is, wow. 1994 came out as well. He done Miracle on 34th Street. That's a great Christmas movie. Oh, Flubber. That's not so good. Oh, Flubber's awful.
Flubber. I forgot that film existed.
Okay, so by the way, he didn't direct all these films. He was he worked on them in some fashion, like executive producer or the writer. But yeah,
I think Breakfast Club would probably be my vote for John Hughes, like directorial films. I think I'd say. Yeah.
Anyway, that was cool to go through that for a little bit. But yeah. Sorry, I was looking at like my screen, like, oh, look at the list. Lauren says both of those battle royale sets are so nice. I've got the Arrow one coming this month.
Yes. So excited for it.
I'm still. If I didn't have the Godzilla set coming out of my, charging me, and I didn't have the Urban Legend set coming out, I would have got it. But £60 is so much money when I've already got it. I don't know, it's a lot of money to spend when I've already got it.
Well, I think the main thing is with the new Battle Royale set, it's like is it a new 4K restoration on the Blu-ray discs as well? I can't remember if it's a new restoration on the discs or is it the same transfer as this one here. Like, was this a scan? It doesn't actually say. Oh, it just says a brand new restored transfer, high definition transfer, because it might be the same scan. Because I'm picking it up just because it's a 4K release, the Battle Royale one. But I don't know if it's a new scan on the standard Blu-ray release. Because if it is, then
so the company that released this are called Contentsgate.
Okay.
And it's a Korean release, like I said.
Yeah.
When did it come out? I don't think it's telling me when it really was released. But I don't know.
Yeah, the main thing is, you've watched it. Does the image quality look good to you on that release?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Like, as long as you've got the films, because it's so expensive. That's the only thing about some of these Arrow releases. Because I know there's a few collectors out there who just kind of look at the Arrow like re-releases, and I love Arrow as a company, but they are kind of re-releasing a lot of titles they've already released before. Bird with a Crystal Plumage, Demons 1 and 2, stuff like that. This
does make me wonder, like, because like I don't understand why they're re-releasing stuff they've already released. Because did you hear the news that the Hut Group had bought.
Oh, they've bought. Yeah, Zavi have
not
bought.
they,
Thingy.
Yeah, they haven't bought Arrow. They've bought a
It's like
controlling
75% or something, isn't it?
So they've got control basically, and the death of Arrow Academy was a. To me, it looks like it. Oh, that's a sign of like. I'm not really sure where Arrow is going to go in the future.
Yeah.
And the fact they've announced a lot of repeat releases tells me that, and the fact that we've got big Hollywood budget films like Pitch Black and RoboCop,
Tremors as well.
Tremors, maybe they're going to go more mainstream.
I think it's weird because I don't know what's going to happen now, because I know that Arrow Academy, you know the art cards that come in some of the packages, they had some really big releases that were Arrow Academy only, and now that Arrow Academy isn't a thing, I'm like, is that going to be Arrow Video? Because two that really stick out to me, Inglourious Bastards by Quentin Tarantino is getting a Arrow Academy release, or was going to, and The Wolf of Wall Street was going to get an Academy release, but like, that's like, they're really big films, you know, and it's to see those in the Arrow Academy line, like, I'd love to see like a new release if it's a 4K restoration, but I kind of don't want Arrow to dip from the cult and the horror and the, for lack of a better term, the schlock that they release now, because it's great. Like, you see something like
it's their identity as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what they started on. Like, because when you think of Arrow, like the initial releases, you think stuff like the Dawn and Day of the Dead sets, don't you? You think of like those. They're what kind of introduced people. Like the Battle Royale set that came out like 2012 or something. And then now they're just kind of releasing the bigger budget films, and it's kind of like you said, it's not really what people went to them for. Yeah.
It really bugs me that I don't have Night of the Living Dead as a windowed Arrow edition to go next to my Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead sets. I'm just like, why?
Do you know what the most confusing part about that is? Night of the Living Dead is in the public domain, so anybody can release it. So I don't know why they didn't release it when they released those other two. Because it's like anyone, because it's in the public domain, like I could make a Blu-ray of it right now and sell it. So I don't know why. Like, it would have been a great opportunity. They could have done like a triple, like a trilogy of it almost. I don't know. I think that was kind of like a missed opportunity for Arrow, unless it wasn't in the public domain then. And then I'm an idiot.
I've got a cool video dropping tomorrow morning. It's Alex's Movie Corner. Do you know Alex's channel?
I think I'm subscribed to him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's obviously way past 300, but he's just the other day he announced his 300 subscriber competition.
Yeah.
And it's about what film surprised you the most. And I've got my pick's pretty interesting because it's George A. Romero related.
Okay.
And it might surprise people.
I want to say. Okay, I'm gonna try and guess. Okay, give me a clue. Is it early Romero or later Romero?
It's definitely late in his career, Romero.
I haven't seen much late. Is it Land of the Dead?
No.
Okay. Is it one of the Dead films? Because I haven't seen any past Land. Okay. I know there's Survival and Diary.
Yeah.
Is it one of those two?
Yeah, it's one of those two, yeah.
Is it Survival?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
Video.
I'm sorry for spoiling
But basically, like, the whole point of me doing that is because I was really surprised by that film because not many people really rate the second Dead trilogy that much.
I've never seen any of them before, so I'm not too sure on like the consensus on them overall.
So
but I've always been interested.
So for me, Land of the Dead is a fairly okay, mediocre zombie film. It's all right. I can put it on and be fairly entertained, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Diary of the Dead is dog shit. Don't waste your time.
Okay.
It's really bad. It's so bad. I didn't like it at all. Survival of the Dead, it's got a really cool idea to it. I don't want to go into it unless you want to watch it. But it's just a really... I was surprisingly entertained from start to finish.
Yeah.
So, even though people say the second trilogy is awful, but I was like...
Which is the one that John had? Because John has one of those with the slipcover, doesn't he? I think he was talking about it in his slipcase videos. Does he have Diary or Survival of the Dead? Or am I thinking of something else? Like one of the lenticular covers. I don't know if you've seen that video from John.
I think it was Survival of the Dead, yeah.
It might have been Survival. It had a really cool, like, lenticular cover where it kind of had, like, two different pieces of art, and, like, one of them with the zombies and the other with the humans, I think. It was so cool. So cool.
Yeah, it looks cool. Like, I'm jealous of his slips. His slip.
He's got some
film
amazing slips. He's got the Crimes of Passion one. I really want that. I've not even seen the film. I just want it. You know, the like soft touch one. I think it is. It's like in the running for like one of his favorite ones. It's like the neon-y one. I don't know if you remember which one I'm on about. I love that slip. I really want it.
Lachlan Ashton's in the chat. Hello, Lachlan. Nice to see you in the chat, my friend. He's asked, "What's your favourite Takeshi Kitano film?" Unfortunately, I've only seen one, and that is Battle Royale.
I like to
Kill me in the comments.
I'm trying to think. I'd probably have to say Battle Royale too. I've not dived into his films enough. I'm gonna Google something just to make sure I'm right, because if I'm wrong here, I don't want to make myself look like a tit. But I'm gonna see, because I might have an answer. I'm
looking as well. I'm gonna look as well.
Yes. Okay, so this is a film I saw when I was really, really young. Granted, I have not seen it since I was about like 10, 11 years old. Don't know why I saw it at such a young age. But, Zatoichi or Zatoichi? I don't know how you pronounce it, but this film, it came out in 2003.
Blind Swordsman, right?
Yeah, The Blind Swordsman. Oh my god, the lighting. I'm sorry. But yeah, I saw this film when I was really young, and I remember it being fantastic. Yeah, it came out 2003. I have a Blu-ray of it. I need to give it a rewatch, but I'd probably say that's my go-to, but I haven't seen too many to really, get an answer for, unfortunately.
There is a trilogy set that I want, which has Violent Cop, Boiling Point, and Sonatine.
Is that the BFI one, like with the blue case and everything?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I just know
that
that
I know BFI released a collection. Yeah, I need to get into more of his work. I have a few from Third Window Films, like one of the Arrow labels. What was it? Fireworks and Kids Return, I think one of them's called. But I haven't seen them, I don't think. But yeah,
yes.
Zatoichi or Zatoichi, I'm not good at pronunciation, me. But that film I remember being really good.
Undead Six says, "I know, right? I've got so many great pickups coming, but they are all pre-orders, so it's a waiting game. Luckily, next month we usually get a bonus at my workplace, so fingers crossed." Awesome.
This month for pre-orders is scary for me. I was gonna keep it as a surprise for videos, and I was kind of gonna make one big one, and I was just gonna be like the video to end pickup videos type thing. But I think I can't wait. Okay, is everyone ready? So I've got Battle Royale, Donnie Darko, the new Black Label release, Spookies. I've never seen it, but I know it's a Vinegar Syndrome port, kind of like Tammy and the T-Rex. I've got an order from Second Sight, because have you seen Raw? Like the film Raw, the cannibal film from 2017? So good. Oh, it's so good. I've got an old Blu-ray of that, actually. Oh, it's so good. But I've got that coming with some Second Sight releases. And then finally, I've got Irreversible coming from not Second Sight, Indicator. Have you seen Irreversible?
If you remember today, John put up a video on Monday Favorite Movies about films he won't be in his collection, or won't watch, I suppose.
Is it there?
Irreversible is one film that I just don't want to watch.
Irreversible,
because I know enough about it. Like, this is not for me.
I'm Irreversible. Oh, it's a film.
When a film gets really brutally rapey, I don't want to know. I know we've spoke about films like Clockwork Orange, which I love. I love that film. But when a film is like 20 minutes is fixed on a rape sequence, I'm out. I don't want to be a part of that.
The thing about Irreversible for me is it's directed by Gaspar Noé, who did Climax, Enter the Void, and I kind of watched almost all of his other films prior to seeing that one. Oh, the light. But I kind of watched all of them first because like you said, I know about the infamy, behind Irreversible and kind of what it's known for. And I was very kind of intimidated by that film. And I was like, it sounds horrible. And then I watched the film and I think it's a fantastic film. But that one sequence there is, honest to God, one of the most horrific things I've ever seen in my entire life. Which is why I would probably watch the film again while skipping that sequence, because I have the context behind that sequence. I don't need to see that sequence, but I think the rest of the film and how it's actually made and the performances are so good. It's got Vincent Cassel, I think, from La Haine, and it's just such a fantastic film. And the way it's told, do you know how the film's told, like how it's told, like the story and everything?
It's not necessarily in chronological order.
No, it's like it's played in reverse. So the ending is how the film starts, and it kind of takes you on these sequences in reverse. But on the indicator release, there's the straight cut, which is essentially a chronological cut, and I'm kind of curious to see if that would work, because obviously the film is kind of centered around like playing all of the sequences in reverse, and you kind of see the aftermath of all of the actions before the the big scene, and that's like quite close to the end of the film, but in reality it happens very early on in the timeline of the film. I think it's a fantastic film, but it's definitely not for everyone. It's brutal.
Yeah, I've seen like the fire extinguisher scene.
Oh, that scene
where he beats the guys. But like my friend was talking, because my friend's I wouldn't say he's a fan of the film, but he respects the film for what it is.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Because he did film studies. He had to watch that in part of his film studies class. That's brutal. That sounds like a hard task.
A bit. You're just a bit.
But yeah, he said that they're talking about editing and cuts and the invisible cut. So he says during that sequence, as he goes to hit the guy in the face, there's a cut that is so masterfully done. You don't see it happen, where it goes from a real person to a dummy, and you see
I didn't even
beat their face in. That's a brutal scene as well.
Scene. It's horrific. Yeah, I think the camera work in that film too. Oh,
the thing is, like, my mate spoiled the revelation that the guy killed the wrong person or something like that. I was like, oh fuck! Like, is that a spoiler? Is that a major spoiler?
Kind of, but people didn't hear it. Pretend they did. It's okay. But it's a fantastic film. But it's not one that I'm going to be rushing to rewatch every week. It's not Tammy and the T-Rex.
So, would you still recommend it? Even though I told you that I'm a bit uncomfortable with rapey. It's really hardcore rape scene. It's like brutally.
It is. I think the one thing is, it's not. Like, I don't want to say it's not gratuitous. That's not the one thing. It's a horrific sequence, but the main thing is the rest of the film is so kind of flashy in its portrayal of like all of a sequence of events, because it's got. Have you seen any of the other Gaspar Noé films? Like, have you seen Enter the Void? Okay, so Enter the Void is kind of like, it doesn't have a traditional filmmaking style. It's almost like we're like a bird's eye view, and we're kind of like overlookers. Like, kind of, it's just the camera's kind of always like floating about, but it doesn't feel like a traditional film.
Some of my friends that have seen Irreversible say that they asked me how I am with certain camera motions and stuff like that, because because one friend was like, it's very disorientating when versus it's a combination of way the camera moves and the soundtrack makes it very
The thing with the soundtrack, there's a sign, like a signing noise going through the first act, and it's kind of, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's essentially a frequency which is it kind of causes anxiety, like if it's played at the right level. So if you have like a really good sound set up and everything, and you play it at like the perfect volume, it will literally cause like anxiety in you and like this feeling of dread, which I hate, but I kind of love, because it makes you kind of feel exactly in the element. I think it's a fantastically crafted film, but it's so kind of hard to recommend, and it's like a film that I don't know if I could recommend to many people, but I, like your friend, I appreciate it. I respect it for what it is, but it's not necessarily a fun film to watch. It's a hard sell. It's a very hard sell.
It's really crazy, because I get when I explain to people, there's one film that is my favorite film of all time. You know the film I'm talking about, Godzilla 1954. I explain that film as, it's not a fun film to watch. It's dark, it's bleak, it's apocalyptic. You have children losing their parents in some of the most horrendously heart-wrenching moments of the film. It's it tells the story of the people, the terror and the suffering that the people go through. It's a very human film. So when I tell people Godzilla 94 is a horror film, I mean it in every single way. It is not fun to watch, but I love it for so many reasons.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the things, because I've been watching, like, a lot of my favorite films of all time are kind of films that I can't really say, oh yeah, it's a really fun time, because you look at something like The Hunt that I was going back to before, that is in my top 10 of all time. I think it is perfectly acted. It's like one of the most important films ever in terms of the message it has, but I wouldn't say it's like a fun experience. I wouldn't say it's a film that I could like throw on at any time. You kind of have to be in the mood for it, in the same way that I've heard Godzilla's like, and also Dancer in the Dark, the one with Bjorkin. Again, another film that is fantastically acted, like all of the technical elements are there and everything, but it takes a chunk out of you, you know, when you're watching it, like an emotional toll almost. So it's kind of like, I can't go and like rewatch that 8 times in a week or something.
There was 2 films I think I spoke about this to John when he was on last week. There was 2. I went to a festival. This is about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Went to Blockbuster festival. I met a guy there, and we got really friendly and stuff, and we hung out and saw bands together. But we both kind of connected with horror films, and I love for horror films. And he recommended 2 films. He recommended Inside, also known as L'Intérieur, because it's French, and also Martyrs. And he explains Martyrs. I'm going to get on to Martyrs in a minute. He says, he goes to me, Inside is really fucking nasty and a horrible film. It's good, but it's horrible. And he goes, but Martyrs made my soul weep. I feel like I lost something watching Martyrs. I was like, do I really want to watch these films? So I watched Martyrs, right? See, Martyrs, people go, it is horrible. It's horrifically bad. It's really hard to watch. It's not fun. It's not fun to watch. But I was never affected like a lot of people watching Martyrs. I think Martyrs is another kind of torture porn film that tries to be really pretentious and tries to show that it's got deeper meaning than it really has. And I didn't think it was very good.
The thing is, I watched it and I enjoyed it in the moment, but the more I think about it, it kind of falls apart for me, because I really appreciate how extreme Martyrs is, but like you said, it's trying to say it's got a bigger message when really it kind of falls apart, and it doesn't really have much to say other than here's grotesque imagery and people being skinned alive and stuff, but I don't think it has much to say. And from what I've heard, Inside, which I haven't seen but I've heard of, is horrible. Like, I've heard it's absolutely traumatic. I'm
gonna get into Inside, right? So Inside is my favorite modern era horror film ever.
Oof,
it is excellent at everything it does. It is the greatest home invasion film ever made, in my opinion, of course.
Jeez, that's some pretty high acclaim.
So the film centers around a girl. It's just before Christmas. She's in a car. She's pregnant. They have a car crash. The car crash kills her husband. So now she's a widow. She's a pregnant widow due for birth. So her baby's due at Christmas Eve, right? It's not a Christmas film. It doesn't have anything you wouldn't even think is a Christmas film by its aesthetic or anything. It's just they just say, oh, it's Christmas Eve. Unlike films like Die Hard, where they've got loads of Christmas, music and connotations to Christmas, Inside has no Christmas connotation other than that dialogue. It's Christmas Eve. Your baby's due now, kind of thing. But the film's about, she gets a knock on the door late on Christmas Eve. A woman's like, please, I need your help, blah, 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 blah. I need to use your phone, please, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, obviously she's on her own. She's pregnant. She's like, sorry, I can't help you. Please go away. That woman proceeds to break into her house. And the film takes place in her house. It's in one location. Yeah. So basically, the rest of the film is this crazy woman that's broken into this pregnant woman's house. Her aim is to cut out this woman's baby for her and take it for her own. Jesus, and that's all I'm gonna say. It's the most exhaustingly brutal film I've ever seen in my life. And at the end, I was literally sweating. I was exhausted. And there's one bit towards the end of this film that I rewatched it with a friend. So I was like, mate, you've got to see. There's one scene in this film that I generally cannot watch because it makes me physically sick. Now,
Jesus
there's
Christ.
bear in mind, there's not a lot of violence that makes me feel nauseous. But there's one scene, there's one specific scene in this film that makes I got to look away. I can't watch it. I can't even listen to it. I've got to put my fingers in my ears because the sound of it is disgusting.
Yeah.
But to me, the film is an absolute masterpiece. It is.
Yeah.
But again, it's the most brutal, the most intense, mean-spirited, nasty film I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh,
that sounds.
But I recommend it to everybody. It's.
Yeah.
I finished it. The credits. And it's one of the only films I can remember where I watched the whole credits in silence. Because I'm like that.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, that sounds painful, but like in a good way. Like it sounds like a genuine horror film. You know, like something that actually affects you. Like one sequence that kind of got to me in terms of like particular like grotesque violence. Although now it doesn't bother me so much. Have you ever seen the film Bone Tomahawk?
Yes, I didn't like that film, but it has one of the most brutal kills in any film, mate.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That was like the line for me, and I was like, did I? Oh, like the film itself, I can't remember too much about apart from that one sequence. And I was
I have a lot of issues with that film. You know, it's got like a 92% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's got very highly acclaimed. I think the acting's great. I think Kurt Russell is great in that film. Typical awesome bearded Kurt Russell, as he should be. Yo, let's be frank. Kurt Russell without a beard is no Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Kurt Russell
with no beard doesn't count. Hell, like I like that film. I don't love that film. Is that fair?
Yeah. No, yeah, I get that too. It's like out of have you seen any of the other films from that director, S. Craig Zula? Brawl in Cell Block 99 and Dragged Across Concrete is another one. Out of the three films, I think it's his weakest, Bone Tomahawk. I think his other two films kind of go for completely different things, but they work better. Like, I think you'd probably like Brawl in Cell Block 99. It's like a throwback to, like, Grindhouse Midnight movies. Like, it's got Vince Vaughn in like, a serious role. And essentially, he goes to prison, and I don't even want to say too much about it, kind of, but it's like a prison drama action film, but it's got brutal violence, like absolutely like bone crunching brutal, like that. Oh, it's horrible, but it's a really fantastic film.
Yeah, so going back to Bone Tomahawk, the issues I have is that I felt nothing happened for the 75% of the first 75% of the movie.
It is a very slow-paced film, yeah.
But it was just walking and dialogue. There wasn't much in terms of narrative there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like even on the Blu, because I had it on Blu-ray, but I stole it because I didn't like it. But it was like like one of the quotes was like an epic, brutal cannibal western horror. I was like, that sounds amazing. I've got to watch it. And there's not really any horror until the last 25 minutes of the film.
No, I wouldn't say so. I'd say
nothing
it's like
really
a Western,
happens in my opinion. Nothing. I just feel like nothing happens for like most of the film until they meet the cannibals at the end.
Yeah, I think it has like the introductionary setup of the cannibals, but then the kind of absent for, like you said, like the majority of the movie. So I can't remember too much about it, but that one sequence towards the end just sticks with me. It's like it's a great scene in an otherwise kind of bland and forgettable film. Like it's a memorable scene, I'd say.
Yeah, people. I'm just gonna put context on this scene because it has to be shared because it's fucking gnarly. So in people in the chat, context in this scene. So in this scene, the main characters all get captured. Then the cannibals choose one guy. They string him upside down. He's butt naked, and then they wishbone him from the groin down and spill his intestines all over the place. It is the most brutal thing. Like I watched it, I was just like, oh God. I was like, oh.
It's horrible. The sounds that it makes when they're I can hear it. I can hear it in my head. It's disgusting.
See that I was like, oh, that's brutal. Like kind of like almost a chuckle in my throat there because that's the kind of like, Joe, when something's brutal, you're like, oh,
it's so bad, but it's funny. Well, not funny, but it's so bad that it kind of gets that kind of like nervous laugh out of you type.
See
of thing.
that's the reaction I had for that kill, but that's inside. I'm just like, I can't. No.
Yeah.
No.
I think
No.
from
No.
I don't
No.
I don't know exactly how the scene in Inside goes, and I'm kind of glad about that because I want to go in blind. But the thing is, I think any film which has real portrayals of violence that feel more real and authentic kind of get to me way more than some in Bone Tomahawk, which is like gross, but it doesn't feel realistic. It doesn't feel like that's gonna happen.
This is why, right? So I really appreciate you've sent me Possessor, right? I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for that, by the way.
Oh, no problem, honestly.
But I'm nervous because I've heard the violence is horrifically realistic. So I'm nervous.
It is very, very.
I'm
gory.
nervous. I'm nervous to watch that film. It looks amazing. Like the whole concept is incredible to me.
Yeah, I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. But the gore.
I watched the first 5 minutes where the black girl kills their dude.
That scene is fantastic.
I'm like, okay, how many times are you stabbing this fucking? Oh my god! I just.
That's not even the worst kill in the film. That's
yeah, I know. I've not heard like spoilers, but I've heard that it's like almost like look away brutal. Like you know, it will test your eyes.
It's mean spirited and nasty. Like that's how I'd describe the violence. It's very mean spirited. But I kind of like that about it. I think it's much better than Brandon Cronenberg's other film, Antiviral, I think it was called. I wasn't too huge on that, but I did like Possessor. I did. See,
it's funny because now you said that, I generally assumed that Possessor was his debut.
No, he made one more film. I think he's only ever made two. The other one, Antiviral, came out either 2012 or 2015. It was a few years. I think it's on Amazon Prime. I might be wrong though. It might be on Prime Video. But yeah, Possessor is just, it's kind of, I don't even want to say anything because I kind of want you to go into it, like just experience it for yourself, but it's a brutal film.
We are officially 1 hour and 22 minutes behind the chat.
Oh god, speed round? Let's do a speed round. I feel bad for all people who've been commenting.
So Undead 6 says, I also still have to order one or two more tickets to All the Love of Horror 2021. I'm sorry, I don't know what it is, but I need to move on.
I've never heard of that, no.
Oh my god, it's a good question. What was the best decade for film? See, now, I'm just going to go in on a limb here. I just think it depends what films you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because like, you know, if you say horror, I'd say the 80s maybe. But if you say Asian cinema, the early 2000s were awesome for Asian cinema.
Yeah.
It all depends on what you're asking, because a best decade for all films is impossible to answer. It's an impossible question.
I'd say I have two answers. I can only give two answers. I'd probably say the 70s and the 80s. I think the 70s and the 80s are kind of where everything kind of like, in terms of like some of my favorite films like Eraserhead, a lot of the David Lynch films, and more importantly a lot of horror films, they're kind of like my favorites are like Alien and The Thing, and they all came around about that time, all of the David Lynch films. I'd say the 70s and the 80s are probably the best decades. I couldn't pick one, no, I couldn't. That's a hard question.
I would also elaborate on those choices, because I think I agree with you. And if you're looking on what those decades did for film, they really pushed the envelope on what you could show in films as well.
Absolutely,
really pushed the envelope.
Because you think of like the 60s and stuff with like Psycho and Eyes Without a Face, and like things like horror. It's like the first time like Psycho is the first film with a toilet flushing in, for example, and you think about how effective the bathroom sequence, the shower sequence in Psycho was at the time, and it still is effective today. But then you look at like the 70s, and then you get like The Exorcist and something like that. Late 70s, you've got Alien, you've got The Thing in the 80s, Halloween, of course, Black Christmas, another like incredibly influential.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
How could I forget Texas Chainsaw, one of the best horror films of all time? I could talk about that film for hours.
I'm not much of a fan, but you know, I digress.
No,
I prefer the sequel.
I love
that sequel.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is one of the best sequels ever. It's nothing like the original, but I love it for that. It's a great horror comedy.
Thing is, Toby Hopper, what's his name? Toby.
I think it's Tobe or Toby Hooper.
Toby Hooper, yes, yeah. He even said that. He he basically made Texas Chainsaw Massacre as a black comedy, but no one got the comedy.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he hammed it up in number 2.
Oh, it's fun.
I
Chop
love number 2. Yeah.
Top bloody Bill Moseley. Oh, I love it. The thing is, with the first film, I love how kind of minimalistic it is in terms of its approach. Because did you ever hear that he wanted that film to be like a PG? Because there wasn't like any real gore in the film, no swearing, violence, drugs, nudity, anything like that. So he always thought, oh, if I don't add any of that, I'll get like a PG rating in America and the UK. And then it was banned here for like 15 years because it was so like, it's like the implication of the horror in that film is what really gets to me. I think it has like the ending shot to the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre might be my favorite ending shot in any film. I think it's so kind of raw and it's fantastic. But Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2 is such a fun like horror comedy, and I think it's like the more I don't want to say light-hearted, but it's just so comical. Like Dennis Hopper in that film with his like 2 chainsaws, and he goes to like fight Leatherface in a chainsaw battle. I'm like, this is amazing. Oh, I love it.
The only thing I don't like about number 2 is Leatherface is a bit too sexed up, isn't he? He's all like,
yeah, that I don't like the initial scene with him with the main girl in the the DJ room, like the radio station where he's got the chainsaw. I don't like that scene at all. I think it's kind of gross. But you could cut that out. And
I've not seen any other. I've seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1, 2, and the remake. I've not seen any others.
I think the remake's kind of overhated. I do kind of like the remake for what it is. I don't think it's great, but it's good.
I think Leatherface in that film is terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is terrifying in that. I like the look of that film as well. I like the look of it. I think it looks good.
It's a good remake. It's a very good remake. It's kind of like a remake that works really well as kind of introducing a new audience to the film if they're not really gonna. Because I think the issue with the first film is it's so hard to find for a very long time because it had no real distributors for a long time, and it was like banned until like the late 90s over here in the UK. So it was kind of. The 2003 remake's really good for kind of new audiences to kind of go in and experience that film, but I do prefer the original, but I do think it's a really competent remake.
The remake for me, it has one of I think it's one of the greatest shots in a film. Like that's a bit exaggerated, but I just think I love the shot. The girl where she blows her brains out.
Yes, in the car and it goes through. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Like from the back, it goes from the back through her mouth. Oh no, it goes from her mouth outwards. I think. Yeah,
it's a fantastic shot.
Like what?
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I had that job. Like, think of really cool shots. How about going? You follow the bullet through her head and out back of the head, like. Who thinks up this shit? Like, fuck me.
I remember John mentioning in one of his videos. I can't remember if he named the film, but there was like a Dario Argento. No, it was in the last stream actually. I think where he was talking about that shot, the Dario Argento shot, where it's like someone peeking through like a keyhole or something. Do you remember? Like, I can't remember what film he was talking about, but that sounds like such a creative shot as well. It might have been from Opera. I can't remember, but I love creative shots like that kind of just. They feel like no one's done them before, It feels like a kind of first time experience thing.
It's like Demons, right? I love Demons. I love that film so
Demons
much.
Fantastic.
And I remember I only saw it like a year ago. I saw it very recently, just put it that way. And when the first transformation happens and you get the human teeth falling off, and that's a wonder of practical effects, man.
Oh, it's amazing. It's unreal.
Like wow, like it. To me, I liken that to the American Werewolf in London. I liken those two transformations as mind-blowingly good.
Unreal. Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. It's like it's crazy as well. I know it's not a Dario Argento directed film. I know he produced it and everything and wrote it. But the thing with Demons is for someone who didn't really work in transformation gory horror type films, he did a really good job of overseeing a film like that, really, and he's one of the best transformations in film, I'd say. And I also love the poster artwork for Demons, like the initial shot, where they're coming out of the room with the blue light in the background and everything. I love that shot. It's fantastic, like the original poster artwork.
Yeah, it's the reverse on the arrow, isn't it?
Love it.
Yeah. Demoni. Is it Demoni?
Demoni. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So good.
What I love about that film as well, it took me when I first saw it, it took me by surprise. is that the blonde girl from the beginning doesn't survive. She becomes a demon at the end. Like,
Yeah,
I
love
liked
that.
spoilers, but I liked it where it's like the actual it's the man, it's the love interest that wins. He's the badass. I'm like, but he doesn't really show that until halfway through the film. You know, it's really cool.
Can we talk about the best character in that film though? The pimp, Tony the pimp. I think, like the pimp guy, he is the best character in that film. I love him. He spoilers, he dies way too soon. I wish he was the lead character. He's my favorite in that film. He's just so he's so funny. I love him. I love Demons. Such a fun film.
Yes, it's really good. I won't say much about the sequel. I don't like the sequel.
I didn't mind it, but I can't remember much about it.
It's funny because I always rag on people that own films I don't like. I don't understand the point, but I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I own Demons too. But I only, like I said, I only own Demons 2 because I'm trying to get the Dario Argento films.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's one of them. So yes, it's the only reason is for completion, director
completionist.
Yeah, I'm only planning to get the films he directed though. So
yeah,
but I've got quite a few of them now already. I don't really know how far to take it because a lot of them, there's some you can't get on Blu-ray, but I only want Blu-rays, so it's going to be a bit awkward. But
I'd say,
see.
I think I've got Opera.
I've got Opera, I've got Suspiria, I've got Bird with the Crystal Plumage. That's one of the recent ones off the Arrow sale that I bought.
You know what's a good
Tenebrae, I've got Deep Red, I've got fuck's sake, what's it called? Phenomena. Got that
Phenomena's
one as well.
good. You know,
I think I've got all the Arrow Dario Argento films.
Yeah, I've got one recommendation, which is a film that kind of gets shit on a lot, and people really don't like it, but I kind of like it. Do you have Two Evil Eyes?
No, it's the only one that I need to get.
Yeah.
Well, I almost got it.
Release.
Yeah, I almost bought it. With the slip on eBay for a pretty good price, but I missed out, and now it's stupid money.
Yeah, I want the slip. I picked it up in a 2 for $15, I think, just the regular. It didn't come with the slip. I didn't know about the slip, and then I saw John's video. I was like, no.
Is there two films that are basically adapting the same source material? Isn't there? Cat O' Nine
Black
Tails.
Cat.
Yeah, Cat O' Nine Tails, which is Dario Argento, and you got Black Cat, which is Fulci, right? So they're the same kind of source material. They're adapting the same thing.
It's not the Cat O' Nine Tails. I think that's a completely separate film. It's just a separate film. But you've got the Fulci Black Cat film, which is the same story, the Edgar Allan Poe story that Argento adapted in Two Evil Eyes. But Two Evil Eyes is interesting because, do you know who else directed that film? Because it was like a collaboration. Half of the film is directed by Dario Argento, and the other half is George A. Romero. It was like a collaboration between both of them.
That makes me want to get it even more now. Thank you, Neil.
It's not a mind-blowing film. It's not a mind-blowing film, but it's a really fun film. I kind of prefer the Argento half because he has Harvey Keitel in. He's like the lead in that performance. I think if I'm getting it wrong and Romero directed it, I'm sorry, but the Black Cat sequence has Harvey Keitel as the lead, and he's so fun in that film. I love Harvey Keitel.
So the chat has all agreed with you that 70s and 80s were the two best decades.
Hey!
Literally everybody is going, yeah, 70s, 80s, yeah, same, yeah.
But I think they are the best.
I would agree that I think they did the most pushing film forward and what you can do in film and what
the most influential.
Yeah.
I think
because
without those, we wouldn't have some other films. Yeah.
Think about it, right? You had all these different grindhouse films that were made on tiny. Basically, especially the 70s. For me, the 70s was the rise of the indie film and how indie films can be made on pretty much fuck all and make loads of money.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like you look at I keep mentioning it, but Eraserhead. You know, the first film by David Lynch.
I've not seen that.
It's an amazing film, one of my favorite films of all time. He took, I think it took about 3 to 4 years for him to make it because he was like shooting it, you know, on and off. And originally, it was going to be a student film because he was like, he was a college or university for film, but he dropped out. I think it still ended up being a university film, but it was made on a budget of 10 grand, and it feels like it's like $1 million budget film, you know, because it just goes to show you can make a film on a microscopic budget as long as you've got a vision and you can kind of fulfill that vision. You can make anything you want. And it kind of, like you were saying, like the indie films that are like lower budget, you look at them now, and even though they don't have the highest budget, they have the biggest kind of influence. Like look at Night of the Living Dead, for example. Like that film wasn't made for much at all, but it's basically started the zombie trend, you know, one of the biggest trends in horror. So I think it's like, yeah, I completely agree with what you said about it's not really about the budget, it's just about the concept and the idea, really. Yeah. Sorry if I keep waffling, by the way.
This is a really great question by Jack from Physical Media Madness. He asks, what is your favourite movie tagline? Mine is Waspnado, they're gonna need a SWAT team. That's amazing.
That's an amazing one. I'm gonna have to be really generic, but Alien, in space, no one can hear you scream.
Yes, it's great. It's really
I
good.
think that might be one of my favourites. I'm trying to think. The what's the other one? There's The Mutilator. Have you seen The Mutilator, the Arrow release?
I almost got the Arrow release in the sale, but I found something else I wanted.
I'm gonna find the thing. It's like by pick, by axe. It's like a really corny tagline that I love. 1 minute. Mutilator. I'm gonna find it because I don't want to butcher it, but it's such a fun one. Yeah, so it's by sword. Oh, there we go. By sword, by pick, by axe, bye bye. I really like that one. I really like that.
There's one that obviously I'm a big fan of Critters, right? Have you seen the Critters?
I've never seen Critters. I've never seen them.
I really recommend the first 3.
Okay.
Have
they got Blu-ray releases over here?
No, there is a Scream Factory box set which I think is just gone out of print. It's gone up to about £85 on eBay. But there are Spanish, which I've got. I've got the Spanish Region B imports, which are about £20 a go on eBay or Amazon. Okay. So I recommend those. That's what I've got anyway. Yeah. Basically, Critters 3's tagline is I've always thought it was fair enough. He said first they destroyed a farm, then they terrorized the town. Now they're gonna do some real damage.
That's a great one.
I love it.
I'm trying to think of what the actual tagline is, but another one, I'm gonna have to Google it. But I know that have you seen The Social Network? I really love the tagline for that. I can't remember because
You'll realize I've not seen many films.
I've got so many recommendations.
Because I swear, like this whole seems like, have you seen this? No. Have you seen this? No. Have you seen this? No. Have you seen this? No.
I'm so sorry. Oh, but Social Network, great film. But I love the tagline. You don't get to 5 million friends without making a few enemies. Because at that point, there were like 5 million people on Facebook and whatnot. But the whole thing I love about The Social Network is it's not like a glorification of Mark Zuckerberg at all. If anything, it kind of makes him out to be like kind of a prick, and it's not like a puff piece that makes it out, oh, he's the greatest guy ever. It just makes him look kind of like a villain and like a prick, and I love that. So
is it a hit piece then?
No, not really. It's kind of like a character study almost, because it's directed by David Fincher, who did like Seven, Gone. I was gonna say Saw then, Gone Girl, Fight Club, stuff like that, and it's kind of just like it's kind of like a character study almost.
You can't forget Alien 3.
Oh, Alien 3 is kind of fun. I've grown on that film. That film's grown on me.
3. I love that film.
I've only seen it once. I love
that film. The assembly cut is the way to go, man. Like,
I've never seen the assembly cut. I really want to see it. I really want to see it. I do like Panic Room. Panic Room's good.
Not seen that. See?
Oh, so good.
Here we go. Not seen that.
But, yeah, Social Network is kind of like a character study on, like, a guy who's so, like, obsessed with himself almost, that he'll do anything to kind of win, because it takes place in so many cases, because it's like the invention and creation of Facebook, but then you've also got a lawsuit where his best friend and like a person who essentially helped him build Facebook is suing him, as well as somebody else is suing him. So it's like kind of law battles and like suit cases, like settlements and stuff that are going on at the same time as the creation. It's such a great film. I highly recommend it. But yeah, great tagline. I kind of went off on a tangent then.
Yeah, I don't know what else for taglines I would choose. Like, because favorite is a bit hard, really. I've always liked that Critters one because it's nostalgic and it's on the videotape I've got up right up the top of my shelf. You can't see. Yeah. I got Critters 2 and 3 on VHS on the top of the shelf. Just because Critters 3, the VHS artwork takes me back to when I was like 6 years old when I first saw that film. That's probably why I love Critters 3, because it was the first Critters film I saw.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the best film. Like, Critters 1 is still the best, and it's still my favourite in the franchise, but Critters 3 has got a little soft spot.
Like a soft spot, yeah.
Yeah. And I just think it's a fairly easy, watchable film as well, so there's that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad film. I think it's fairly entertaining.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
John makes a good point. He says, horror has always been frowned upon, but it's not easy to make a good horror film.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
I agree.
It's like a lot of horror films can kind of show you something that has been done before, but when you see one of those ones that's like kind of groundbreaking, influential, or is just really well made, it kind of stands above any like drama out there, really. You know, it can transcend other genres, like because I think you said it, like The Fly to you isn't really a horror film, it's like a romance film, I think you said in your tag
because a lot of that film is about their relationship and how his obsession with the teleportation thing is breaking that relationship apart, and then he makes the mistake of trying to do it because he's fed up of waiting around. He does it himself, and then that's when it becomes a complete body horror film. Yeah,
I think,
and it's like heartbreaking at the end. At the end, it's heartbreaking. Where
it's so sad.
She has to like put him out. I'm just like,
it's such a sad film.
Poor Fly, man. Poor Brundle Fly.
Rest in peace. Whenever film can kind of transcend that kind of whenever they can kind of transcend one genre and do something really well, it just stands above most other films, I think, like horror in particular.
Yeah. The thing is, I fairly like The Fly 2 as well. I don't think Fly 2 is bad at all. I think it's serviceable.
I've only ever seen the Cronenberg Fly. I need to see the others.
Yeah, it's pretty. Fly 2 is pretty. I'd say it's worth a watch. It's a serviceable sequel. There's just people talking amongst themselves. They're saying the jump scare thing is a bit dull. Yeah, that's my bane to my existence. The jump scare, because the jump scare is the cheapest fear tactic of all time.
Yeah, I think some films can do it well.
It's so easy to get someone to go, huh! You know, it's so cheap, and there are some great horror films that do it well.
Yeah.
I mean, like the original Alien's got jump scares in it, but they're really like the bit where the alien's all in the pipe.
Oh, in the tunnel,
his fucking hand comes out. You're like, fuck, you bastard! How dare you do that?
There are some jump scares out there which I think are fantastic, but it's only when they're like set up well, not when they're cheap. Like you look at something like The Nun. I don't know if you ever saw The Nun. That film. Oh, I fucking hate The Nun. I saw that in the cinema. It was so predictable. Like this isn't a spoiler. This is just every horror element in that film. So it starts out and it will have like creepy music. It will build up, and then some character will like look in a room. There'll be nothing there, but then the camera will pan around, and then there'll be a scary thing, get loud jump scare noise. That's every single horror sequence in that film. There is never a different point where it's like, oh, they do something creative. One of the most dog shit horror films ever. But you get something like I don't really love the film, but have you seen Insidious?
Yes, I love that film until the last half an hour.
Yeah, the last half an hour really
ruins the film.
Yeah, I'm not huge on the film, but you know the jump scare at the dinner table with like the Darth Maul looking. Oh, yeah. That's a great jump scare. Like that's a fantastic jump scare.
Because she looks up and he's there. I was like, because it's like literally like you blink and you miss it moment, right?
Yeah, it's
I
so
remember
fast.
I remember watching it. I think it was like in the middle of the night. It was like the worst time to watch a horror film like that. It was like the middle of the night. I was with a girlfriend who's now an ex-girlfriend from about 5 years ago. We were watching
Yeah.
it together, and she does it. It happens. I was just like, "What the fuck was that?" I was looking at my girlfriend, going, "What the fuck was that?" Like,
Yeah,
but
oh.
the whole revelation of what's happening to the boy in that film, I was like, "Really? That's a bit lame."
Yeah.
It took me out of the whole movie. There's one film that is, I think, the worst offender for jump scares.
Oh God, go on.
A film that I quite like, but the jump scares are just the worst part about it, which is Sinister.
Oh, Sinister. I kind of agree. Some of them are okay, but a lot of them are not. You know the lawnmower one, the lawnmower tape,
Oh,
where
that's
it's kind of
oh, it's horrible.
I think that's a fantastic jump scare. Like it's perfectly like executed, but some of the others just don't work for me. You know what is a film that kind of relies too much on these as well, kind of going to new horror. A film I really loved when I first saw it, but I kind of like it less and less the more I watch it, because it has those build-ups. The It remake, the 2017 It film, because it kind of has those like the loud violin crescendo, and then it kind of builds up. Nothing happens. Someone screams, like Pennywise screams and runs, and it's kind of like the same build up for all of the scares. I love the film itself, like I love the actual adventure and like the dynamic between the characters, but I think the jump scares in that film are so kind of predictable. But there's a few great horror sequences, like the have you seen It 2017? Oh no.
Oh no.
What's happened?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Hello. So according to my stream, that wasn't my internet, because
was this my internet?
I was still live. So
oh no,
you bastard!
No, what happened? What was I talking about? Oh no, it's crashed again. Oh wait, no, it's working.
No, it hasn't. Oh my god.
We were talking about Sinister, and then did you hear the film I mentioned after? Because if not, I can go back and say it again. Oh no, is it crashed again?
I've forgotten.
Okay, so It, you know the 2017 It film?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you were saying. Yeah.
I love It itself as like a film, like an adventure. I think it's more like an adventure film, really, because it's like seeing the kids like explore everything is great. But I don't like the horror in that film, because it has the crescendo build up where there's like violins. It's like, and then nothing happens, and then it's just a loud jump scare, and then someone like Pennywise running at the screen, and it kind of gets very repetitive. There's some great scares in that film, like the whole the sequence with the projector's great, and the refrigerator scene is great, but most of the jump scares and the actual horror in that film really annoys me, and it kind of makes it worse on rewatches. That's like one example of jump scares that don't work for me.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Also, you've frozen on my end.
Oh no!
There's just a picture. Oh, I'm gonna take a picture and send it to you. It's been like this the entire time. 1 minute.
You can hear me though, right?
I can hear you, which is perfectly fine. But yeah, it's just been frozen for like a minute. Oh. Anyway. Oh. Oh, you're back.
Am I dancing?
I can see you. Yeah, you're dancing. I can see you. Hey!
Fuck's sake.
Oh.
Fuck. Right. Where was we? I don't know. People, I'm just gonna skip through because a lot of people are. We're so behind in the comments. We're still getting comments from things we've already spoke about.
Yeah.
Jump scares, yeah. Undead Six says, I think you get something wrong about Clockwork Orange, Leon and Jason. The true message of the movie is that evil is evil, no matter how much you try to change it. The moment at the end where Alex walks out of the hospital and says, I was cured all right, he has this insidious smile on his face, and you just know that he's become even more twisted than before. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair
I,
enough.
I can yeah. I can see that. I in my what I watched last month video, which I uploaded about a week ago now. I actually kind of mentioned how the film is very much of like three halves, or not three halves, like three thirds, three halves. Because you've got the initial like 40 minutes of the film where it's very much just like Alex and the gang kind of committing these horrendous acts of violence, and then the second, like the middle portion of that film is kind of him getting rehabilitated and treated, as it were,
Cleansed.
Yeah, and then in the final like third of the film, it's kind of like replaying all of these events again. Like, you know, when he's like beating up the homeless person at the start of the film, and then the homeless person beats him up, and then he goes back to the house where the singing in the rain sequence went on. And I completely agree. I think I might have just said something then, like earlier when we were talking about that, but I do kind of agree. It is just kind of a statement on if someone's born evil, they're evil. Yeah, I completely agree with that.
The same as Michael Myers. There's no explanation for Michael
Oh,
Myers.
yeah.
He is just evil.
Just pure evil, the shape.
If you're Rob Zombie and you try to explain that there's something why, and you try to explain why he's evil, you don't understand the character. Rob Zombie.
I don't hate the Rob Zombie films. Sorry, I don't think they're good. I don't hate them though. They're very mean-spirited, which I like. I don't think they're anywhere near as good as the original film.
See,
I don't hate them.
I think the first Rob Zombie Halloween is fine. I just didn't care for them trying to explain why Michael was an evil person. Why he just went killing. I think that kind of is the worst part of that film. I think when it's Michael Myers as an adult going around killing, it's fine. Halloween 2, however, is a piece of dog shit.
I kind of prefer Halloween 2.
But it's like a glorified music video. It's awful.
I'll say the one reason why I kind of like it from what I recall. I love the opening 10 minutes, the hospital sequence. I think it's like a really genuinely solid horror opening. But I think the kind of like the effect that, like, I don't think it fully succeeds in what it's trying to do, but I kind of like Rob Zombie's attempt at kind of portraying like what PTSD would do to Laurie as a character, like Laurie Strode as a character. I appreciate what he was going for. I don't think he completely achieves it, and I don't think it's a great film, but I don't hate it like most people.
One of my biggest contentions, aside from it feeling like a really crazily edited music video, which that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Like, Laurie is the most unlikable character in that film. She's an absolute cunt. Lack of a better word.
I can understand. I can understand that. Yeah, I've got a question though. Did you watch the director's cut? Did you watch the director's cut?
No, because it's not available over here, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, is it not?
It's only available in the there's a Canadian double pack release.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen the director's cut.
The director's cut does improve the film. Like, it is an improvement. It gives him more of his vision. But all I will say is, if you didn't really love the original Halloween 2 or like it that much, I don't know if it would like completely change the film for you. But I do think it's more accurate and kind of goes a bit more in depth to what happened with Laurie. But I don't think they're anywhere near as good as the original trilogy. I think the original trilogy of films is fantastic. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, is so overhated. It's so overhated. People hate it.
I've not seen many Halloweens, if I'm honest with you. I've seen Halloween, the original, is a classic. Halloween 2 is pretty a decent sequel to the original. It's pretty good. And there is a fan that's made a supercut because it's technically both the first two films take place on the same night.
Yeah.
And there's a fan made supercut where it's one long film.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
It sounds wicked. I've not seen Halloween 3, but my friend Fraser, who I've just seen, is in the chat now. He's called Ramhammer on YouTube, but his name's Fraser.
Oh, yeah, Ramhammer.
He's a massive Halloween fan, and he hates Halloween 3. So I've not heard the best things of that film. I've not seen any of the sequels aside from the first two, the Rob Zombie remakes, 2 of them, and then I've seen the 2018 Halloween, which I really liked.
I like the 2018 film. I think the thing with Halloween 3 is it is not a Michael Myers Halloween film whatsoever. And I think I love what they were gonna go, because they were gonna try and make it like an anthology horror series. I do think that Michael Myers is one of the most interesting thing about the Halloween films. So I'm glad they kind of kept him going, as it were, to create like an iconic slasher character. But I love Season of the Witch. It's such a fun film. It's got like, it's so mean spirited. Like, it's got this horrible like corporation who are like essentially trying to kill kids with masks, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. I love it. And John Carpenter also did the score for Halloween 3, so amazing score as well. And he might have wrote it. I know he wrote the second film. He written the second film. I don't know if he did the third, but I do really like the third. But it's not like the first two films at all. But it's a really fun film.
I've not seen many of the Halloweens, and it's a case of like, I know that I'm gonna want to do a ranking in the future of them. Yeah. So I do play, but I would like to have them all physically at some point. But they're so difficult to get on Blu-ray physically.
You can only get the first, and then you can get like 4, 5, and 6. I think over here on Blu-ray it's some capacity, but you can't get 7, or you can't get H2O. I think you can get like 4 and 5 from, there's like a Anchor Bay or Stars released in the UK.
There's a really cool there's a really good it's Italian box set. Midnight
I've
Classics.
seen the Italian one.
Yeah,
that looks like a really
it's
good
like
set.
60 quid though, and I don't have that kind of money right now.
The only thing about imports which gets me, and I don't think I've mentioned this too often, I love watching films with subtitles. Like, I can hear perfectly fine for the most part, but I love watching films with like English subtitles and stuff. And imports, sometimes you don't get the English subs, and I'm like, no, because I would do anything to get a decently priced Scream Factory Halloween set, you know, the big one with like everything in. But that's like long out of print now and goes for like 400, 500, 600 pounds or something. It's insane money. I'd never be able to afford it.
That's fair, man.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, that's so expensive.
Yeah, like me and John last week spoke about the Friday the 13th and the Halloween series both having really messy legal issues.
Yeah, like the rights issues.
Yeah, it's a mess apparently. Well, as I was saying, my favourite Fraser's in the chat. He asks, "What in the hell is all of this about then?" Stuff, mate. Just stuff. Just stuff. It's all good. Thanks for jumping in, Fraser. I really do appreciate it, my friend. The guy of Magpie Movies, Geordie Paul's in the chat. Evening, lads. Glad to see Leon on the stream. You'll probably read this 3 hours later, but good work, lads. Thing is, he's not far off, is it? It's like midnight, and he sent this comment.
No.
Yeah, it's almost midnight.
What the fuck?
It doesn't feel that, does it? It's gone like that.
It feels like we've been here for like an hour. How long have we? So what? That's like 3.5 hours.
Yeah, it's coming up to 3 hours 20 minutes.
Jesus Christ, that's flying by.
So Geordie Paul, he commented at 26 minutes past 10. So literally 2 hours.
Days.
Literally like almost 2 hours ago.
Hope he's still here. If he's still here, hi.
Yeah, please, hi, hello. We keep we keep fluctuating in the people that are in the chat. We're at 8 at the moment, but we were at 12 earlier. Then we went down to 6. Then we got back up to 8 again. So that's good. These people are jumping in and out. You know, these people are hanging around if they want. You know?
Yeah.
Lauren says, "Sorry, I'm back now. And what did I miss? Sent that 22:20." I recommend watching the VOD, the VOD. Watch
the thing is, I can't even remember. We've spoke about so much in the past hour and a half. I can't even remember what we were talking about there. Oh, that's great.
Oh, God, that's funny. Okay, James elaborates on the TV edit of Weird Science. Because you asked him to ask.
Oh, okay.
The TV edit of Weird Science is tame, for example. When he says shit, it's changed, so not much swearing and scenes of being cut. It's great to see the comparison. Do you know what? I've noticed this with a lot of TV edits for films. So, for example, the TV edit of A Lost World Jurassic Park cuts a lot out. So Eddie Carr being ripped in half by the T-Rex, that's cut.
Yeah.
The guy being pulled from the waterfall and get his head eaten, his blood comes down, that's cut. There's a lot of the more violent sequences are cut.
Yeah,
in Jurassic Park for television.
Yeah, I think my favorite thing is when they're like dubbed like what James was saying, where there's a TV edit where they kind of dub over the audio with a more friendly version. Because there's a TV edit, my friend Brady was telling me, there's a TV edit of Die Hard 2 where they dub over all of like the swearing, like the yippee-ki-yay motherfucker, but it's like a completely different person who's doing the voice acting. It sounds nothing like Bruce Willis, and it sounds hilarious. It sounds so funny, and it's just like I love like RoboCop, the limited edition RoboCop, the Arrow Video one. On the second disc, the limited edition disc, there's a TV edit of the film where they like dub over all of the like swearing and stuff with new lines, and it's like I love stuff like that. So I need to check out this Weird Science one. I love seeing the comparisons between stuff like that. I imagine that would be quite fun.
Fraser says, I think that was me who said that to you about The Exorcist, right? I think it was, yeah, because I felt like very cliche and guilty about loving The Exorcist and it's being my favourite horror film because it's like, oh, of course it is kind of thing. And I think Fraser was the one who was like, who cares, man? Like, who gives a shit? Like, a lot of people like it for a reason, so why do you feel bad about joining the group?
Absolutely.
It's a masterpiece. Exorcist is amazing. That ending, like, you asked Fraser, I did not see it coming whatsoever. I was like, what the actual shit?
Crazy ending.
I wouldn't say that film ends happily. I wouldn't say that at all.
No.
Not at all. Marcus Trubbery, I can't say his surname, sorry. Marcus asks, have you seen End of Watch with Jake Gyllenhaal? Absolutely amazing, emotional LAPD action movie. I haven't.
Yeah, I really like that film.
Do you both have Letterboxd? I do not.
Yes,
I don't know what it is. What is Letterboxd? Explain
Letterboxd. Letterboxd is kind of like IMDb, but it's more social. It's like, so here's my Letterboxd here. I'm Leon Vegas on there. Oh, here's the profile picture. There's the profile picture. Yeah, I use Letterboxd all the time to kind of log my films and stuff. This year I've watched 352 films, and I could see that thanks to that.
Can you log your collection as well on there?
Yes, you can. You can make lists and stuff. I have my collection on that. Like I've got, like, you're probably not going to be able to make this out, but in my thing, like I've got these here. All of these are home media stuff. So it's my 101 Black Label collection, 88 films, Arrow Video. So like I'll just go in the Black Label one because that's not too big, and I've got like all of the Black Label titles I have there. And then you can have like a percentage list, so I've seen all of them. I've got all my Arrow stuff on there, and it's a good way to kind of keep track of that stuff, but also kind of review films. So if anyone ever wants to see what I'm watching or anything, follow me on Letterboxd, self promo.
So it's basically a social media platform for movie lovers, essentially. Right?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. So, it's great.
So I should be on there in theory.
Yes, right? Make a Letterboxd, please. Oh.
Okay, I need to put that in my mental bank because I will forget.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
M123 asks, another 8-hour or longer stream today. Well, this is the thing, right? So before me and Leon connected, before the stream, I was like, right, I've got 6 hours left on my free version. I really hate keeping things to a deadline, so I just paid for tier 2. So whatever time we finish is whatever time we finish. Fuck it, it's the weekend.
It's a weekend.
Honestly, being serious, Leon, do you actually have a time where you should be getting off?
I'm fine for now. I'm absolutely fine for now. I'm enjoying this up to now, and I can talk for a few more hours. I can talk for a few more hours for sure. I'm
all good. I might have to get up and I've got a glass of water right over there. I might have to get up and get it in a minute. It's not water, it's blackcurrant, but I will go and get it at some point.
I've been drinking. I had this almost full. I've been drinking a lot. I drink way too much water, me. So I might need to go refill that.
I had tea, but now it's gone, and I'm sad. I love tea, man. I drink too much tea in a day. I must have about 20 cups of tea a day. I'm bad.
Do you know? You know what's really weird? What's your opinion on coffee? And I'll tell you about this. I'll tell you why I'm asking this in a minute. What do you think of coffee?
I like coffee, but I have to be in the mood for coffee.
Yeah. It's really weird because for all my life, I've loved tea. I've loved tea like no end. Lauren's going to be commenting in a minute about this, I already know.
Well,
I've
you
loved tea.
mean in about an hour when we get into
Oh
it.
yeah, in about like 7 hours. But
Yeah.
I love tea. But I've always hated coffee. Like I've tried it like 4 or 5 times in my life. Absolutely hated coffee. But for some reason, I tried it like about a month ago, and I'm addicted to it now. I've hated it all my life, but for some reason I love coffee now.
The word. Be careful with the word addicted, because I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
No, it's kind of a bad thing. I just keep drinking it over and over again, and I'm like, it's really weird because I never used to like coffee. Like I was at a point where I hated it, but I think it's like the change of pace.
Yeah, obviously, like people will have different ways of how they like their coffee. How do you like your coffee?
I like mine, so it's like a bit of sugar, like 2 sugars, and a lot of milk. I like a lot of milk in my coffee.
Yeah, same as me.
Yeah,
I like it sweet and milky. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I can't have it like I couldn't have a black coffee. I don't think. I think it'd be too much for me.
I remember one time, because I used to work at this factory, and they would have like this milk dispenser for the canteen. So they would have a hot water dispenser and a milk dispenser. So I could just bring a tea bag in, or a little kind of like all-in-one or like a Nescafe sachet or whatever. Yeah. Pour it in, and then just pour the milk in and pour the hot water in. But I remember because I used to work on 4-day shifts, so 4 days off, 4 days on, and there'll be 1 week of shifts where their milk delivery was late by a week, so we had no milk for a week. So I would just bring coffee, and I would drink black coffee for those 4 days on my breaks. But then I got a bit addicted to black coffee, and that's all I drank for like 6 months. But I had to wean myself off it.
Yeah.
And then
it's very addicting.
I will say, like, you know what it's like when you make the perfect cup of coffee, and it's just a beautiful experience. Yes. You finish it, you're like, that was a good cup of coffee. Like.
Yeah, I think the thing is, I think tea. I could drink tea more often, but coffee, the best cup of coffee is just so much better than a cup of tea, in my opinion.
I want coffee now. Fuck's sake.
I'm sorry.
The problem is it'll take me too long to go downstairs, make it, come up, because it's just like leaving you on your own. I feel bad, so I won't.
If you want, we can take a break soon. If you want, it's entirely up to you.
Can someone deliver me some coffee? Thanks.
Uber Eats coffee.
I have a recommendation though. Don't have McDonald's at 9 o'clock at night. It's really bad.
Oh no.
Because I had band practice on Wednesday night. I had band practice, so I didn't because I left at 5:30. I usually have dinner quite late, between like 6 and 7. So I didn't have any dinner. Went to band practice. Didn't get home. Like my mate picked me up. My cousin actually picked me up to take me home, and it was like 9 o'clock. And I was like, "Could you drop us off at McDonald's so I can get something to eat?" Got to McDonald's, and I had the most horrendous gut ache all night. It was horrible.
No, that sounds awful.
I do not recommend getting McDonald's at like 9 o'clock at night. It's the worst.
You know what's really weird, and I'm only pointing this out just because I'm so accustomed to it over here, but everyone calls McDonald's Mackey's over here, so it's really weird to hear someone say McDonald's. I don't know why. I just like everyone calls it Mackey's over here, like everyone, and it's really weird. Like
you sound like you're from another country. You're not. You're from bloody Blackpool. You're only like up north. Is that
I know,
north?
but
up north.
Yeah, it's northwest, but everyone calls it Mackey's here. I'm just accustomed to it now, and I'm on call with Brady, like my Canadian friend. And he's just like, "What are you on about?" I'm like, "McDonald's," and he's like, "Oh," but I'm addicted. Mackey's. Oh.
I'm very on the thing of like, you know, what's the sign say? McDonald's.
Yeah,
it's called, you fucking like like I got a cousin of mine, and she all her Facebook posts, she talks in like broken text language.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I comment going like, learn to fucking write English, please.
No,
she's all like going out the park for you know, the kind of broken text.
Yeah,
all her
like
posts
you,
are like that.
The letter U instead of you.
Yeah, I hate it, and the fact that I'm I'm doing English in college right now. I'm going on to redo my GCSEs next year. Like,
Yeah.
I've learned so much that it winds me up.
Yeah, I can completely understand
I've
that.
become a grammar Nazi. I've become the one thing I was never going to be. Ah!
No, I completely get it. I think the thing is, I think it's like when I moved, because I'm not from Blackpool originally, and when we moved up, there were like complete regional differences from when where I used to be, because like we used to call like a bun or like a burger bun, they call it like baps over here, or like a butty, they call it a butty over here, and I'm like, what? And then it took me a while to kind of get used to that, but there's so many like regional differences over here, and it's like I can't say McDonald's anymore. I can say it, but it's like my brain just flips to Mackey's now. So whenever I hear someone say McDonald's, I'm like, oh yeah, that's what they're actually called. Oh,
You know, like Joe, when I talk about money, like on the internet,
yeah.
I speak in dollars now.
Yeah, I say dollars too sometimes.
Because
I'm like, it's worth like $300-$400 or something.
Yeah, because I've seen so many videos on YouTube by Americans that talk about films or games or whatever. They talk about the dollar value.
Yeah.
I used to have a podcast where 90% of my audience were American, so I had to talk in dollars. So I'm just so used to be like, so how much is that then? That's about $20. And I got my co-host who was American. That podcast was a sorry. My co-host on that podcast, it was a music podcast. It was about my favorite band of all time, the American heavy metal band. They're kind of the main guys in a bit of controversy, so we had to end it because it's a bit serious. But anyway, my co-host was American, and I talked to him using like a bunch of like London slang stuff, like like quid and bollocks, and that's a dog's bollocks, man. And now every time he talks monetary stuff, he says quid now to me, and I just think it's hilarious. and an American that goes to me, I was like, you got that final? How much was that? Oh, it was about 20 quid. Like the American saying 20 quid is the best.
Amazing. Oh, amazing.
And I haven't spoken to him in a while, but he comes on when we ever speak. He goes like, I was like, so how you doing, man? He's like, I'm doing the dog's bollocks. I was like, that doesn't sound right, mate. Don't say it like that. That's really bad.
I get it's like
funny.
the regional differences. It's so fascinating because you can talk to anyone in like any different point in the world, and it will be like a completely different conversation. Like the conversations we're having about like McDonald's or something could be completely different, you know, to someone in America or someone in like France or something.
Movies.
Yeah. Why are we talking about McDonald's? I can't remember.
I know, mate. I've got a fun little thing that it baffled me. So when I first met this American who became my co-host on that podcast I used to do,
yeah,
we both had a mutual love for the Ice Surf, the band and stuff.
Yeah.
That's how we connected as friends, and we started the podcast. The podcast went on for 3 years, whatever. Do you know what the first thing he asked me?
Go on.
He goes to me, "Do you have a McDonald's out there?" I'm like, yeah, McDonald's is like the biggest fucking fast food chain of all time. Yes, of course I have McDonald's. then the next question, which I can't believe these two questions I can't believe he asked. Do you have Coca-Cola in the UK? I'm like, it's the biggest food company of all time. The biggest food conglomerate. Is it a conglomerate at this point? I don't know.
Probably. They own about 1 trillion different things.
Yeah. I'm just like, the massive, like, you know...
corporation.
The massive, like, corporation has been going for, like, 100 years. No, I've never heard of them. I was just baffled how... You could be more American than asking if you've got a Mackie D's or a fucking Coca-Cola. It's so American. It's unreal.
Oh, that's amazing.
Chuck, if you're watching, I love you, mate. Honestly, I love you. Honestly, sorry. But he's funny because he always calls me the British wanker, so it's great. Because when he says something like when he says something like absolutely utterly American, I go fucking American. It's like that. And he always goes to me, he goes, "What's your problem, British wanker?" Like that. But obviously he says wanker in an American accent. He's great.
Yeah.
He's one of my closest friends. He's been from some horrible shit this year. Horrible stuff. Like he lost 2 children in the space of 6 months.
Jesus fuck.
Really
I hope
bad.
he's doing well.
Yeah,
well.
so do
Fuck.
I haven't spoken to him in a while. I need to catch up with him, but yeah. But
Yeah.
he's a laugh. Like those questions he asked me
Yeah.
were just. I was like, what questions to ask? Like, how they not here?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's just they're so kind of embedded in society.
Like I think like if you showed I think like the Coca-Cola logo is among the most recognizable logos of all time, right? It's
Yeah,
gotta be.
I'd say so.
I mean,
yeah.
I
It's
think
so-
I think the golden arches is the most recognizable symbol, right? McDonald's.
I'd probably say so. Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere in the world. I don't know a country without McDonald's. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been to America. American McDonald's is way better.
I hear great things about it. Oh, the burgers. But I feel like, have you ever seen the documentary Super Size Me?
I love that documentary and its
Fantastic
sequel.
documentary.
And its sequel
I've never
is
seen
great.
the sequel.
Yeah,
It's
he opens-
KFC, isn't it?
Yeah, no, yeah, he goes onto a deep dive into the chicken fast food industry and
Yeah.
shows you how really fucking awful it is to be a farmer that has to deal with a chicken coop and how abused they are by the big fast food chicken corporation chains.
Yeah.
And
I really do want to see that.
he opens his own chicken fast food restaurant, but the whole gimmick is like basically all facts about how horrible the fast food chain, how the chicken fast food business is, how awful it is.
Yeah.
But he's a massive success because all the information on the walls are just all horrible, real facts about how horrible it all is. But people are reading it going, wow, it's good chicken though.
Jesus Christ.
It's
It just goes to show you what people are like, though.
But I think his celebrity status helped him with that a little bit though, to be fair.
Yeah.
I do love both of those documentaries. My favourite documentary is a series, Making the Murderer on Netflix.
I need to see that. I've had it in my watch list for so
But
long.
like, I'm still waiting for a season 3. Like, oh mate, those first 2 seasons are outstanding.
I think
just gripping television, so good.
Yeah, so many great docs out there. I think one of my favorite documentaries, which I can't say anything about because it would kind of spoil it, but there's a documentary called Dear Zachary. It's like a note. It's like a film from a father or something. I can't remember the full title, but it's an absolutely horrific like documentary, but starts out as one thing, kind of like a love letter from like an uncle who's also a father to his nephew almost, and then it turns into like this almost true crime documentary. I don't want to say too much about it, but if you can track it down, there's a region 3 Blu-ray of it. It's a hard watch. It is probably one of my favorite documentaries ever. But yeah, Dear Zachary, hard watch but fantastic doc.
I forget what the fuck. There's this documentary that I almost bought. It's by a director called Werzer something. I forget his name.
Werner Herzog.
Yeah, he did a documentary about the death sentence in America. I forget what.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Brady mentions it a lot. I can't remember what. It's like people on like death row and stuff. It's like their last days or something, isn't it? I've heard about it. I need to check it out. I don't know what it's called, but I have heard about it.
I found the Blu-ray for like £4 on eBay, and I almost bought it, but I didn't pull the trigger. Basically,
yeah.
Maybe I should just grab it.
It's supposed to be great. I've got a BFI set with a lot of his like early work, and like it was ridiculous. I think it was one of the last things I bought in HMV before the lockdown. I think it cost £28, but it comes with 16 or 17 films on, which is ridiculous. Some of them are short films, but there's quite a lot of like, you know, feature length like big documentaries in there.
Yeah.
And some of them are like actual films. They're not even documentaries. They're just like real films. But it's a good mix. But he's a great filmmaker.
Lauren says Lauren referring to the Dead series. Oh wait, I've jumped way too far. What am I doing? Fuck's sake, sorry. James says, Jason, do you think you could draw the Luck Dragon from Neverending Story? I mean, I haven't tried, so I could try. I mean, I don't really have much faith in my abilities, but I could try.
Oh no, your drawing's fantastic. It's fantastic. Honestly,
that's all you can do is try. I'm gonna have to get this fucking drink. Sorry, 1 second.
No worries. Go get a drink.
Oh my god, my legs hurt.
Hi, everyone.
I spread my legs. Oh my god. I drink your blood. That sounds wrong. Yeah, so referring to that question, I could try. That's all I really could do. John says the music on Shogun Assassin is amazing. It's like Sega Mega Drive Streets of Rage music.
Ooh,
awesome.
That sounds cool.
I love classic video game music.
Yeah, unreal. The Scott Pilgrim game. Have you seen Scott Pilgrim?
Yes.
Have you played the game?
Yes.
Oh,
It's really
the
good.
soundtrack. Unreal soundtrack. Love it.
I like the game more than the film.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I love the film. I watched it with Lauren. Lauren hates the film. So it's like, I feel like one of the only people who likes Scott Pilgrim film.
Who's the girlfriend in Scott Pilgrim versus the World? The girl he's after. Who's the actress?
Oh, Ramona Flowers.
Who's the actress?
Oh, Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Yeah, I kind of fancy her a bit. She was in the Thing prequel as well.
10 Cloverfield Lane as well.
Not seen that film.
Oh, so good. Love Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
They're not really connected to the Cloverfield films, are they?
No, no. They're all kind of like the Halloween 3. They're all like anthology based almost. They're like kind of in the same world, but they're going for different things. I think 10 Cloverfield Lane's the best, and then there's a Netflix one called The Cloverfield Paradox, which is utter dog shit and awful. Avoid that film like the plague, but the first two are quite good. Well, the first is good, but the second is 10 Cloverfield Lane is absolutely fantastic. Oh, love it. But yeah, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, she's great. My favorite actress, my crush right now, Florence Pugh. I love Florence Pugh from Midsommar.
John elaborates. Yes, it was a Survival of the Dead lenticular slip that he's got.
Hey.
He also says Crimes of the Passion slip is incredible, Leon.
Yeah, I really want that.
James Millership is off to bed, but this was an hour ago, so he's probably long gone. So
good
night, James. Night, James. I hope the hour you've had has been really good.
The hour of sleep.
Where are I? Undead Six says that they're irreversible from indicators on his pickup list. He hears a lot of good things about it.
Yeah, it's a great film. It's just a very tough watch.
There is an indicator list that I'm kind of like I'm in an RM whether to pick up because it's still currently it hasn't gone out of print yet. There's still like 18 quid to buy, which is the is it Road Games?
Yeah, Road Games. Road Games is good. It's not a horror film though. Like I think Lauren's mentioned this in a few videos too, but it's like a thriller. Have you seen Rear Window by Alfred Hitchcock? No,
I've got it. I've got the box set with his films in. But I
Rear Window's fantastic, but it's essentially like Rear Window in a truck. That's like the premise of Road Games. It's really good. Great thriller.
So is it like The Duel? Steven Spielberg's first film.
Kind of, yeah. Duel is fantastic.
I love
that's
that
such
film.
a great shout out.
Yeah, it's a really good film.
Yeah.
I want the HMV have got an exclusive steelbook that I want. Duel.
I've got the steelbook. Do you have it on Blu-ray?
I don't have it at all. That's the point. I don't have it at all. That's why I want to get it. Like.
1 minute.
Oh God! Oh,
Jason, when's your birthday? When's your birthday, Jason?
20th of May. So
okay. Okay, early birthday present, sealed copy, out of print. This shit's like worth 20-30 quid for some reason. You can have it.
Thank you.
No problem.
No, I haven't.
Everyone needs to own that film.
Does your legs work? You got up just now. Do your legs work? You just got up. Do your legs work? Because mine kind of stopped working for a second.
Yeah, my legs kind of work. I'm sitting on my bed right now.
I have a question about your backdrop in your videos, right? Because I can't help but feel like you've got this little room that's just basically 3 walls where your shelves are, and that's where you film.
I wish. It's my bedroom, so I'm in like an attic bedroom. I can't show my mess. My room is an absolute mess, but I'll be very, very vague. So essentially, here's the collection here. I'm on my bed, so my bed's like right over here essentially. But yeah, all right. Please don't fall.
Your room's in an attic.
Yeah,
room's in,
I've got like the attic bedroom essentially.
So is mine.
Hey!
Look, you can see in my reflection of my TV, you can see my window.
Yeah, my window's here. 1 minute. Let's show you.
Oh, it's like above me.
There's mine. There's mine with the Animal Crossing amiibo thing. Oh, the Animal Crossing.
If you look in my TV's reflection, you can see the window above me.
Yeah. Oh no, my head's too high. 1 minute.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, in the TV right in the middle. Yeah. Oh no, I've messed with the set. Okay, that's good. That's good. Don't. Why did I move this? It's like the headphones all over again. It's good now. It's good now. Oh.
So like, if I don't want to move my fucking webcam, I can't bother. It's too much effort. Too much effort on a Friday night when I'm trying to live stream and have a conversation with my good friend Leon.
Yay! Oh, it's been so fun so far. So much fun.
It's been good. We're already almost at the 4. How has it been almost 4 hours?
How? It's been 4 hours. What? That's ridiculous.
No, the word I would use is redonkulous. It's redonkulous.
Redonkulous, yes. Oh, it's so much fun. Oh, how are we with the comments? I'm curious. How far back are we?
We're just over an hour behind.
Okay, that's not too bad.
I have been. There's been a lot of conversation amongst the commenters, so they've been talking to each other. So I've been skipping all their, there's comments that have not been directed to us. I've been skipping. Yeah. And if it's about things we've already spoke about at length, I'm skipping. Sorry to those watching. We've still got 7 people watching. Thank you so much, guys.
Hey, hi everyone.
This is this is the best decision I made was to do streams because it's been great. My experience has been great.
Yeah, they've been so much fun to watch as well. Like, I imagine they've been great to be like one-on-one talking with John and everything. But it's so much fun to like watch, and you can see that everyone's just having a blast watching in the streams. There's no hostility. Everyone's just having fun in the chat. Oh, I love it. I love these streams. They're so much fun.
Yeah, it gives me something to look forward to at the end of the week as well.
Yeah.
Because when I'm employed, all I do during the week is literally do my college work, look for jobs, and do my YouTube. Yeah. I know that sounds like my week's pretty full up, but I try to have the weekend off from doing that kind of stuff. So this stream is like leading me into the weekend where I can just have a break from it all. So it's
absolutely.
It's the start of my weekend, which is always good.
Yeah, it's a great mindset to do. Kind of split up the week, so it's not just like work all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know what that was.
Was that Big Hero 6?
I love that film so much.
So good. So good.
Right, Jack from Physical Media Man just asks, what are your opinions on 360-degree filmmaking? Over the past few years, there has been massive developments. I don't really know what that is. I'm guessing it's like where you can see the whole thing like all the way around.
Yeah. Is that like VR, not VR filmmaking, but kind of like when you can go on a YouTube video but watch it fully in 360? I don't have much of an opinion because I haven't really seen many films, but I think it's a cool concept.
Yeah, I think it's like, but like the way I see it though, if it's a full, you got the whole full 360. If you're looking, you could miss a vital point of the film. If you're looking at it here. Oh, look at that door. That door's great. Oh, fuck. What's happened? Oh, who's died? How did he die? I missed the whole scene. Bollocks. Like, that's what.
It feels like it would be more of like an experience, like kind of like a VR experience in tradition to like, like a traditional film. Because I don't know how you'd be able to convey a film like that, really. I think I kind of want to see a 360 degrees film now and see if it works or not.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is having surround sound. So there could be audio cues to make you look somewhere. So like maybe you hear something behind you. You go, look behind you. Oh my God, there's a shark. I'm underwater. Oh God. So there could be audio cues like that, I think. I don't know. It's an interesting idea, but I wouldn't know. Like you said, I wouldn't know how they would implement it.
Yeah, it's something I'd have to kind of experience. I can't really speak on it because I haven't seen too much, but it sounds like a cool concept. It sounds like a cool concept for sure.
Mm-hmm.
360-degree filmmaking.
Hello, film reviewer Alex. Thanks for jumping in the screen.
Hi.
Alex. Sorry you're late. It's all right. We're super late to your comments. That's all good.
It's came full circle.
people talking about Possessor and how it looks interesting.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Possessor's Possessor's quite fun.
Lauren says, "Be warned going in. It's very brutal and quite weird."
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
it's an odd film.
Look. I wouldn't expect anything less from the son of David Cronenberg. Just saying.
Yes.
I wouldn't expect anything less. To be honest.
Yeah. Oh, Cronenberg's a mad one. Oh, I do like Cronenberg. I've been watching a lot of his stuff recently. Oh, I do like him. I'm trying to think what else. I really like Crash.
Undead Six says, I don't think he's. This is to us, but I'm just going to read it out anyway. He says, "If I can handle David Cronenberg's movies, I can probably take this one as well." That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
But I got a feeling this film's going to be hard to watch regardless.
It's not Bone Tomahawk, I'll say that. It's like, it's graphic and like gruesome, but it's not Bone Tomahawk. I think that's the standard for me for kind of like outrageous, like,
so like Bone Tomahawk is up here in terms of just nasty. So where
I think so, yeah.
So where's Possessor?
Possessor's like, so if like Bone Tomahawk's here in terms of like gratuitous violence, Possessor's kind of like, it's kind of like here. It's really gross, but it's not like the grossest, not grossest, grotesque, gruesome thing I've ever seen.
The thing is like realistic violence. I find it is more harder to watch. So
yeah,
now that scene out of Bone Tomahawk is quite gratuitous, is over the top as hell. So I might find Possessor harder to watch because it's apparently meant to be realistic graphically.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting watch. I'm curious to hear what you think of it. I'm very curious.
Once again, I really do appreciate you sending me that Blu-ray. Really
no problem, honestly. Thank you for the Blu-rays as well. I can't wait to watch Urban Legend. Oh, I'm so excited to see Urban Legend. I've wanted to watch it for so long. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh.
I am upset Amazon didn't give me the slip version of Possessor. I was like, damn!
Yeah. I know, it's new as well. It's new. I was expecting it to come with a slip because it only came out on Blu-ray here, like, January, February?
Yeah, the thing is, like, that's why I said in the subscriber mail video I did. I was like, I can't complain. Someone bought it for me. I can't complain. But I can, Amazon, you bastards. Give me the slip.
You know what's weird? I wasn't expecting it to be in the slim case either. That's interesting. Yeah, it's Signature have been doing a lot of those with slim cases. They released 2 other films, Come to Daddy with Elijah Wood, which is quite fun, and First Love by Takashi Miike. They released those films and they've also got the slimmer cases, so I think that's what they're doing. And to be honest, when I first started importing and noticed US releases had slimmer cases, I was like, it doesn't look right. But
I hate them. They have to be 40mm case. I can't have.
I love the smaller ones now. I'm kind of like, I wish all of my collection was like that because I'd have more space. I could fit more on the shelves that way. But I think I'm so accustomed to like the traditional like 40mm Blu-ray like UK ones now that yeah, it's odd. But speaking of Amazon slips, in my latest video, I picked up Widows, which is a film that came out years ago, but it came with a slip.
Oh, I love that film.
It's so good. It's so good.
I don't own it though, but I love it.
No, it's amazing. Do you know how much this is on Amazon right now?
No.
£2.33, brand new.
For fuck's sake, I'm gonna go and buy it now, aren't I?
£2.33, brand new, and it came with a slip.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna buy it. Oh, yeah.
But like, it came with the slip. It's ridiculous. This film's been out for years now, and I was like, how is it still coming with the slip?
£2.85 currently.
Oh no, it's went up. No, I got it for £2.33.
Yeah, but what's 50p? Nothing.
Yeah, it's such a good film.
I didn't realize it was based on an old serial.
Yeah, it's like a BBC show, wasn't it, or an ITV one?
Yeah,
I think it was like
called
a British
Widows
series.
But do you know what? Widows I think it's a great heist film. Like really
fantastic!
Good.
Yeah, it's
really
fantastic.
Good.
It's so underrated as well because a lot of people kind of completely forgot about it.
I went into theaters blind, and I came out going, that was fantastic.
Yeah, it's I really like Daniel Kaluuya, you know, the guy from Get Out, like the lead guy in Get Out. He's in that. He plays like the antagonist. Oh, Get Out.
I've seen Us. I thought Us was really good.
Oh, I really do like. I think Get Out I prefer a bit more, but they're both really fun films. But he's great in Get Out, and he's like really great. He's like, you know, the antagonist, like the guy who's doing all the dirty work, and he's like really. Like I can't really. Is he on the cover? He might be on the cover. This guy here. I don't know if you can make it out, but him here, like the antagonist guy, who's like always around. He's
like shooting people in the face and stuff. He's like shooting,
he's so he's like bone chill, like spine chilling almost.
Yeah, he's an utter like he's like when he's on screen in that film in particular. Like you feel fairly intimidated, don't you?
Yeah, I think there's a scene where he goes into like I think it's like a high school and they're playing like basketball or something, or it might be a bowling. There's like a scene of bowling, but
there's a bit where a guy's like just like rapping. He's just like he walks up to him. He's just like I forget what he's there for. I think he's trying to get money off them or something. He's trying to get like, oh, you owe us money, and he goes carry on, and he's like rapping, and they just go just shoots him in the face. I was like, fucking hell.
It's a brutal scene. A great performance. So like completely like people forget about it, but he's great.
He's so cold as well, right? Would you say it's the best way? Like his character now is cold. He's like the thing is he demands like he takes the presence, you know, like he's always the forefront in when any scene he's in. He's like the highlight of that scene. Fantastic performance. He's only like a henchman though, isn't he, in that film?
Yeah, like he's not even a main character, but he's that good that you always have your eyes on him in every scene. I love that performance. I can't wait to rewatch Widows now.
I've not seen Get Out, but I'm so fortunate I've heard nothing about it. So I'll be going if I did get.
You know nothing about Get Out.
Zero. All I know is about a couple, an interracial couple. He's going to meet her family for the first time. That's all I know.
Okay.
It's literally just all I know. So when I do get around to watching it, it'll be a complete blind watch.
Yeah. Do you have it? Do you have Get Out?
No.
Ooh.
I don't have it. I don't have Us. I don't have Us either, which is weird because I really liked Us.
Yeah. Us is good.
I like the whole doppelganger thing about Us. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. It's really fun. I love what they do with
Would
that.
you call it a horror film? It's got horror elements.
Which
I wouldn't
also
say
Get Out.
Us. I wouldn't say it's a straight up horror film.
It's like psychological horror, really, because it's like psychological horror thriller, I'd say. Yeah, I think the other thing, like Get Out, isn't like straightforward horror either. Like some people, like Jordan Peele, who directed it, said it was a documentary based on like America as a whole. Some people consider it like a dark comedy, like because it's got like really humorous moments in. I think like Get Out is like a psychological horror as well. It's like it's a really hard film to kind of pin down. Really good though. But yeah, good films.
This is a good question, but it's also a fairly hard question. Favorite David Fincher film?
I'm gonna have to go back to what I said before. Social Network. I think as a character study, it's my favorite. I think it's one of those films that when I first watched, I liked, but every time I've watched it since, it's just grown on me more and more. I love The Social Network.
You know what? I don't think I've seen that many of his films, to be honest. Let me have a look. My jerk reaction would be Seven.
Oh, Seven's brilliant. Oh, it's a brilliant film.
And the fact that I saw it very recently as well.
Yeah, I saw what you've been watching that month. Oh, it's so good. It's such a good film.
It's made its way into my top 10, you know.
Oh, no, deservedly so. It's a fantastic film. I can understand that being in anyone's top 10.
Wow, he hasn't made that much. Alien 3, 7. 7 was his literal, like, proper first... You can say it's his proper first movie because he disowns Alien 3.
Yeah, the 7,
The
Benjamin...
Game.
Have you seen Zodiac?
I've got it. I bought it straight away after seeing 7 because I wanted another detective kind of like crime thriller. I've not seen it yet though.
Yeah,
7, The Game, Fight Club is great.
Fight Club's, yeah.
Panic Room I've not seen. Zodiac I've not seen. The Curious Case of Benjamin. My mum really liked that film, but I've not seen it. Social Network not seen. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I've not seen it, but I still would rather go and watch the actual the Russian.
The thing with the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is it's kind of like, I'd say the original and the remake are kind of on par with each other, because the original is a TV film, and I think it's like really well acted and everything, but the remake kind of, it tells the same story in a very different style. I'd say they're about on par with each other. It's kind of a remake that's just as good as the original, you know? Like, it is a worthwhile watch. But yeah, I've seen almost all of his films. I think the only one I've not seen Benjamin Button, and I think Benjamin Button's the last one. You know, I'm trying to think.
Mank?
Yeah, I wasn't huge on Mank. I appreciate what it's going for. It's a bit boring though. It didn't really do too much for me.
It's a bit of a period kind of like film about the making of
Citizen Kane. Yeah,
I've not seen Citizen Kane either.
I appreciate Citizen Kane, but it's not a film I can really go and watch over.
Like I feel like I do feel like as a film fan, I'm somewhat obligated to watch it, because people say it's a masterpiece, but they say it's a masterpiece not solely based on really the film itself, but what it introduced in terms of filmmaking techniques.
Yeah,
it's camera techniques, directing techniques, etc.
It's kind of like when you were talking about how your friend was like, he appreciates Irreversible or respects it more than actually enjoys it. That's kind of how I feel about Citizen Kane. It's like, I appreciate what it is. Orson Welles is like really great in that film, but I think the plot and the story of that film do nothing for me. Like, I watch it and I'm like, okay, fair enough. It's like really well made though. Like, as a technical like showcase, it's fantastic, but as a film that I would personally watch, it's not something that I can go back to and say I'm really invested in, you know, the like story and whatnot. But I think it's like it's an important film, but it's not an entertaining film. When you can look at something like, I don't know, the 30s King Kong or something, and that's a film that's important, influential, and entertaining, you know? Or like, I assume the same for Godzilla or something. It's like there's a lot of older films out there that are influential in many ways, but they can still be really fun films in their own right. And I don't really think Citizen Kane is that particularly interesting as a film, like in terms of the concept, not the concept, the storyline and whatnot. But I love what it did for cinema. Yeah.
Do you think it's always on best film of all time, the top of best film of all time, is based on what it did for cinema rather than the actual film itself?
I'd say so. I think top lists are very interesting to me, because one film that really kind of surprises me by its acclaim, and I don't hate the film, I just want to preface that in case people get really mad at me, but I don't understand why The Shawshank Redemption is so like classed as like all-time best, like a top on IMDb and everything. Like, it's a really good film, but it's one that kind of surprises me, and I don't really know where the big appeal for that film came, you know, in terms of like how it's so highly regarded. Not to discredit
I've not seen it.
Yeah. Not to discredit it or anything.
I've got the steelbook, but I've not seen it.
I remember seeing the steelbook in your collection video. It's a lovely steelbook. I think it's a really good film, but it's not like, if I think of like best films of all time or like most influential films, I don't think that even like touches the surface. It's like, it's a really good film, but I can't see why it's like acclaimed like as one of the best films of all time, you know? And I think it's kind of weird, because like with Citizen Kane, for example, that's kind of a film that is very influential, but I can't really understand the appeal as a film, like on a storytelling level. Not a storytelling level, like in terms of like the pure concept or anything. It's really interesting. But,
it's weird though. Like, we talk about all these like pushing filmmaking techniques and camera techniques and directing styles, and at the end of the day, for me, if the story doesn't grab me straight away, I don't care. I don't care about all these fancy techniques, and like on reflection, I might go, the cinematography was really well done. Some of the shots were really well developed and whatever. But I watch a film for the story it's trying to tell.
No, absolutely.
I don't go into film going, right, let me look at this cinematography. Is it good? No. Is that camera moving through that corridor good? Yes. No. Yeah. If a film's got a good narrative and I'm gripped by what's going on screen, like the story, that everything that goes into filmmaking is secondary while I'm watching the film. I'm still fascinated by filmmaking on a external side of things, like outside of actually watching a film.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put a film oh, this film's number one because it does all these amazing things in a technical sense. No, it's it's all about how much I enjoyed the film and the story it was telling.
I can completely agree there, because like two go-tos there, like Buffalo 66 is my favorite film of all time, but I don't think it's like the most well-directed film of all time, and I'll tell you why. There is a sequence very early on, like a dinner table sequence where a bunch of people are having dinner, and it kind of pans, and there's these shots where it's like, first off it's the main character, then it's his dad, then it's his girlfriend, and then it's his mum, but some of the shots are actually out of focus. Like, they're literally not like proper, like they're like bad shots, like if you're talking in a filmmaking sense, but I still don't care because I adore that film. And then like Dancer in the Dark and kind of like 28 Days Later, not that I'd say it's one of my favorites of all time, but those films are like held back by their filmmaking limitations, but I still really liked them as films, you know? So it's like, I completely agree with you there, where it's got to be the film itself, the story, the concept or something that really kind of makes a film for me, as opposed to, oh, the cinematography and the mise-en-scène and all that not stuff. I was gonna say nonsense. It's important for a film, of course, but the story and the actual engagement of the viewer, I'd say, is more integral into a film.
For example, last night I watched Gremlins 2 for the first time in about 10 years, right? Because I've got the premium collection version.
Beautiful release.
Right.
I'm interested to hear what you think.
But I've seen it before, but this is the first time rewatching it like in like 10 years. For me, it's my favourite Gremlins film. I think it's it's such a superiorly made film than the first movie.
Yes,
I love that first movie. Don't get me wrong, I love that first movie. I love it. Yeah. But Gremlins 2, it's just so, it's like a Warner Brothers cartoon.
It's bonkers.
Like, it's absolutely crazy. But also on the technical front, it's unbelievable, the technical stuff they did for that film. It's packed full of so many great moments. Like, there's one bit, it always makes me laugh, where a Christopher Lee character dies from electric.
Yeah.
And then you got Mohawk with the Uzi shooting, and they run out. And then you got two gremlins, and they've all been shot, but they don't die. They just got water coming out, and they just start laughing. It's so good.
I love Gremlins 2. I think that film is like, the thing is, I always used to prefer the original, but I did a double bill like a few years ago because they were showing the first in the cinema again. So I went to see the original in cinema, loved it, and then I went to see the second one at home, which is a premium collection edition as well. And I was just like, this is such a wacky sequel, and you don't get sequels like that anymore because it's kind of just like, Gremlins 2 is like a film where they gave the director the reins to do whatever he wanted, and he did that.
They literally were like, here's $50 million, do what you like. Go nuts.
And he did what he liked.
And he went fucking completely nuts. Like,
and I love that. Because it's like, you see all these tales nowadays of like the Zack Snyder Justice League cut, where it's like, oh, studio interference and whatnot, like ruining the artistic integrity. But then you see Gremlins 2, and it's just a director having the time of his life with a boatload of money, making a really fun and entertaining film. And I love that.
There's a really good parallel. I clocked onto it while watching Gremlins 2 last night. There's a good parallel between the first film and the second film, right? Where the first film is kind of about like, as you know, it's always about like gremlins in the machine. Oh, your machine's going full. You've got gremlins. You know that whole saying about if you remember the first film, you got all the Peltzer's inventions always going wrong. Yeah. Like, it's all got that machinery going wrong.
Oh,
it's the whole like invention kind of time period, like all these mechanical, machinery,
like the orange juice thing and everything.
Yeah.
Like the orange machine.
All the things going wrong. So it's like man versus technology, or man versus machine in that film in some regard.
Yeah.
The sequel takes that, but it's how they use technology to kill the gremlins.
Yeah, it's like kind of a polar inverse almost.
Yeah, it's really cool like that, and it's obviously got the smart building, like their whole building they're in. Yeah, it almost kind of predicts where we are now, like all the smart technology and everything.
Feels like a Black really Mirror episode or something.
It's really
like
there's so many just great moments in Gremlins 2. I love it. I love a bit where it's just like which isn't it? Phoebe Gates is in the fucking elevator. She's like, floor 46, please. No, 48, please. 48. Going up. He's like, elevator stopped. Sound alarm. It's so
love
good.
it. I love the Hulk Hogan cameo, like where Hulk Hogan's in the theater and everything.
So, do you think the Grimsters can take down the Hulkster? If I were you, I'll show good. I'll show the rest of the Gremlins too right now. Sorry, folks, won't happen again.
I love it. Oh,
I love the Brain Gremlin as well. He's great.
Oh yeah, but like smart Gremlin.
I wanna talk a little bit about what's going on in this room because I think there's some serious ramifications here for the future.
Oh, I really want to rewatch it now.
I love it. Like I only watched it last night. I was like, I loved it. I loved it so much.
I've got such a good sequel.
I've got a cool memory as well. Where I was a kid, I must have been about 9, and my granddad, he used to spoil me and my siblings rotten. Right, he was always just like, if he wanted something, he'd be like, "Do you want that? Yeah, just buy it." Right. So we was out with my mum. I was out with my mum and nan and my granddad. They bumped into some friends. They were chatting. I got bored, so I was like, "Oh, granddad, do you want to go to Woolworths just to have a look at Woolworths?" So he came with me.
I miss Woolworths.
So he came with me to Woolworths. And we're just looking at the video, bear in mind VHS videos.
Yeah.
They're Gremlins 2, right? And I didn't know Gremlins 2 was a thing. And by that point, I loved the original at 9 years old. Scared, I saw that I was 6 and it scared the life out of me. But by the time I was 9, I loved it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this Gremlins 2, all this shit. I'm holding it like, I'm really excited. And my granddad was like, do you want that? I was like, yeah. And he bought it for me. He bought Gremlins 2 for me. But I got in trouble because my mum saw it as me nagging granddad to buy me stuff. So I was in trouble. So she took it off her granddad. I wasn't allowed it for ages, for like a week or something. And I remember creeping down the next morning at like 6 a.m., getting it out of her bag and putting it on in the morning. The little bastard I was when I was 9 years old. Little bastard Jason watching Gremlins 2. Oh mate, I love that film.
Oh, yeah, it's such a good film.
I think it's head and shoulders superior than the first one on all fronts. I think it's people say, oh, it's a bonkers film, but I just think it's still got a cohesive narrative there that you can follow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though it's bonkers,
it takes everything from the first and kind of just improves on it. You know?
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, and like what I like about it as well is that it shows you what the Gremlins go through when they get wet. They didn't really show you that in the first film. So you see the little boils come up and little hatchings come out. I couldn't decide whether the Gremlins died after giving birth because they all fall over in that sequence. Yeah. And you're like, did they just die and then they just got loads of new ones?
Yeah, I can't remember, to be honest. I need to give it a rewatch. Oh, that is such a fun film. It's so fun.
There's that one bit. There's one scene in that film. I'm just like that. The way it's shot, everything about it. I was like, this is. I watched it. I was like, this literally out loud. I was like, this is awesome. The bit where they're taking the piss out of the rules in the control room.
I can't remember.
What about if you was in an airplane and you cross a time zone? I mean, there's always a midnight there somewhere, and then fucking Mohawk bursts out of the control panel and starts biting the guy. I was like, it's so good. I love the film.
Oh, I want to rewatch it now.
That's 4 hours of Gremlins 2 spoke about, so we can move on there.
Hey, 4 hours. Whoa,
we're almost at 4 hours 15.
Jesus Christ.
The people watching, they love it. They loved last week, so they can't complain.
Oh, I'm so glad that people are enjoying it.
Like I'm currently looking at comments from like 11:30. We're so behind on comments. Unreal. It's unreal. Yeah, Gremlins 2, love it.
Oh, such a good film. Such a good film.
Oh yeah, we've gotten to the tagline conversation that we spoke about ages ago.
That was like 2 hours ago.
I forgot about a tagline that I like. I can't remember if it was. What is it? I think it might be Alien 3. The bitch is back. Or was that Alien?
Yeah, that's Alien 3. I think.
Yeah, the bitch is back. I like that one.
That's a good one. I'm trying to think. I'm seeing if I can think of any other.
I never know where they're referring to the alien or Ripley. There, the bitch is back. I can't decide. I've been an arsehole, sorry.
I think it's the alien because doesn't Ripley call the alien a bitch in the second one?
Yeah, get
In
away from
Aliens,
her, you
sorry.
bitch. Oh,
Yeah.
one of the greatest lines and deliveries ever in that.
Fantastic.
Oh,
I
mate.
still think I think it might have been you who actually mentioned it, or I've heard it somewhere, but she got nominated for an Oscar for that performance. I don't know if you
Yeah.
mentioned it last stream, and I was like, what the
I don't
fuck?
think I did,
And then
yeah,
I've heard about
out of all
somewhere.
the films, you wouldn't think like Aliens would be Oscar worthy, right?
No,
They
but
fucking
she's
should
great
be,
in the
but-
film. No, it's just you think the Academy would completely like neglect
One-
that, you know?
One of my favourite moments in that film is where she's got Newt, she's met the Queen. They have this. You can tell Ripley and the Queen have this mutual agreement of like, you don't fuck with my babies, I won't fuck with your babies. And she
Yeah.
steps away, and then the egg opens. She does a little tilt, like, "Oh no, you didn't!" And it's like, "Brah!" Just a little head tilt. It's badass. Just like, seriously. Oh man, I love that film. Oh, I love it.
So good.
I can gush about Aliens for so long.
There's just so many great films out there. I want to rewatch.
But look, but even now, just thinking about that sequence, I'm getting all excited about it. Like, it's
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like how high was like a minute
Oh.
ago with Gremlins 2. Oh,
Oh, I love it. Gremlins
So
2 is so
good.
good. Gremlins 2 is like, it's funny because I've got a greatest movie sequels video coming up, but
ooh.
I keep having new ideas I wanted to come out before it, so I keep pushing it back. It's already done. It's already uploaded. I just keep pushing the schedule back. But now I
Do
kind
like
of
a
want
part 2 or something.
yeah, I kind of want to redo it. I'll do a part 2 where I actually add Gremlins 2 to that because it's so good.
Yeah, have like a series or something. Have like an ongoing
Yeah.
series where you talk about like each film, like a recommendation almost. That could be a cool idea.
I've got Stripe here, the little stripy dude.
Hey!
Stripy little
Oh,
head.
that's awesome.
I think both the little characters got my speakers next to me, like here, 2 speakers. But the 2 characters I got on my speakers are related in some regard. You'll know why. Way!
Who's that on? What's
It's
that?
It's a critter.
Oh, Critter! I need to see Critters. Oh, I've never seen what the Critters look like, you know.
Oh, they're hairballs with teeth. They're awesome. They're
They look awesome. That's great.
Seriously, Godzilla is my favorite movie monster. The Cry is my second favorite movie monster. There you go.
It's such a cool design. I've never seen what the Critters look like before.
Do you know what? Right, I tell you what. This is what's crazy about this. This is one of a kind.
Whoa!
So someone carved this out of stone, so it weighs a fucking ton.
Gee.
Someone carved this out of stone, painted it and all that, added hair to it, and it was on eBay for 20 quid. And I just bought it immediately.
Jesus Christ!
So this doesn't exist anywhere else.
That's fantastic.
It's awesome.
That's such
It's
a
real.
bargain.
It's like synthetic hair.
That's brilliant. Oh, that's so awesome.
Oh, I love Critters, man. I love Critters.
I need to watch them now. I think you've sold me.
I rate the first Critters higher than Gremlins. I love that first Critters film.
That's
Like, a lot of-
high regard.
A lot of people say no, but I just enjoy that first Critters film more. We're so behind on the comments, it's unreal.
Oh,
Film reviewer Alex says, I thought Sinister was boring. I don't know how it's classed as the scariest film of all time. Whenever a film has that tag, I don't take it seriously.
yeah. I think there's scary moments in it. It's not the scariest film of all time.
Even The Exorcist is even my Blu-ray says the scariest film of all time. For them to quote that on the film, it's you cannot see that claim as a fact because fear is objective, right? Fear is objective.
I think comedy and horror are the 2 big ones there, because it's like someone could say the funniest film of all time, but horror, like fear and like comedy, or like how something
humor,
humor. That's the one. It's like it's so personal and it's like down to the person. So I could say like, oh, this is the funniest film of all time, and then someone could watch it and be like, that didn't make me laugh. And I think you can have like a drama, and anyone can kind of appreciate a good drama with like a really good performance or something. But with a horror film, if you're not scared and it's not doing anything for you, then it kind of fails as a horror film. And if a comedy doesn't make you laugh, it can fail as a comedy film, you know? Unless there's like other elements to appreciate. They're the 2 like most subjective genres, I'd say, horror and comedy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's but yeah, like I said, like whenever I see those kind of claims, like the scariest film of all time, I don't take it because you always get it. You always get it, like October. It's like the scariest film of the year. The
And
Sun.
it's The Nun.
Yeah. Oh, it's fucking something stupid like will keep you awake for weeks. I don't know, Daily Mirror or something. Fucking the newspaper bollocks.
And they're just talking about some like shit horror film like The Bye Bye Man.
Oh, I've not seen that for good reason as well.
Avoid it, please. You just see like, and then you see the films that don't have these taglines, like the scariest film of all time, and they're the scary ones. Hey, hi.
The Bounty of Dun. Yeah, this was like 2 hours ago. No, an hour ago. He joined an hour ago.
Hi.
Sorry, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
I'm looking forward to our Blu-ray hunt. I'll keep burping. People just replying to each other. Oh my god, we're so behind on these comments, dude. Honestly. Lauren says, can't watch a film without subtitles. I need them on. It feels wrong when they're not on.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I've never had to have that as a requirement, to be honest, to enjoy a
it's
film.
weird. I think it's how I grew up personally, because when I grew up, I always used to watch films, and I think it kind of helped me like learn English in a weird way. You know, because like I was watching films at such a young age, and then you kind of see like films with subtitles, and it's like, oh, that's what that word means, and that's how that was spelt, and it's kind of just been like a habit ever since. So I think it kind of helped with my English in a weird way, and then I've just I always like it because sometimes a film can have like really bad like audio mixing, and you can miss a line if like the sound effects are too loud or something, and then I know I'm not missing any of the important dialogue. Then I really love subtitles.
I used to have a girlfriend back in, this is a long time ago, 2007 or something, where she if we're watching television and the adverts come on, she has to mute the adverts immediately.
Oh,
she has to mute them because she's sick of hearing the same fucking adverts. She's like,
oh yeah, I know. Yeah. I can understand that. Yeah.
Jack says, I'm not a big fan of subtitles, but once I got the Taiwanese VHS kung fu film, and every character was dubbed by the same guy, trying to do different voices. What is that?
That sounds amazing.
He's not really. Oh, it's not even. What film is that? Let me know. Jack, let us know what film please. That is.
That sounds great.
Lauren says Leon's bio on Letterboxd is never ending. It's fantastic.
Oh my days! It goes
she
on
also
forever.
She also says, Jason, join Letterboxd. It's such a brilliant platform. Another thing Leon persuaded me to get.
Hey.
I've got the weekend to get that sorted out.
Here's my bio. Are you ready? It goes forever, and then my favourites are there. It just never ends.
So what is your bio just meant to be introducing yourself?
It's like lists, because I've got loads of lists on there. So it starts off, I've got like kind of just a bit of an introduction, my home media stuff. I've got my years of film ranked, so like 2020, 2021 ranked, and then I've also got stuff like directors ranked and stuff. So like all of the like David Lynch films I've seen, or like David Cronenberg or something like that. Oh no, here we go. Lauren hates coffee.
Now Lauren has become my new favorite person now. Because tea is the way. Tea is the way. Yes. I mean, I don't mind coffee, but I very rarely drink it. Yeah. However, if I'm out, I usually get a Starbucks latte. Usually.
I've never had Starbucks before. Oh, I really want one.
Mate, they Starbucks do a hazelnut hot chocolate, and it's amazing. Oof. Oh, I love their hazelnut hot chocolate.
Love so hot chocolate. We didn't even speak about hot chocolates. Where do you rank hot chocolate between tea, coffee, and hot chocolate? I think.
I I very rarely have hot chocolate because I always think instant hot chocolate is a pain in the ass to actually get right.
Yeah.
So I always have to go Starbucks or Costa Coffee or somewhere to get a proper hot chocolate.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
like I said, it all
Mackey's hot
depends
chocolate.
Like, let me just put you an example. I'm always in the mood for tea. I have to be in the mood for coffee. If I'm out and there's a Costa, I might get a hot chocolate. So it all depends. But tea is usually my go-to. Like, it's where all my water intake comes from. Is tea.
Yeah.
Which is kind of bad if you think about it. It's pretty awful.
Tea's good though. Tea's good.
So yeah, Lauren's obviously said what you said. She hates coffee. Coffee is horrible. I'm dead sick. I'm a coffee addict as well. I drink about 5 cups a day, but black coffee only. Oof. Oh.
A collective oof then. I don't think I could drink black coffee.
John says I started drinking coffee because of Twin Peaks.
Yes. Oh,
I don't understand the reference. I think it's funny, but I don't understand. I've not seen Twin Peaks.
The lead character Cooper, he's always drinking coffee. That's
what, every shot he's always
basically he's always drinking coffee, and he's got like a catchphrase where it's like what episode 1 or episode 2 where he's drinking a coffee and he's like, that was a damn fine cup of coffee, or like a damn fine coffee, and it's just like one of the most quotable lines from it. Oh, I love it.
Marcus asks, are either of you watching Line of Duty on BBC One? I do not watch traditional television, so no.
No, I want to kind of watch it though, because I know Jordan, Movie Worm, he's been watching a lot of it recently, and I've not watched his videos on it because I kind of don't want to get spoiled for it, because he's doing reaction videos, but that's doing really well, and I'm like, this seems like quite an interesting show, so I might have to check it out. Yeah, I've heard good things, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I don't. Thing is, for me as well, for the actual TV serials or series, whatever you want to call them, it takes a lot for me to sit down and watch a TV show. Like it's like, for example, about a month ago, I binged the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian. Yeah. So it took me, how long has that been at? 2 years? It took me 2 years to get to The Mandalorian.
Yeah, it's like 2 years now, yeah. I didn't watch the second season, I only watched the first episode. I don't know, man. I liked the first episode. I need to continue it.
So good. Best live action Star Wars we've ever had. Like, not ever had, but like, best live action Star Wars we've had since maybe the prequel trilogy.
Yeah.
It's excellent, honestly. It's excellent.
I need to check
and
it
fucking
out.
And the little baby Yoda is the
baby Yoda's so cute.
He's the most adorable, but yet he has the biggest comedic moments in the show. It's so funny, mate. I'm literally on a lot of it. When it concerns baby Yoda, I'm literally like gut laughing. By the way, I hate the fact that that I'm calling him Baby Yoda because that's not who he is. But if you've not seen it, I can't say anything else. That's all I've got to tell you. It's
I
spoilers
just know
otherwise.
he's Baby Yoda.
Yeah. He's so funny.
Oh, bless. Oh, it's so good.
There's an episode. There's an episode that deals with this frog lady, and they've got to get her to do to another planet. It's like a bit of a filler episode. They've got to get her to a planet, and she's got this like big pod full of baby eggs, and little baby eggs looking at those eggs is like, I'm gonna eat all of these. It's so it's so funny.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's brilliant. That baby, he doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's so funny. And there's a bit where the Mandalorian comes around the corner and literally Baby Yoda's got an egg in his mouth. He's like, no, don't do that. He's like, it's so good. Like, he's literally eating this frog lady's babies. He's literally
brilliant.
He's a murderer of frogs.
Terrible.
But he's so cute. You can't be angry because he's just eating this egg and he's like, don't do that. He's looking at Mandarin like all happy with himself, like really proud of himself. It's so good.
Bless him.
It's just an example of one of the comedic moments. But obviously, if you watch it, it's probably funnier watching it than me explaining it to you. But it's so good.
I'll have to give it a watch. I need to finish it. I've not really been caught up on all of the Disney Plus stuff recently because like I share a thing with my friend, like a login, but I tried WandaVision and didn't really care for it. I don't know. Are you big on the MCU? Because I kind of fell out of it after a while. I don't know.
I'm on the mindset of like Endgame wrapped up everything so well. It
Yeah.
was such a great end to that saga that I came out saying to my cousin, if they don't make another Marvel film ever again, I'm happy.
Yeah,
Do you know,
think after,
like I feel it was like an end of an era, like it was the end.
it's like the culmination of everything. Yeah,
yeah.
It's like I just feel like at this point I'm not really invested in anything that's going on. Like I'll probably check out the new Spider-Man film and the Guardians of the Galaxy because I love James Gunn. I think he's great, but I can't really say I'm too invested, so I kind of watched like 2 episodes of WandaVision and gave up. And I've heard the Winter Soldier one's supposed to be okay, but I haven't seen any of it.
I don't have Disney Plus, so
yeah.
I refuse to give Disney money. That's just it.
Yeah, I feel better about it because I don't have to pay for it. I just share it with a friend. He's paying for it. But
okay.
I like Disney Plus for the Star thing because they've added loads of like Fox stuff on there, and it's good for like catch up on like old shows or like films that are really hard to find that have got like they've got you know Kung Pao, we were talking about that earlier. They've got that in HD and it's never had a Blu-ray release before, so the fact that that's on there in HD makes me really happy because it will probably never get a Blu-ray, which makes me really sad, but to know that there's a good quality version out there, I love that.
John, bear in mind this was like an hour and 5 minutes ago, but John's probably bowed out. He said, "Unfortunately, I got a bail now, gang. Up at crazy hour due to work. I bet the stream will still be here in the morning, and I'll catch the next 9 hours on catch up. Ciao for now." Well, I hope you've had a nice hour sleep, John. So have a good day at work tomorrow.
Yeah. Hopefully you catch up on the VOD and yeah.
This is how far back this is how far behind we are. Luke says Jason has frozen. Then that was ages ago. How long ago
did you
was
freeze?
Fucking ages ago, like ages ago.
Amazing.
Talking about Supersize Me. To say, see that was fucking ages ago.
That was
as well.
Oh yeah, that was ages ago.
Apparently Lauren hates Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, she can't stand it. We watched it. I love Scott Pilgrim. I love it.
She also says 4 hours have flown by. They fucking have.
They
like,
have.
Like I explained last week's 8-hour stream, it was 8 hours that felt like 8 minutes. It didn't feel that long at all.
Flew by. Yeah.
Like I don't like this doesn't. Well, how has it been 4.5 hours? Like,
I don't know.
It doesn't feel like that long. Like it
feels like at most like an hour and a half. You know.
It's
most.
Like we're this stream's officially longer than the Zack Snyder Justice League.
And better. Oh. Sorry, I need to hide.
Look, I will say this. I'd rather be doing this than watching that film again. I loved the Zack Snyder Justice League. I thought it was great. Definitely really good. But I'd have more fun doing the stream.
Yeah, the Zack Snyder League.
Holy shit!
What's
we're
up?
We're at the end of the fucking comments.
What?
Right at the bottom. So I've just got a few to say. So Jack says it's turning into last weekend. You've heard of the never-ending story, but now there is the never-ending stream. It's great though. I appreciate the enthusiasm, Jack. I really do. Lauren says Get Out is amazing. I prefer that one than Us too. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a really good film. It's great, even.
Luke says just ordered more arrows on eBay. People under the stars in Invasion of the Body Snatchers can't to get them now. I don't know what
Probably
you mean.
can't wait. Probably can't wait to get them.
Oh yeah,
they're so good.
Yeah, stutter. I'm denied about Invasion of the Body Snatchers because I saw it years and years ago. And I don't remember it, so I wasn't sure whether it'd be something I wanted to pick up or not.
You
But I've
should
spent...
pick it up.
No, I shouldn't. I spent too much
I mean,
money.
no, don't spend it. Don't spend the money at the same time. If you can get it in a sale, another sale, a sale in the future.
A subscriber mail. Subscriber mail. Maybe you should send me all the films you recommended.
Every single
just
one.
all of them. Like, just have them all.
Oh, so many. Never-ending list. The never-ending story, the never-ending stream, never-ending recommendation list.
Right, boom. This is a good question. Jack from Physical Media Madness. He asks, what would your guys' ultimate movie crossover be? I would love to see Lethal Weapon versus Predator. We've already had Lethal Weapon versus Predator. It was called Predator 2.
True. Thingy's in it. Danny Glover.
But it literally is a Lethal Weapon film with Predator in it.
Yeah, he's retiring and everything. Like he's like, oh yeah,
literally Murtaugh. He's literally a pissed off Murtaugh in that film, and I don't know, just make up some bullshit that Riggs died somehow, and then you've got Murtaugh versus it. We've already got that crossover, Jack. Honestly, it's called Predator 2.
Okay, this is
and that film's got the greatest Gary Busey line ever. It's a fucking alien. It's the best line. It's the best Gary Busey line ever.
Oh, it's great. Okay, I need to think of this one. I'm trying to think. For some reason, my mind's just going to something involving RoboCop because I think the world of RoboCop with something else would be really cool. This is
Call me Murphy. I love RoboCop.
Oh, we both said it. Hey. Oh.
I don't care about any of the sequels though.
I've never seen any of the sequels or the remake, you know. But I've heard mixed things.
I saw the remake in the cinema.
You sound like you loved it.
It was the greatest experience of my life.
Yeah.
That was fucking awful. What am I talking about?
Oh,
absolutely awful.
Movie crossover. Have you got any?
I have one, but I've got others that kind of blurge together because they're all kind of the same kind of thing. Like,
okay, you go because I'm gonna be thinking for an eternity.
Pacific Rim cross Monsterverse has to happen.
That could work.
It has to happen.
That'd be great. I kind of would like. Actually, I don't know. Saying this in hindsight sounds dumb, but I would kind of like the Joaquin Phoenix Joker Todd Phillips universe to cross over with this new Batman one. I think that could kind of be cool, maybe.
I think the Matt Reeves Batman.
Yeah, the Matt Reeves, the Pattinson one. Oh, I'm really excited for that.
I'm so hyped for that film.
Yeah, I don't even get hyped for many superhero films anymore, but there's just something about Robert Pattinson. One of my favorite actors. I think he's great. Like, he gets a lot of shit for like Twilight and stuff, but ever since then, he's just continuously like proved himself as one of the best actors working today. Loved him in Tenet, Good Time, Have you seen The Lighthouse? Oh, watch The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse is mad. I love it. But yeah, he's one of my favorite actors. Oh, he's great. But yeah, crossover. Yeah, I'm gonna say that because I'm awful with crossovers.
Yeah. Like I said, I want the Pacific Rim brought into the Monsterverse and have like Pacific Rim cross Monsterverse.
That'd be so good.
But like, there's so many like, obviously like a lot of my crossovers like Godzilla related, so I want Gamera brought into the Godzilla universe like big time.
Yes,
so badly.
That'd be so good.
Not as a versus movie, but as an ally to Godzilla, because I think they're both they're both kind of guardians of kind of like balance and stuff. Yeah, I think they'll be a great kind of tag team almost, like, you know.
I just wish Gamera still had something going on right now, you know, like.
Yeah, his last film was 2006. Like, that's
Gamera the Brave. Oh, it's so.
Yeah, I've not seen that yet.
It's okay. It's good. I like all of the Gamera films apart from Gamera Super Monster. That one's just like a rehash of other films. Like, it's literally just like a clip show almost.
Footage. Yeah.
I don't like that one, but all the others I really like. I think the Showa era is really charming, but Guardian of the Universe. Woo! so good.
See,
Oh,
I love that as well, but I prefer Attack on Legion. Attack on Legion is incredible.
It's so good. I'm gonna be rewatching the films with so many people because I think I'm gonna watch them all with Brady after we've done with the Godzilla films. But I want to show Lauren Guardian of the Universe, at least the Heisei era. That I love the film, but I've never seen Guardian of the Universe in its original form, like the original audio, and I know that's treachery, but I just can't see that film without that UK dub. Have you ever heard the UK dub?
I think I bought a really crappy, cheapo UK DVD of it years ago, and basically hoping it because I only watch Japanese in Japanese. I'm sorry, but it's just the way. That's just me. That's my preference. I put it on, hoping to go to settings and choosing Japanese audio. It didn't have the Japanese audio. It was just this shitty English dub. And I put it on. And I was like, this is awful.
I know, it's amazing. That's like, I think kind of like Riki-Oh, I think that's what makes it so charming for me. Like, it's a complete betrayal of what the filmmakers were going for. But it was like, as I've said before, it's like one of the first films they ever owned, and it's kind of, it holds like a special place in my heart, because you've got these like really intense action scenes going on, such as like the bridge sequence in the first with Gauss, and oh my fucking god, this techno music, like do 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 do, and it's so funny. Like the sequence where Gamera's kind of like flying and he's like about to set off, and it's just like intensifying like techno music. I lose my shit. It's honest to god one of the funniest. Oh, I love it. I love it. Love it. It holds such a special place in my heart. But I will say, I've seen the original ending, like the ending with the original audio, like the orchestral score, and I do think the UK dub actually improves it in one way, and it's the weird techno music kind of really works at the end of the film. Like, it kind of feels like it was edited with that in mind, even though it's like an overlay, like, you know, like a re-edit type thing. I just think it's such an obscure, like, weird hidden gem, and I love the fact it exists. It's like, it's garbage, but it's great garbage. Oh, I love it so much.
I've only really ever seen the Heisei trilogy in Japanese and English subtitles. It's the way to see it. Like, it's excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
As I can see as we write at the bottom of the chat, pretty much. I want to do another giveaway.
Hey.
So you know, I did that Disney eBay score job lot that I did a video of. Have you seen that video?
Yeah, I need to watch that. I've got it in my watch later.
So these are things that came in that job lot that I didn't include in the video because I didn't want them. I didn't want to include them. One film here I hate with a passion.
What is it?
But anyway, it's awful. It's that
Beverly Hills.
I hate it. It's fucking awful. Right,
I think I have a sealed copy of it somewhere.
So anyway, no one's gonna want this now, but if you want a copy of The Lion King on DVD, Aladdin on DVD, and Beverly Hills Chihuahua on Blu-ray, in the chat, the first person to say, "Oh my god, it's a Chihuahua," wins.
They're gonna have to spell Chihuahua. That's kind of a challenge.
I mean, it's right here. They can just look at the screen. It's right here. Look, it's right there.
No, don't let them see. Don't let them see. Hide it. Make it more of a challenge.
All right. So the first person to say, "Oh my god, it's a Chihuahua," wins those. I'm expecting no one's going to enter because no one wants this shite of a film. I mean, Lion King's great and Aladdin's great, but
yeah, there's some good films in there.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Who's going to enter? There's been more people in the chat now. It's 6. It was down to 4. Now it's 6 again. Awesome. Honestly, guys, thank you so much for jumping on the stream, everybody. It's been great.
Oh, it's been so much fun.
Jack,
it's great.
Jack goes. Jack says, I can't even spell chi. Luke says, "Oh my god, a chihuahua."
There we go.
So what? I'm gonna give it to Luke. Luke.
Yeah.
Contact. I'm going red. Look. Contact me on Instagram or Facebook Messenger with your address, and I'll post these out to you, my friend.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
When the stream starts dying down and there's only like a few people left, these 3 can be given away. Because, yeah, they're for the last member. I feel like it's tradition. I won some on the last stream, so I want to give. And then it's just going to be a continuing trend. Hopefully.
Oh, wait. Jack, look at Jack. Oh my god,
amazing.
I'm so fucking confused. Fucking clown. What? Rob, what? What? I didn't know what he was talking about, and I was still
The only
confused.
clown thing I can remember is Joker, but we only spoke about that for a minute. I'm confused now.
Right, I have one more giveaway.
Giveaways.
Because I'm giving away in all my life here. So I've got, because I've upgraded to the Blu-ray, I don't need this anymore, which is 20 Miles to Earth. It's a Ray Harryhausen monster movie, a really good one, very
really
underrated.
I like the Harryhausen films.
It's quite heartbreaking because you can't. I feel like you sympathise for the monster in this film.
Yeah,
and I think it's really good. So, 20 Million Miles to Earth, and I've got the Children of the Corn trilogy on DVD solely because I plan to get the upgraded version on Blu-ray at some point when it's actually not ridiculous money.
Which one? Because there's the 88 Films trilogy, but Arrow are re-releasing it. Well, Arrow are going to do a Blu-ray over there, aren't they?
Yeah, I want the Arrow one.
Yeah, the Arrow has the better restoration and features from what I've heard.
So, so to win this, the first person to write "The Corn is alive" wins. Go.
Go.
I mean, no one might want it. Maybe it's because it's like 1 in the morning and I have shit prizes to give out.
No, they're good prizes. I mean, I'm giving away 2 good films and a shit one. I think it's shit anyway. But if people like it, or if they don't have it, then they can have it. Yeah.
Literally, no one's biting. Is that one biting? Look, Lauren's already got them. Oh, okay. Why you have to cry about it, Lauren? It's fine. She's like, I'm sorry, oh god. Oh yeah, Jack, you've got a massive haul today, Jack. Jack wins. So
yes,
mate, he's got a field day. Look at his prizes.
Jesus Christ.
Jack, make sure you contact me on Facebook or Instagram, and with your address, and I will send these out to you as soon as I can, my friend. That's a
haul.
Yeah, I bet he's happy he's tuned into the stream for all this time.
Video idea there.
I tell you what, as well. I tell you what, mate. Like Physical Media Madness, Jack's channel. He's got a great channel, man. He's editing.
I'm gonna give him a sub now. I'm not sure if
really
I'm subbed
good.
or not. I'm gonna have a look now.
He's criminally in the low 20s. He's very small numbers, so I reckon he should be boosted up. He should be.
I just subscribed. Subscribed there. Oh, I can't wait to check out his content. He just ranked the Tarantino films. Hey, adding that to my watch later.
Really good video as well. That's a really good video. I watched it on Wednesday when he dropped it. It's really good.
Oh, excited. I love Tarantino, me.
Fuck. Like when you put stuff on the bed, my bed's literally arm length, like right here, like right there. Like when you put stuff on the bed, nothing stays put; it always slides off.
Yeah.
Bastards! How dare they? Alright, so I've got to post them, so that's good. So, yeah, thank you so much for entering these competitions. Leon's got one towards the end, whenever the end may be. It might be. It might be in 1 hour. It might be in 2 hours. It might be in 18 hours. Who knows? I mean, I'm wondering how long we can go until the watching counter goes to 0, so we know no one's watching. I was just wondering because when me and John ended our stream, our 8-hour stream last week, we still had 6 people watching at the end.
Jeez, how many have we got right now?
We got 7 watching right now. Oof. and we're
Hi
nowhere
to the
near the
7
8-hour
people.
mark. We're nowhere near the 8-hour mark either. So I've been wanting to watch the Corn trilogy as well. Awesome.
Hey.
I've not seen any of them. I bought that box set ages ago. Never, because I'm awful at actually getting around to watching shit. I'm terrible
Yeah,
at it.
same.
I'm so like my mum's argument was like, "Why did you buy so much films? You're never gonna watch them all." I was like, "I will watch them. It might take me about 40,000 years, but I will watch them."
Yeah, I have so much. I've organized like the people might wonder why, because I used to have my collection like actually alphabetized, but then I've got new shelves downstairs for some of the stuff for like the Arrow and the boutique stuff, and I kind of decided that upstairs shelves are now just in 2 sets. So I've got one shelf full of all the films I've seen, and then the other shelves are like films I need to see, and then I'm like, Jesus Christ, I have too many films. I need to watch them all. So I'm just going through them like bit by bit, and I'm probably gonna end up giving away or selling some of them soon anyway.
Right. As we've done that, because I wanted to do that while we were at the bottom of the chat, I've missed us a few questions out, so I'm going to go to these questions. So
Okay.
Marcus J asks top 5 action films.
Probably John Wick Chapter 3. I think that's pretty high up there for me. I think it's the best in the trilogy. RoboCop? Like, what do you really define RoboCop as? Because it's action, sci-fi, kind of body horror. I think RoboCop's kind of up there for me.
Yeah, I'd say it's an action film for sure.
Terminator 2. Can't forget Terminator 2. I've got two more. I'm trying to think. Okay, they're the 3 I've got for now. I'll try and think of 2 more. Not necessarily my top 5, but in terms of like a film with really fun action, Godzilla vs Kong. I really love the action in that. Like, I think it was like really well, like, you know, like the CGI is like really good in Godzilla vs Kong. I really love the action in that. I wouldn't say it's like best action film ever, but it's really, really fun.
The CG is next level as well. The CG
it's
is
unreal.
incredible.
It looks lifelike, like as lifelike as a massive like lizard. And I've got a question actually. What is Godzilla? Because I know he's not a lizard. Because I always look at Godzilla as like a cross between a lizard and a dinosaur.
There's been this, like, as you go through the films, you notice they're always kind of sort of, there is the base idea of what Godzilla is, but they're always retconning his origins through the films. So like in the original film, he's just this monster, kind of, I don't know whether it explains whether he's created or he's awoken by nuclear testing, but he's like awoken by nuclear testing, and he is basically born from nuclear power. But they never really explain what he is. But like, and in one of the continuities, they explain how he was a dinosaur on this island during World War II, and the island gets nuked, and he becomes Godzilla. So he's kind of a dinosaur, mutated by nuclear power. So yeah, I just say he's kind of like an amphibious dinosaur that's been mutated by nuclear power, because he does have gills. There's a lot of people in the Godzilla fandom that don't like the comprehension of gills. But if you go into the history of the franchise, there is slits either side of the neck on the suits in every film. You can't always see them, but they're there. There for they are actually air holes for the actors to breathe.
Right. Okay.
But they're also in canon. They're known in the actual lore. They are gills, because he's got to have gills. He's an amphibious creature.
Exactly. Yeah.
He lives underwater. Like, it's just, So, but there's some like people that think that they say that they're really hardcore fans, but yet they refuse to say, oh no, he doesn't have gills. How can he have gills? I'm just like,
yeah.
Like, if they did a little bit of research, they'll understand that he's always had gills in every film. You can't always see them, but they're there. Like, do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you said, if he's always underwater, it makes sense. Yeah.
He's amphibious. He's got to have gills, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I have no problem with the gills at all. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I never even
just a
thought
little
about
fun
it too
fact.
much, you know. But I never knew that, but that's cool. But yeah, I love. I think I'm really kind of growing into like a huge like Godzilla lover. Like I'm really loving like my deep dive into the stuff. Like I didn't like '98 too much, but all the other films I've had fun with, like relatively, and I can't wait to dig into the Showa era. I'm so ridiculously hyped. I think I'm gonna watch it after the stream. I'm gonna see if Brady's awake, and I'm gonna watch the 54 film. I can't wait.
Yeah, I haven't answered the question, have I? About
Oh yeah, top 5 action. I can't think of any others, so I'm just gonna say those 3.
I did make a video a long time ago, like September time, before I went on camera with my channel. It's just like a voiceover. I think if I can remember the video, it was like I picked like I think it was like something like Terminator 2, Predator.
Predator. How could I forget Predator? Oh,
Aliens, Die Hard, and The Raid. Probably my 5
how
picks.
did I forget the? Oh my god, I feel like an idiot. How could I forget Die Hard? Die Hard's amazing. I've got a question actually. What do you think of the Die Hard franchise overall? Like, what's your like opinion on all of the films?
So one is a masterpiece. That's a bit of an overused word. It's not a masterpiece, but number one is I'd say it's the film I've seen the most in my life.
Yeah,
it's probably the
it's
film
so
I've seen
watchable.
the most. It's so easy to watch, right?
Yeah,
like it could be on It's always on at Christmas time at ITV.
Yeah.
I could come downstairs and like my brother's got it on TV. It's halfway through. I can sit and just carry on watching it with him, even though it's halfway through. It's so watchable. So yeah,
It's
the first
amazing.
one is the first. I think the first one is perfect.
It's a fantastic film. Absolutely fantastic.
It's a perfect action film. 2 is okay, a bit of a rehash of the first film. I don't think it's as engaging.
No.
I don't really find the airport setting very interesting.
Yeah, I don't like to be honest. I don't hate it. I just think it's such a step down, and it doesn't really do anything to kind of justify its existence. But I'm interested to hear what you think of Vengeance.
Die Hard with Vengeance is incredibly entertaining sequel.
Yes,
It's so good.
I think I can kind of like. I think the original film is the best of the bunch for sure, but I have such a fun time with Vengeance. Die Hard with a Vengeance is so fun, and I love how they switch things up.
Die Hard 4 is okay. It's just okay. It's not awful. It's not amazing. It's an okay PG-13 action film.
I have a question about Die Hard 4. Have you ever seen the R-rated cut?
Don't think so. No.
It's DVD only, but you can get a DVD. It's a double disc DVD. I'll see if I can find a link for you where they they actually had like an R-rated cut initially where like John McClane's like saying fuck. So you've got like actual violence going on. There's blood on screen, and it's like a proper R-rated version, and it improves the film so much in my opinion. So I think that might improve your like opinion on the film a bit more. And it might make it a bit better for you.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
But I don't own it either, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. I've got the first 3. I don't feel like I need any more. And
the fifth one.
I've not seen the 5th one solely based on its reputation. The fact that John McClane isn't acting like the character.
He's not John McClane.
He's not John McClane. Yeah.
It is an awful film. Like A Good Day to Die Hard is awful. Oh, it's awful. I hate it. I hate that film.
It's got, I don't know the guy's name, but
Jai Courtney.
He is the most blandest, boring actor I've ever seen on screen. He's Terminator Genesis. He's shite in that. It's just
I get him mixed up with the Avatar guy. What's his name? Sam Worthington or whatever his name is. Yeah, those two are like into.
He came in and then went again. Like he was meant to be the next big star, they just disappeared.
Yeah, and then it's like Jai Courtney. The thing is, I like Jai Courtney in one role in a bad film, but I like him in Suicide Squad. I think he's good in Suicide Squad as the I can't even remember what character he is, but he's the guy who's got like the pink unicorn all the time, and he's kind of fun. He's a fun character, but I don't really like that film. I like him in that, and I'm glad that they've kept him for the Suicide Squad. I think they did anyway. But yeah, Jai Courtney is a weird actor. Unless I'm getting him mixed up and I'm thinking of someone else. He's that forgettable. I don't know. It might be. I think that's. I'm gonna.
As obviously we're answering questions by the viewers, but I've got a question for both of us to discuss. Is there an actor that you hate to the point where if he's in a film you refuse to watch that film?
James Corden. I had that one rolled up. I don't like James Corden. I can't stand him. I think he's like my go-to. James Corden. Is there anyone else? I don't know really. Like my parents, like a lot of family members have stuff like that. Like my mum or like my stepdad hates Robert De Niro for some reason. He's a fantastic actor, but it's entirely based on him as a person, and I'm like, that doesn't stop the fact that he's one of the greatest actors ever. And they're just like, I can kind of do the whole like see the art, separate the art from the artist. They don't agree with his political things. I think he's fine. I love him as an actor though. But yeah, James Corden's my go-to. I can't stand James Corden. Oh my days. How about you?
Mine is Danny Dyer. I can't stand him.
Don't say it to John. Oh, don't say. John loves Danny Dyer. I don't think I've ever seen him give a performance that I'd say is like great.
There's one film that I generally like with him in it.
What film's that?
Which is Severance.
I've never seen Severance. I've heard good things though. It's from the Christopher Smith, I think the director is. He did Did you see Triangle? The film Triangle.
I love that film.
Such a good film.
So underrated.
He's so underrated. He's a master of kind of directing underrated films. If I'm thinking of the right guy, because he also directed Creep. Not the 2014 one. It's like a 2005 film. I don't know if you have you seen Creep?
Yeah, the London Underground. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Fucking amazing film.
Super
amazing
underrated.
Film.
Again.
I had to buy it on DVD because me and Lauren were going to watch it. I've got the DVD right over there. It's like amazing film.
What the antagonist does to that girl?
Craig. I think he's called Craig. Like the antagonist.
When he gets the fucking saw thing.
In the room. No. I love it now.
I know it's completely implied. I think most of that scene is.
Yeah.
But it's still the idea of it's brutal.
I think Creep is genuinely, honest to God, one of the most underrated like horror films ever made, just for the sheer fact that it gets like the average score on like IMDb and Letterboxd, it's like 5 out of 10 or probably even lower or something, and I'm like, that film has so much to say, and it's such an effective horror film in terms of the fact it's like 80 minutes long, and every scene is so good. You've got the villain is like unreal. There's like these long shots that it makes the London Underground genuinely terrifying. Can you tell I like that film? Oh, I love it. It's such a good film.
Right,
needs a Blu-ray release.
Do you have access to the chat on your screen?
I do, yes.
Right, so I'm on top 5 action films. So find that comment. The next comment is, what's your most favourite loved comedy movie, guys? Right.
Yeah,
so
I can see that.
With that in mind, talk about yours. I've got to go to the toilet, so I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. So my favourite comedy film, I spoke about this in the top 10 tag thing recently. It was oh god, what was it? Hot Fuzz, the Edgar Wright, oh god, my brain's not working today. Edgar Wright, Simon Pegg, Nick Frost film. I think it's one of the most well-written comedies of all time. I absolutely love it. It's one of those films I've seen about probably like 50-60 times, as well as Shaun of the Dead, and I just, every time I watch it, I pick up on something new. Like there's another joke, there's like a little reference there that you see, and then you're like, oh yeah, they meant that, and oh, love it. That's probably my favorite comedy film of all time. But there's so many, like Black Dynamite, which someone mentioned earlier. Love Black Dynamite as like a comedy film. Female Trouble is kind of up there, the John Waters film. I think that film has like a sequence. If anyone's seen Female Trouble, the sequence with Divine and Divine in like the graveyard, like very early on, like 10 minutes in, one of the funniest things ever. Oh, it's great. It's great. It's great. Oh, there's new comments. I'm gonna scroll down and read some of the comments. Hot Fuzz is a fantastic film. Yeah, it's so good. Hot Fuzz is amazing. It's I think it's the best of the Edgar Wright trilogy. I prefer Hot Fuzz to Shaun of the Dead and The World's End, I think. Like I think Shaun of the Dead's really great though. Hi, hello. Hello. Hi. It was Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz was my favorite comedy of all time. I love that film.
I've not seen it. I've only seen the one film out of the Cornetto trilogy, which is Shaun of the Dead, and I didn't really like that much, to be honest with you.
No. Oh,
sorry.
Hot Fuzz is unreal.
Sorry.
Oh,
is that sort of like an action film as well?
Yeah, it's like an action. It's like kind of a satire on action films, but at the same time, it's genuinely a good action film. Because you've got like Simon Pegg essentially plays a police officer who's so good at his job. He's like literally stopped crime in London to the point they have to put him in like a countryside like place, just like a random town where there's no crime, so crime can go back up in London. But then he uncovers this crazy mystery going on in the like quiet, peaceful town. I think I have a Blu-ray copy somewhere. Like, because I upgraded to 4K. If I do, I'll send it over. It's a film, one of the best films of all time, in my opinion. So funny.
Really?
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
High praise. Though.
Yeah, amazing film.
So, favorite loved comedy. See, I picked this in my top 10 tag. I'm just gonna say it again. Big Hero 6.
So good.
You know,
I love
I don't know whether people would consider it to be a comedy, but it made me laugh. It's the one film that just makes me laugh every time I put it on. It's so funny.
I love the you mentioned it in your review, but I love the sequence where he's like almost drunk and they're like breaking into the warehouse.
He's all like low battery, like low battery.
Oh,
and when
such a fun film.
When they come home, he's just like we jumped out the window. Shh. We jumped out the window. I love it when he's got the cat and his lap. He's like, Harry, baby. Harry, baby. It's so good. I love it.
Oh, it's great. Oh, it's such a good pick. I think I can see that as a comedy because it's
from 1 to 10, please rate your pain. It's so good.
I want to rewatch it now. That's the thing. It's like
I love it so
like
much.
this entire stream's just like I need to rewatch Gremlins 2. Need to rewatch Big Hero 6.
Yes. It's just simple just when they try to get him through the window, he can't be. He goes, wait until I deflate. It's simple. It's simple, stupid comedy. That's my kind of humor. I just find
yeah. Oh, it's great. I love it.
Oh, it's so funny.
I want to rewatch it now. Oh, that's gonna be me. It's just gonna be. I've been like recommending films all the stream, but now I've got like a list of films I need to rewatch again. Oh, such a good film. Such a good film. We hit 5 hours. Well, 8 minutes ago we did. But hey!
I know for a fact. I doubt he's on the chat anymore. But I've got Magpie Movies Geordie Paul next week.
Ooh,
I guarantee it'll be like 2 hours max.
How come?
Because he had to ask permission from the wifey. His wife, so I can imagine he can't be on long. And I'm only saying that because his streams are usually only 2 hours long.
Yeah,
on his channel. So, but yeah, I love it where someone's like, "Yeah, go on to whenever." Great, it's a good old chat.
Oh, it's been so much fun so far.
Oh, I tell you, it's so funny. We're like earlier on, I was like, right, I've got 6 hours left on my StreamYard account. I need to like maybe be 2 hours or 3 hours at max. And then before we connected, I was just saying to myself, I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna pay for stream unlimited hours, unlimited fucking stream time. Fuck it, boom. And then I don't have to worry about us being cut off halfway through or something.
Oh.
We're gone behind the stream again.
Oh no.
So, but yeah, it's normal. It's funny. Look, Lauren says, "Is that Gamera film with the English dub and different score?"
That's
Okay,
Guardian of the Universe.
okay. You answered the score question as I asked it. Never mind. It sounded so funny.
Oh.
Why she got the crying emoji?
Is that a crying emoji? I don't
Yeah.
know.
I really want to see it. What's your favourite thing you love and own in your entire collection?
Gamera downstairs, but this is second. It's a second now. But the Gamera complete thing, it's downstairs. I wish I could get it. I'm too lazy.
But I mean, before it was the Criterion Godzilla set, it was the Toho Masters Godzilla set, which is super hard to find there and goes for about 260 quid.
Jeez.
But the Criterion's trumped it now, though.
Yeah, it's so amazing. Oh, it's so amazing.
I also love my fuck's sake. Because it's like right next to me. I love my my Gamera as well.
Yeah, I've actually got one. One
Love
minute.
it.
I need to
I
get
love
up again.
it.
Oh, I've got one I can kind of show off. It's kind of cool. My legs. Okay.
My knee.
Okay. I've got a few. I'm just picking a few cool collector's editions that I've got. Yeah, right. Okay. So, here we go. We got a pile here. I got some of my limited edition stuff up here. Okay, so cool collector's editions. I like this one. The I'll wait for you to get back.
Sorry, I'm getting something.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited. We're just showing off our limited editions at this point.
Man, this is just something I have that's near dear to my heart that I want to show because I keep forgetting I have it.
I want to see.
Right, so I'm doing a childhood cartoons video at some point. Me and Carlino 9 are doing a collaboration, but we haven't really spoken about it recently. But we are going to get to that at some point. But I bought this from Germany, and it's the only way that I know of that you can get the complete series. And you asked my mum, you probably won't, 'cause you don't know my mum, but ask my mum anyway. I was obsessed with this TV show, this cartoon, to the point where my reception, do you know what a reception is in school? Reception.
Yeah, reception, yeah.
But when I was 4 years old, in reception, my reception teacher found me in the boys' toilets. You used to have these grates that go down the drain, you can pull them off. I was looking down the drain for Ninja Turtles. So I've got the whole Ninja Turtles collection, DVD. It's on DVD though, but it's the whole set.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It's a German release. You can't get it over here for some fucking reason.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay.
I love Ninja
For
Turtles.
me, right, I've got a few cool ones. So, I got this one here, this bad boy here, the Midsommar limited edition, the A24 one. That's like a
Not
book.
seen that film yet.
Oh, it's so good.
I've heard mixed feelings though.
I like it. I've got a Blu-ray copy. I think I've got a Blu-ray copy somewhere. Like, because this is the 4K. But it's so nice. It's like a book. Like, I gotta be careful because some of this is probably a bit too much for a stream. Like, but yeah, you've got like this really nice artwork. I love this. I did a video months ago on it. Great collector's edition. I think it's back in print now because it was out of stock for ages.
Now I've it's funny how like a lot of my streams we spoke about Hereditary already, and when I was talking to John, we spoke about Midsummer, and when I had Rob on, we talked about Midsummer because he hates Midsummer. Now I've not seen it, but from what I've heard from the fandom of the director or of those films is that it seems what I've seen from my research is if you're a fan of Hereditary, you won't like Midsummer. If you're a fan of Midsummer, you won't like Hereditary. But like for example, my mate Fraser, who was on this chat, he probably isn't now. He quite likes Midsummer, but he doesn't like Hereditary. So I love Hereditary. Will I like Midsummer?
Here's the thing. When I saw Hereditary in the cinema, I was telling Brady about this the other day. It's one of the only times I've ever walked home from the cinema in pure shock, and I was just like unable to comprehend what I watched. I love it. I love Hereditary so much. And then when I saw Midsommar, I kind of had the same feeling, but out of the two, I think I prefer Midsommar because I've seen it so many times. I've seen Midsommar 4 times, twice for the theatrical in the cinema, which was already like 2.5 hours long, and then the director's cut, which is almost 3 hours, I've seen twice as well. And I think it is, honest to God, one of the most gorgeous films of all time, but also terrifying for that exact same reason, because unlike most horror films, Midsommar takes place almost entirely during the day. Like, it's just like all of this, like, this folklore, like you think of like the Wicker Man or something, but in broad daylight. And I think that's what makes it so terrifying to me. I think it's so unnerving, and it has like really disturbing imagery that will never like leave my head. I prefer Midsommar, but I think Hereditary is a better film. So I think you would probably like it if you're into like kind of cult horror. And when I mean cult horror, I mean like the occult, like Wicker Man type thing, because I think that kind of stuff's really scary. But it's entirely dependent on the viewer, really, because they're both films about grief. Like, they're both very like serious and, like, if you look at it on paper, miserable films. But I think I prefer Midsommar's like visual style. I just think I love how colourful it is for such a dark film, you know, at the core, at the surface. So yeah, I love it. I love them both equally. But I think Midsommar just pushes it over the edge for me a bit. I think you'd like it.
Yeah, I've seen some clips. Like I've seen the clip, the cliff scene.
Oh, the cliff scene. Oof.
Brutal.
It's so brutal. I seeing that in the cinema, I was shocked. I think the ending, like, it has one of my favorite endings ever. Midsommar does. Like, the ending shot is just gorgeous. Just wouldn't leave my brain for ages. But yeah, I love this so much. It's such a cool limited edition. I hope A24 do more like this. I really do. But yeah, other random collector's editions I've got. I got these from America. These VHS style Stranger Things releases.
Oh, nice.
Which are
They're
fucking
cool.
Awesome. So it's got this has got season 1 essentially on 4K, but it's also 4K and Blu-ray. So you open it up, it's like an old VHS style thing, but you open it up. And then, how do you actually open it? Oh yeah, so you open it like this, and then inside you've got like the discs.
It's similar to the HMV VHS range.
Yeah, it's very similar to that. I love the VHS range. 1 minute. I gotta be careful about this. I don't want to move my camera too much. I have all of the VHS range. Yeah,
I opted not to go for them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the thing is the release. Oh, I'm way too high up. The VHS range itself doesn't really offer anything new, apart from a few films. A few of the films in the VHS range have never had Blu-ray releases over here. Clue, Crocodile Dundee, 48 Hours, I think. Like, there's some films in there that have never had Blu-ray releases outside of those, which I find fascinating, because you think films like Clue would have a Blu-ray release, you know, outside of it. And it really kind of confuses me why some of them are so like exclusive to that. But out of that range, I've got the Mandy one, you know, the 2018 Nick Cage film. And
yeah.
God,
it's got that
one.
It's got that amazing scene where he's in the shower, he just smashes that bottle and goes,
I love it. It's amazing. I love that scene so much. I think his acting is great. I'm a Nick Cage defender.
It's literally I love Nicolas Cage. What are you talking about? It's awesome.
Yeah, like, he's great.
It's great. Yeah. Like it's like Color of Space, like Color Out of Space. He has those moments where he's just like he's fucking just in the car, just going.
Oh, he's in the car like.
I think he's an underrated actor, because in that film, towards the end, when the sheriff and the water guy, whatever his name is, the guy that's
what's his name? Ward.
Yeah, him. They turn up to the house, and obviously, like. The colour has like kind of warped time and space in the minds of everybody, and you see Nicolas Cage. I think he does a great this performance. He opens the door and he's like, "Oh, hey, hello, Sheriff, how you doing? Yeah, come in. He's like, here's the family, and there's no one there. He's just like, they're like, oh, where's your family? They're there. And he's all like going like.
He's
like
so good.
Awesome, like really good performance. I think.
Yeah, he's so like overhated, because I think the issue people have with Nick Cage is as soon as they see him kind of go out there like with the outrageous stuff, they kind of forget how he's been in so many great films. Like you look at something like Face Off, you look at One film. Have you
Con
heard
Air,
of
man.
vampires?
Con Air. Holy
Con
shit.
Air's
Con
great.
Air.
Yeah, Con Air.
Put,
Can't forget
put the
Con
Barney back in the box.
Air.
I love
Bloody
that film.
Cameron Poe. Oh, I love it. I think he's genuinely really good in Mandy because for the first, it's like a film of two halves where the first half he's so quiet and restrained, and then when you see that build up and he has the scene in the bathroom where he's just like freaking out,
He just
I'm
fucking
like,
just breaks.
yeah, it's
It
such a
literally breaks.
great bit of acting. I adore it. Have you seen Vampire's Kiss or heard of Vampire's Kiss?
Is that the clip where it's like, I haven't misfired anything, not once,
Yes.
not one time? Yeah, that
Yes.
crazy scene. Yeah.
That film is
I've seen the
amazing.
scene. I've seen that scene, but
Yeah.
that's all I've seen.
Oh,
It's so
Vampire's Kiss
overacted
is
to the
honest-
point of crazy.
The thing is, it's genius because Vampire's Kiss is always spoke about as if, oh, it's like so bad it's good, or it's like genuinely so bad. But I think Vampire's Kiss is actually good, and I'll explain why. Because do you know the concept of that film, or are you kind of like
No,
blind when like?
I literally have no idea about it.
Okay. So essentially, this isn't a spoiler. He essentially gets bit by, I think it's like a bat, and his character believes he's turning into a vampire. It never says whether he's a vampire or not. It is never any like confirmation. You're just seeing it from Nick Cage's perspective, his character. So there's like sequences where he'll be in the bathroom at work and he'll look into a mirror and you'll see his reflection because obviously Nick Cage is in a bathroom, but he'll freak out as if he's not got a reflection, and then he'll just think that he's a vampire and he'll try go around eating cats and stuff. And I think it's great. Like, it's so great to see someone who thinks they're a vampire or thinks they've kind of like lost it almost, but they haven't in reality, and he's just went mad essentially. And I think it's such a good performance. It's so over the top and so overacted, but in the mindset of that character who's already lost his mind, I think it's genius. I love it. But I understand people hate that film, but oh, it's so good. It's so entertaining. One of my favorite Nick Cage performances.
My friend Fraser, who's in the chat, he's not in the chat anymore. He's probably gone to bed. But he said, I think last week on the stream we were talking about Nicolas Cage. I forget in what context, but he just put in the chat. He was just like, I love Nicolas Cage. He's so shit, but when he goes crazy, it's hilarious or something like that. He said, like, he thinks he's a shit actor, but he also loves him at the same time.
Yeah, some of his performances are awful. Like, I'm never gonna say he's like the best actor of all time, but I think when he puts the effort in, he's fantastic. Like, he's so fantastic. But as of late, he's kind of forced it, but that's just because of his like financial situation where he owns like 18 mansions. He owns like a Superman comic that he paid like $500,000 for. He owns dinosaur bones. He owns so much ridiculous stuff that he has to like pay it off in like these like low budget films. And you can tell sometimes where he doesn't care about the film. But when you get something like Color Out of Space or Mandy, he's great. I love him.
I haven't seen Willy's Wonderland yet, and I kind of want to.
Yeah, I need to see that one. I've heard mixed things, but I do kind of want to see it.
Yeah, I've heard it's just like it's kind of like just a okay film about Nicolas Cage going crazy and destroying animatronics.
Yeah, it's like Five Nights at Freddy's or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's time to catch up on the comments. Robert Fett's Bounty says Mortal Kombat soon. I'm excited if you haven't guessed. It's been a while since I've been excited for an actual film, and I'm really excited for Mortal Kombat.
I'm excited to see what it does. I think my favorite thing about this like recent trend of blockbusters this year, the two being Godzilla vs. Kong and Mortal Kombat, is the fact they're both under 2 hours long. I think it's kind of refreshing considering we've had so many films recently like Zack Snyder's Justice League or like Endgame where they're like 3-4 hour long epics, and it's so nice to see a big budget blockbuster that's like under 2 hours, you know? Because it's like Godzilla vs. Kong is such an entertaining film because I don't think it wastes much time.
It's like I said, it's so tightly paced.
Yeah.
And I think if it was any longer, it would outstay its welcome big time.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm excited for Mortal Kombat, because I've heard it's only about like an hour 40 minutes or something, which is perfect length for like a Mortal Kombat film. As long as it has like solid action and it's just a fun time, that's all I need. All
I want is fights galore.
Yes.
To be as gory as sin, like
yes.
It needs to have blood everywhere, and it needs to have fatalities.
I like the shot. Have you seen the trailer? I've only seen the first trailer, but
Yeah.
you know the shot with I think it's Scorpion and Sub-Zero. Like,
Mhm.
do you know which shot I'm on about? I love that shot.
Where
It's so cool.
he cuts his shoulder, then just like freezes his blood and turns it into a
Yes.
fucking spear, like stabs
Awesome.
him with it.
Amazing
Like,
shot.
For me, I think they've got the shot, they've got the look right. Like everyone looks the
Yeah.
bollocks, like it looks legit. Like
Yeah.
I'm really hyped. I got a
I
feeling
think
this
it'll be
might.
fun.
I mean, I was about to say I think it might break the video game movie curse. But I think Sonic the Hedgehog already done that last year. So
Sonic the Hedgehog was quite a surprise. I
really-
didn't love it like most people, but
I really enjoyed it.
I think it's such a fun film that anyone can enjoy. You know, like even if you're not a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, you can have fun with that film. I think it's I'm trying to think. It's like the perfect film. Like if I saw that film and I was like a kid, if it was like My Gremlins or something, I would be watching that film over and over and over again because it's just so entertaining. It has such a light-hearted tone and everything.
So
And I think it's a really fun film.
So for me, I've got a very deep-seated nostalgia for Sonic the Hedgehog because the original Sonic the Hedgehog was the second ever video game I ever played as a kid.
Yeah.
So to see the film come out and do really fucking well, be an actually entertaining movie with Sonic in it, and also do really, really well, I think it was the highest-grossing video game movie ever.
Yeah, and it came
year.
out. It came out at such a bad time as well, but it still did numbers because it was like right before the pandemic started. It was so successful still.
It was the last film I saw in the cinemas.
I can't remember what the last one I saw was.
It was like February 2020.
What was the last film I saw in the cinemas? It might have been Birds of Prey. You know, I like Birds of Prey. I know some people don't like it, but I think it might have been one of the last ones I saw. But yeah, I'm so glad it did well, and I think the sequel could be fun.
Mate, they fucking like the fact that they like. I was so excited when they introduced Tails at the end. I was like, yes. All we need Knuckles, and it'd be perfect. Like, come on.
Yes. When you mentioned how Sonic the Hedgehog was one of the first games you played, Sonic Adventure was the first game I can actually remember playing, like on the Dreamcast. That was one of my first ever like video game experiences. So I have a huge nostalgia for Sonic Adventure. I know some people don't like those games, but I really love the first Sonic Adventure. It holds a special place in my heart.
The first two Sonic Adventure games I have big nostalgia for as well, because I remember when I was growing. When it got to like PS2 coming out, like 2000, obviously it was a new big thing. My parents didn't have the money, so that Christmas, instead of getting a PS2, they got me a Dreamcast, Sega Dreamcast, with Sonic Adventure and a bunch of other games. And I remember having a massive collection Dreamcast games. And then as I got older, I sold it for like a PS2, and now I kind of regret it because Dreamcasts are really expensive to buy now. Bastard! Past me! How dare you!
No, I think Sonic Adventure is just so... It just holds a special place in my heart, because it's around the same time, because it's like, when I think of my childhood, the two things I think of, weirdly, are Sonic Adventure and Gamera, because it was around the same time, because it was like, late 90s, like early 2000s. I think I would have ended up playing them about like 2001, 2002. And I also had an Xbox at the time, which is how I watched the Gamera film, even though it was free in a PlayStation magazine. I was all over the place with like consoles and stuff, because it's like I didn't have a PlayStation 2 for ages, and then I got one like way down the line, like 2004, 5 or something, when it'd been out for years. But I had I never had a Dreamcast. My grandparents have a Dreamcast at theirs, and that's how I always used to play that. The two games I played were Sonic Adventure, and for some reason they had Quake 3. I think it was like my uncle's or something.
Yeah, that was on Dreamcast. Yeah,
so good. I really miss the Dreamcast. I really do. Oh, I kind of want to get one, but like you said, they're so expensive.
Sega's swan song, as well.
Yeah, I can't believe that was the last console they made. It's like Sega. Oh,
that console
should have been a hit.
Yeah, they got absolutely destroyed by PS2.
Yeah. It's weird when you think about it, because the Dreamcast and the GameCube are looked at now as, well, they were looked at the time as failures, but they're some of like the most well-respected consoles of like the past few generations now. Because like people were like, oh yeah, the Dreamcast, oh, no one's got any games for it. But you look at it now and it's worth so much, and people love it in the same way as the GameCube.
my two favorite game consoles of all time are the original Sony PlayStation and the Sega Dreamcast. Like,
Yeah.
when it comes to just straight up game libraries, they are. I think they have the best libraries ever.
Yeah, they're amazing. I don't know what I'd say my favorite console. I think this is, I know it's new-ish, but I think the 360 holds a special place in my heart, or like the original Xbox to 360, just for like how it kind of got me into gaming, you know? Like how it was, I can remember my fondest memories from playing Xbox games. Like my, one of my favorite games of all time, which is a really weird pick, but did you ever play the Scarface game? Scarface: A World Is
Yeah,
Yours?
it was really good.
It's amazing.
It's really
I love
good.
that game. I love that game so much. I think it was one of my favorite games of all time.
I had it on the Wii though. I had it on the Nintendo Wii.
Is that the one with like the motion controls and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, but I just have such a like, I don't know, I love such a like nostalgic feel for that game, because I know, looking back on it now, it's not the most well polished game, and it is basically just a Vice City clone. But I just think it's so fun, and I think the level of charm that they have in like kind of like replicating the world of Scarface and continuing it on is genius. Like, I love the kind of, it flips how the film ends and kind of just does something completely different with it and like continues on the story. Oh, I love that game.
I mean, it's a fun what if, but let's face it, he wouldn't survive that.
Oh no, he wouldn't have whatsoever. It's like, it's such like an outlandish game, and I just love the whole fact you're like rebuilding the mansion again, and you're buying everything back into I want to play it again now.
Like even the ending to Scarface, a film that I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, I respect it for what it is, and I saw it once, and I quite enjoyed what it was, but I don't have any urge to watch it again. But like that ending sequence of him on the on the balcony going like, "I'll say hello to my little friend," blah blah blah. Like the fact that he takes like multiple automatic rifle rounds to the chest and just shakes it off is it kind of takes it away a little bit. Like it takes a shotgun blast from the behind to kill him finally, but the fact that he takes like multiple AR rounds to the chest and just keeps walking and shooting is a bit strange.
Yeah.
I have something to show you that I should have showed you before.
Okay, you froze, by the way.
Have I gone back yet?
No, you're still frozen. Oh, I see you, I see you, I see you.
Sorry, what?
You're back, you're back.
So I'm back, yeah?
Yes, I can see you now,
Alright, I've got something to show you. I keep forgetting I have this, but I look over my Godzilla VHS collection and I was like, oh yeah.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Is that which version is that?
The NTSC version.
Oh, so that's the US
American
one, right?
Yeah, the US
that's
one.
so cool.
I prefer the US versions over the clamshell. I like the cardboard sleeve.
Yeah. Because I have two, because we have this one here, which is like for the VHS like packaging style. You've got that, which is kind of just like the sleeve type thing, and then I've got this one for Stranger Things 2, which is like kind of a hard box one, you know, and it's like you open it up and then inside it's not like a proper VHS, but I kind of prefer this design. I think this design's cool, but I love just how easy it slips out. Yeah. You froze again. Oh, I don't know if it's my internet. I feel like it's my internet because I've got like the shittiest internet in the house because I'm like in the attic. Oh, why does it keep freezing? It's froze on Gamera though, so I'm happy. I can see Gamera right now. You and Gamera. Oh, Lauren's still. Oh my god, there's still people in the chat.
5 people, sir. 5 people.
Hey, that's brilliant. You're back. I see you again.
Oh, come on, lights, sharpen me up, bastard. Hey, we are back in action, yeah? How would you say, back for business, yeah? Yeah. What the fuck am I on? Oh, yeah, I forgot it's like 2 a.m, but oh well.
Oh my god, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
No one's clock watching, so it's fine. Oh yeah, look, okay, I'm well behind. I'm once again behind on the comments. As Marcus asks. Right. Alright, I'm confused. Right. Lauren says, I've got so many films in my collection I need to watch. Yes.
Yes, me too.
Collector's problems. Marcus says, have you guys seen any Kiefer Sutherland films / series? I've seen Phone Booth.
Phone Booth is great. I hate the cover art for it though. Oh,
Yeah.
cover art does my head in.
I've never seen 24. Dun, dun.
I've seen like a season of it.
That's a dun dun. We got
Dun
Robin Fest
dun.
Bounty with like dun dun, but you know the whole 24 is like dun dun. I don't know how you do it, like dun, like king king, like the way like all like it's like dramatic, isn't it? Like
oh yeah. I watched a season of it. I can't remember too much about it. The Lost Boys. I think The Lost Boys is great. Like have you seen The Lost Boys?
Yes, of course.
Oh, classic film. I
don't own it. I don't own it though.
Same. I need to get the Blu-ray. I've got the people who did this. The people who did the merch are Rocking Fortin. They had like I can't remember, like an art exhibit or something, and they found some old like out of print like merch because what I can't speak. The way they do their merch, essentially they sell it for like 72 hours or something, and then it's gone forever. But they had a few like leftover pieces from like old like exhibitions and stuff, and they had a Lost Boys one which I've ordered, so that should be here in like the next week or so. And like coming from America, and I'm like, yes, it's like so good. But I still don't have the film. I need to buy the film on Blu-ray.
Lauren says 5 hours. Jack says 5 hours.
5 hours. 5.5 hours now.
Lauren says, I use the cry emoji as like another form of laugh emoji. That's what we use it lose it for down here anyway. Sorry for the confusion. Thanks for the elaboration on that. Appreciate it. Now I know. I just keep thinking you're crying at everything. I was like, why is she crying? What's going on? Jeez.
Florence Pugh, Midsommar lady.
See, I'm looking at going, what?
Yeah, that's awful. That's just a drawing, but yeah, Florence Pugh, love her to bits. Oh. I don't think she's gave a bad performance yet, you know. I'm trying to think. I don't think she has.
Jack asks, which movie character would be the worst to share a flat with?
Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver. I don't think I want to share one with. I think Travis Bickle's the first one that comes to mind.
I think for me, it'd be fucking Mr. Peltzer from Gremlins, the dad in Gremlins.
Oh God, yeah.
You know why? It'd be awful because everything would be every normal day-to-day appliance would be an invention of his that tries to make it easier, but it doesn't work. So your day-to-day household stuff would be ruined because it'd just be all like toothpaste dispenser doesn't work, the egg thing is fucked, the juice will just explode. You've got bloody gremlin guts in the microwave because someone's fried the gremlin in the microwave.
Yeah, I think with him it's like the thought that counts, but it'd probably get to the point where it's just like Jesus, stop making stuff.
The Peltzer pets, no, don't do it. Poor Barney.
But yeah, Travis Bickle, the like lead from Taxi Driver. I think no, that's like the first one that came to mind for some reason. I just think, oh no.
I'm trying to think for more because that was more of like a little joke answer, really. Could you imagine like you don't have a fridge, you have a fucking stupid thing that's meant to be a fridge, but it's like an invention to replace the fridge for something else, and it just doesn't work. So you've got like your cheese is out of date, so you haven't got it in the fridge. The milk is all lumpy and horrible. It just doesn't work.
Trying to think of another. I don't know. That one just came to mind immediately. I'm awful at like on the spot questions. I'm trying to think of someone who'd just be like a nuisance, like annoying. Have you seen the Indiana Jones films?
Yes.
You know Willie from Temple of Doom? I hate
Of,
Willie, like the
the-
love
the-
interest, like
Oh, the
the
girl?
female. Yeah, in Temple of Doom. Oh, she's so annoying. Oh, that's probably like the most annoying character in film history. I think that one's up there for me.
Oh, do you know who would be fairly unbearable to share a flat with?
Go on.
Fucking Austin Powers. He'd be awful. He'd
That
be like,
would be
yeah,
the worst.
baby. Oh, it's
You'd
like,
never sleep. You'd
it's
never
like,
sleep.
it's like, I like, could you just fuck off? He's like, yeah, baby.
Oh my days.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
There's just like no filter with him. He'd just be like on 11 all of the time. He'd never calm down. Oh, I'm trying to think. I'm looking at the shelves now for films I've seen, and I'm like, oh, but I can't think of any.
Oh, there's a scene in I think it's the first Austin Powers film. It always absolutely kills me. And me and my friend from when I used to work at Ocado, we had this in joke where it's just like he's at a bit where he's like in America, he's like, "Hey Americans." He's like, he just goes to the wrong guy, he goes, "There you are." He goes, "Oh hi, how are you?" He's like, "No, you're there. There you are." He just carries on. This is so funny. So every time me and my mate, which is when I used to work at Ocado, with me and my mate, I used to be like, get on my electric pump truck and go around to do some collecting dollies for like the job.
Yeah.
And he'd be working on one of the stations, and I see him. His name's Mark. I'd be like, "Mark, there you are." He goes, "You there?" He's like, there you are." He's like, "Yeah, bro." Just carry on going. Oh, it's so good.
I need to rewatch them because I've always wanted to give them a rewatch, but they're so hard to find like good Blu-rays for because they're re-releasing the first one on Blu-ray again, but like this time I think it's like a new transfer or something. It comes out in like a month or two, so I might pick it up because I think I have Goldmember on Blu-ray somewhere, but I need to get the second one, The Spy Who Shagged Me.
Oh,
I need
what?
to pick that up.
Oh, there's that clip. Oh mate, it's always in like trying not to laugh challenges. I forget what Austin Powers is in, but it's like he's on a date with someone. It's like turns out she's like a assassin, but it's like she can't seem to kill her. And he's like she gets her mate going, "Use the machine gun." And she's like getting shot up. It's like use the rocket launcher. It's like boom. And like
I really want to rewatch it.
I forget what. I think it might be Goldmember, but it's so stupid.
I need to rewatch
So
it. It's
dumb.
been so long. Oh, it's been so long.
Lauren says she thinks the VHS collection is quite cool. I like the designs.
Yeah, I love the aesthetic design. I just think the releases themselves are so bare bones. Like they don't really, apart from films that you can't get anywhere else.
I think that's literally like the reason why I kind of just passed on them, to be honest.
Yeah, they don't offer anything.
Yeah, because for me, you're paying for the fancy packaging.
Yeah,
and from what I've seen on unboxings, it's not the greatest quality cards or anything like that. So it's
it's nothing. I kind of got them all because they were in like, I think they were in like a 2 for 15 offer or something, and I had like quite a lot of them already, and I was like, you know what, I'll just finish it and get the remaining ones, because I started out with the Mandy one, which now goes for ridiculous money because they printed it super limited amount, I think like 500 or something, so that goes for like crazy money on eBay now, and then after that I was like, oh, these are kind of cool, and they had them, I don't think they were selling too well because they've obviously not done any more for like years now, but I kept seeing them in offers for like 2 for 15. I was like, $7.50. I've never seen some of these films. I'll pick them up. And then at one point, I was just like, I'll just finish the collection. I'll just get them all because I never had like a completed collection before. Like, you know, every single title and something. And I think the only two I have are that one and the Black Label, the 101 Black Label. They're the only two collections I'm actually like up to date on.
I think it's like, to get a complete collection of like a certain series of a boutique label or whatever, it's fairly impossible at this point, right? Because so you've got like premium collections over 100, and there's a lot out of print already. You go for like Criterion's, that's over 1,000. That's gone ridiculous now. You know, there's some that it's just like there's no point starting.
Because because it's so, if you're so late into the game, it's like there's gonna be like, there's John mentioned like Blood Harvest, I think is one of the slasher classics. It goes for like £70 because it had such a weird thing, because 88 Films, I think it was like number 49 in the collection, or like 39 or something, and then the moment they were about to release it, the rights holders essentially were like, you can't release it. So the day it came out, it went out of print because they only made like a few copies, and those initial shop copies are the only ones that exist because they stopped production immediately after. So if you want to collect all of the like slasher classic collection, you're paying like 50, 60, £70 for one title, and it gets ridiculous. Like I wanted to complete the Black Label, and Lauren will know, if Lauren's still in the chat, that there were two titles that are such a piss take to get. So Roller Coaster and Existence, or Existence, with the David Cronenberg film.
I thought
those.
I was gonna say, isn't it pronounced Existence or something like that?
Existence, yeah, it's like really. I think it's Existence, yeah. I always say Existence for some reason. I'm an idiot.
I don't know. I've not seen the film, so I'm just going by what I've heard other people pronounce it.
I think it's Existence, but that one there, both of those releases on their own right now go for like the thing is, they printed about 3,000 copies, and it seems like no one who owns a copy wants to sell it. I was on eBay day after day for like 2 months trying to find copies of those even listed, let alone like trying to buy them. It was so hard to find them that I ended up paying, I think it was like 40-50 quid for each of them. So like 80 quid on two titles that I don't even think are like the best films ever, just to complete that collection. And I will never do it again. I think that was the only time I will do that, because I was like 2 away from, completing the entire thing. And at that point I was like, fuck it. But it was so, it was so annoying. I hate scalpers.
Yeah, I do. I have that case where, like, so for example, I picked up the Dawn of the Dead Arrow windowed release.
Yeah.
And the Day of the Dead. I paid about 70 quid. I paid 70 quid for the two, right?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
But it's not good when I paid for them, and a week later, Second Sight announces their awesome like Dawn of the Dead release.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're still great releases because they still have bonus things themselves, because they have all of the cuts. Like I know, the Dawn one has all 3 cuts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you've got like the posters, you've got you got the documentaries, you've got the reversible artwork and stuff. So they're still valuable, and they're still great additions to watch the films. I love the Second Sight release, but I still think they're worth it. And you can still get like, they just re-released the Dawn of the Dead ones now, where you can just get the 4-disc with the cuts and everything.
I almost pre-ordered that, but it's digipack, and I hate digipack. So
yeah, digipacks can be annoying. Yeah.
I don't like digipacks. It's like a lot of the anime releases. There's some anime releases that I've got on Blu-ray that you can't see. They're just behind stuff. But I've got Vampire Hunter D, and it's a digipack, but it's got a slipcase, which is quite nice. But because this is digipack, it doesn't stay in. So if I pick it up at the wrong angle, it just go bleh, and it's fall out.
Yeah, I've got a weird one like that. I've got the Psycho Legacy Collection. This is fucking expensive now. I picked it up on sale on like Amazon Germany for like £40. It's like £120 now. But it has this really cool thing where it's like, this is essentially like a digipack inside, but it's got its own case for it, so it's like an actual film. Like, it's a really weird package, but I love it, because then you open it up and then you've actually got like the fold out digipack itself. Yeah, but I like how they kind of house it.
I can't deal with this. That's too many boxes within the box for me.
Yeah, it's a box within a box within a box.
Yeah, I hate no.
Oh, and then there's 2 of them. There's a box within a box within a box within a box.
The horror does not end.
Oh, what are those things called? Like those things where it's like a doll that goes in a doll, goes in a doll.
I forget what they're called.
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't remember what they're called.
No, it begins with D, I think. Oh, so hopefully, if someone knows what I'm on about in the chat. Oh, but yeah, the doll within the doll within the doll. Oh, it just reminds me of that. Oh, God. I'm trying to think. What were we talking about before? Collections. Yeah, like starting a new collection, like the numbered ones. Yeah, I hate numbered collections. Like I like the fact I'm up to date on one, but I could never do it again.
Do you hate it because you you're impulsive to the point where you've got to get them all.
Yeah,
See, with
I
me,
want to.
See, with me, it doesn't matter. Fair enough. If there's a brand new collection just starting and it's just come out, number one is out now. We're starting this collection. I don't know. 88 Films starts a science fiction collection, for example, just to throw out a random idea.
Yeah.
Science, cult science fiction collection. Boom. And they just started, so it starts tomorrow. And I buy number one. I might start getting them as they come out. Yeah, because it's a bit more manageable. But when you look at the slasher collection, or you look at
60, 70 films or something.
Yeah. When they're already so far ahead, I'm just like, what's the point? Like, there's going to be some that are going to be basically raped over the coals for, money-wise,
so
to get
expensive.
them. It's like, I've got, like, I love the premium collection, but I've only got the films that I wanted to buy.
Yeah, I had an issue with the premium collection because I kind of overspent, and I've now realized that some of the films I didn't want, I just bought them for the sake of it. Because there's like 150 in the premium collection right now, something like that. I think I have about 80 or 90, but I don't want half of them, so I'm probably gonna end up selling some because I like the premium collection, but I don't like a lot of the films in there. I watched Soylent Green, which I heard great things about, and it didn't do anything for me, and I was just like, I could have researched this before, but I was just kind of blind buying instinctually. Soylent Green, I think it's called. It's like a sci-fi horror. Yeah, I'm not huge on it. I didn't really like it, to be honest, but
Charlton Heston, right?
Yeah, Charlton Heston. I think the issue with that film is, I won't say much because you've not seen it, but it's kind of so ingrained in pop culture in the same way as something like Psycho, that I had a reveal kind of ruined for me, and because I knew that reveal, the film itself didn't do anything.
Well, when you speak of the reveal, you mean what the Soylent Green is?
Yeah.
Because I even know what the film is. And what
because I know it didn't have an impact for me. Yeah, the thing with that film, I'm going to be very vague because I don't know if anyone else has not seen the film, but it's a film that kind of builds up and it kind of makes it like all about the reveal, and when you know the reveal, there's no real like satisfaction in the journey that you're going to.
Yeah, I get that.
You can watch something like Psycho and still enjoy it, even though you know the bathroom shower sequence and everything.
Yeah. I speaking of that kind of thing about knowing certain things, right? Now, I have a little bugbear when it concerns people talking about movies. When there's a new film that comes, it could be anything. It could be an old film you've not seen yet or whatever. It could be a film maybe 2 years old, whatever it is. Like, If it's a 40-year-old film, I can let it slide because, if you've not seen a film that's 40 years old yet, then I don't really care if it's spoiled because it's fucking 40 years old.
Yeah.
But when there's a new film or a relatively recent film and someone says, "Oh, this film has a great twist."
Yes. I hate that.
That's a spoiler. That's a spoiler.
It annoys me because
now I know.
It.
Yeah, now I know there's a twist.
Yeah, that's why with Soylent Green,
it really bugs me.
With Soylent Green, I know it's such an old film, and again, I was trying to be super vague about it, but that pisses me off too because it's like I kind of want to go into a film, and when someone says there's a twist, I'm just like, so now I'm expecting something, but a twist is all about kind of pulling the rug under from you, and it's like you weren't expecting anything anyway, So when someone says there is a twist or there is like a surprise, it's ruining the surprise because you know that something's coming, Like, if that makes sense, yeah, that annoys me too.
This is why I was so happy to go into Cabin in the Woods blind, because it blew my fucking mind.
I can imagine. Yeah, I knew a bit about that going into it, but I would have loved to go in like fully blind.
Yeah, when the guy goes up on that motorbike and goes, "Gah!" I'm like, what the actual fuck
is going on?
Yeah, like, oh mate, that. I see. I'm one of the people where I think the second half of that film is superior to the first half. The whole sequence, the second half when they're when they're in the complex and there's a button to release all the things. It's just like it's party time. The elevator's all open. They just fucking tears into people. Awesome.
I love the merman or the mermaid. The merman character. And he's like, it's so funny.
He's just like, oh come on. Because the whole movie's like, come on, merman.
Yeah, it's just like, it's such an ongoing joke. It's like, oh, why would anyone care about that? And the reveal of this gross thing, like sliming, like
horrible. I would
I
not
love
want.
it.
I would not want that to be the last thing I saw. I tell you that
I'm
now.
googling a picture. I'm googling a picture because I want to see it.
Oh, it's
Oh,
fucking horrible.
Cabin in the Woods moment. It's funny.
There's so many Easter eggs to other horror films in that film as well.
Oh yeah, there's like Left 4 Dead references in that. Like, you know, like Left 4 Dead characters like from the video game. There's loads of characters in that. I love it. Oh, the merman.
There's like obviously there's a major Hellraiser reference.
Yeah, the guy with like the puzzle box thing. For the chat who hasn't seen it, look at that thing.
Oh, it's so bad. I would not want to see that.
And he's like crawling. He's crawling.
Oh, it's so fucking. It's horrible, right?
It's gross.
It's ironic as hell.
Yeah.
That he's wanted the merman to like kill these kids.
And then he's the victim of the merman.
Yeah, I love that film. I love that film so much. It's brilliant.
I want to rewatch it. Oh, that merman's up there with Bone Tomahawk.
I love it where like you got all the generic characters. You got the stoner, but he's the smartest guy in the group.
Yeah, and he's got like, the flask. Like he's got the flask that's also like a telescope or something.
Yeah.
No, it's a bong. It's a bong. It's a flask that's also a bong or something. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's such a fun film. This is what I mean. This stream has just been me recommending new films to you, and you reminding me of films I need to go and rewatch again.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I really want to see. Oh, I want to see that again.
Mate, I tell you, I saw Cabin in the Woods in the cinema. I went in blind. I was there target audience. I was like, oh, this seems like a cool generic silly horror. Let's go and watch it. That's target audience right there.
Yeah.
Because I'm expecting it to be generic as fuck. It's called Cabin in the Woods for fuck's sake. It's gonna be generic as hell. I went in and it was just fucking nowhere near.
Mind-blowing. It's like the Cabin in the Woods is like the horror equivalent of something like Parasite, where the less you know, the better.
Yeah.
It's like you just go into it and it's great. I want to rewatch it now. I know there's a 4K of it, so I might pick it up. Oh, so good.
I've heard there's a maybe I'm getting confused, but I'm sure I've heard there's a noir version of that film, black and white.
Is
version.
there? I don't know.
I could
I've
be
never
getting
heard of
confused.
That. If there's a noir version, that could be interesting. I think that could be quite interesting. I'd love like a grindhouse version of it, you know, with like film grain and stuff to make it feel more like Evil Dead-ish or something. Oh, I'd love something like that. I like when people go back and do these like re-edits or like different cuts of films. I always find it interesting. Oh, but yeah, Cabin in the Woods is brilliant.
Yeah, Cabin in the Woods is awesome. Like, it's the one thing that makes me upset about that film is that I don't think it did very well, because for me, it re-energized the horror genre just like Scream did. You know, a decade or 15 years before that.
Yeah.
But this didn't. It did the same kind of thing. It reinvigorated the horror genre and flipped the genre on its head. But it didn't. It didn't gain. Impact. It didn't get the audience behind it to actually make an impact, which is a shame. Because I think it deserves so much more.
Yeah, it always makes me sad because like we've been talking about it a lot today, but so many like great horror films just completely flop at the box office, and then you look at them in hindsight as like these like game-changing films, almost like The Thing, The Shining, Alien. Well, I think Alien did well, but like The Thing in particular, I know that completely bombed at the box office. And you look at it now,
the critics hated it as well, didn't they?
Yeah, critics despise that film. They were like, "Oh, it's just self-indulgent, gory for the sake of it." But now it's like one of the best, like, suspenseful sci-fi horror films ever made. Like, I hope that Cabin in the Woods gets that kind of. I don't even want to say critical reevaluation or reevaluation overall, because it's already like well received. But I hope it gets like a second boost, you know? Because like it deserves a second boost, or like a second wave of like new fans or something. Yeah,
there was rumors thrown around that the Thing is going to be remade, but it's going to have John Carpenter returning to direct.
I know, isn't Blumhouse doing that?
I don't know how they're going to go about it, because I'd say if you're going to, like, it's a perfect film, why remake it?
Yeah, the thing is, I'm always kind of open to remakes in some cases because you look at like The Thing from Another World and you're like, that's a really great like sci-fi film, you know, from like the 50s, and then Carpenter kind of did a remake that tops even that in such a way, and you've got like the odd remakes out there that are better than the originals, so I'm always kind of open to the prospect of a remake, but in the case of something like The Thing, it's just kind of like where would you really improve or what would you really do to kind of change it in an impactful way? And I feel like I think that's kind of why they went the prequel route with you know, the 2011 film.
Yeah,
I think at that point they were just like, no, it's not, we can't remake it because no one will think, oh yeah, you can't top that film. But if they're doing a remake of a remake with the same director,
and anyway, the 2011 prequel pretty much follows all the beats of the 82 film anyway.
Yeah, it's like I like and hate that about it because it's kind of, I love how it's telling the story of the Norwegian camp and everything, but it is literally just the same thing again. Like you've even got like, you know, the blood test sequence and everything, and it's just like it kind of robs like the originality feeling of the original film because it's like, oh, these random people thought up of the exact same thing, and it's only for the audiences to go, oh yes, from that thing, and it makes me sad.
There is a bit of a continuity error.
Oh, what one? Sorry.
The whole like the thing can't replicate metal in organic materials, so you know the whole tooth filling thing they were checking.
Oh yeah.
If you watch them back to back, how they were like technically intended, because it does seamlessly go into the 82 film. There is some major plot compressors, whatever you can, like plot issues like there. Plot if you go one to the other, you know, and it's all because the prequel's fault because they didn't think things through properly. Like for them to want to seamlessly transition into the 82 film, the actual prequel had to be concisely tight in what it was telling, and it didn't do that. It didn't do that, in my opinion.
Did you hear about the issues behind the scenes with the 2011 film?
Yeah, about how it was all practical effects, and then the studio was like, "Nah, we don't like it. All CG it."
Yeah.
And it was
just like, so stupid, so stupid.
What
I love the practical effects they were doing. They looked really good. Like, because there's like images and like footage on like Google or YouTube or something. I just think if they did a remake now, or if they did a sequel or any thing related thing, how would they go about it? Because with something like Blumhouse, because I heard Blumhouse was doing something. Blumhouse's operation is make the film as cheap as possible to gain the biggest profit, which has worked for them. You look at like Paranormal Activity, or you look at like even the Halloween, the sequel, the 2018 one. It's a low budget film, but it achieves a lot, you know. But with The Thing, you'd need quite a big budget because practical effects are how you do that. I don't think CG can really replicate the sheer terror that the Carpenter thing really brings to life, you know, like the sheer terror of like the dog. Like the scene with the dog is the one that gets to me. Everyone says the chest scene, which is a fantastic scene, one of my favorites, of course, but the dog, like the initial reveal of the dog with like the arms and the alien things coming out of it, and the face, oh my days,
I tell you what, right,
terrifying.
I've seen so many videos of people doing a first time watch of The Thing, and the first thing they say, oh, I hope my dog doesn't get hurt. Oh god, she's in for... Oh god, this person's in for a shock. Jesus.
Oh my days. I watched it with I watched The Thing with my sister like a few months ago because she'd never seen it, and my sister's 15, and I was like kind of prepping her up for it because I've always said this is like the pinnacle of horror for me, pinnacle of sci-fi. And the experience I had was so, like, I think she enjoyed the film, but she's 15 years old, and do you know the game Among Us? Like, that game that's, like, going around everywhere right now?
Yeah, I've not played it, but yeah, I know it.
Yeah, she was just like, oh, it's like Among Us. I was like, that's the purpose, they're replicating The Thing, because Among Us is essentially the thing for a new generation. I'm like, I wish she kind of saw it before that, because now she's comparing it to something which is literally influenced by that, and I was but at least she enjoyed it. I think she enjoyed it and appreciated the practical effects, but that initial dog, I think that dog performance, or like the wolf dog performance, is so good. Like, you know, that shot,
it is the greatest dog performance. Like, the shot where he's walking through the corridor and looking at one door, then moving and carrying on.
Terrifying. It's like, it's so like human like, almost like alienish, and it's like, how did they do that? I want to know how they did that. Best animal performance I've ever seen, I think. Like, unmatched. Oh, so good. Love the thing. Oh. But yeah,
Yeah,
if they do...
I can talk about the thing for so long. It's
Yeah,
it's
such a good
perfect.
film.
It's perfect. It's 10
It's
out
a
of 10.
perfect film. Easy
Yeah.
10 out of 10, yeah. Oh, yeah, I just think like a lot of older horror films, like the practical elements of them really kind of make them stand the test of time, which makes me think like how is something like I know people love like the Conjuring films, but the Conjuring 2 I don't really like too much because I think it kind of relies too much on CG. Like, you know the oh, what is it? The nun character or whatever. It's like almost CG and I'm just like, oh, I don't know. Oh, hi James. Oh,
He's come
I need to
back.
see the comments.
He's come back. He's still
Hey,
here.
6 hours. 6 hours. We're on
Boom.
6 hours. Hey.
And Jack is still here. Thanks for sticking around,
Jack.
everyone.
Oh.
Thanks for sticking around, guys. Honestly.
Oh.
Luke says, I thought, fuck it. I just got 2 more Criterion Blu-rays, Something Wild and Rushmore. Not seen.
Hey. Oh, Rushmore's great. I love Rushmore. Rushmore's fantastic.
I just wanna give you a fun fact about The Thing from Another World. The
Okay,
50s
okay.
movie. You've seen the film, I gather, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah. You know when they've set up the plan to basically beat it, essentially. He comes busting through the door and they throw gasoline on him and they set him on fire. That is the very first example of a full body set on fire for a film. That's a full body on fire stunt.
Wow. Yeah. I never knew that. That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's you just think of like all of the like we were talking about earlier with like the 70s and 80s kind of paving the way for cinema. You just think of those like even those 4 decades, like the 50s to the 80s, they are so influential. And I just think after that, not to say that the 90s 2000s and stuff are not influential, but I just think they kind of reached the peak of all these crazy things, like setting someone on fire for a first time bodysuit. You've got like the toilet flushing in Psycho, really weird, but it's like stuff like that that's so kind of, it's so common now. Like you're so used to seeing like a toilet flush, or you're so used to seeing someone on fire in a film, or like so much thing, or like even with like indie filmmakers with the 70s and then body horror with the 80s. It's like, where do we go from here? You know, it's like what can be so influential now? Because I'm trying to think, because everything's so like CG related, you know, like reliant on CG, but it's going to get to the point where
but saying that, you know, the 90s pioneered the CG stuff, like you know, like films like T2, The Abyss, and Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
they all just like pioneered it to the next level.
Yeah, I think Jurassic Park has some of the best CG ever. Like,
it's a combination. It's a combination between
the practical and the CG. Yeah,
it's really.
And I think, oh, it's fantastic. I got to see that in a cinema. You know, I got to see that first time.
I hate you.
And I saw it right before. I'm sorry. I saw it right before lockdown, like the second lockdown here, and I saw it in a cinema on my own. There was not another person in that cinema. It was just they were showing it, you know, because they had like no new films out, and they were just showing all the old films again. I got to see that, and I was like looking on the app and seeing if anyone else was there, because I was trying to be cautious, you know, because COVID and whatnot. And then I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll go see it. I was only person in there, first time I'd ever seen the film in a cinema, and I was like, I was having the time of my life. It's like a 10 out of 10 for me.
What, first time ever seeing Jurassic Park ever?
Yeah, and it was last year in the cinema.
I was like 6, like 5 or something. My parents had to rent the VHS for me and then watch it before letting me watch it to see if it was fucking suitable.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I was so hooked. Like, you know the initial sequence with the T-Rex, like it's like the midpoint at the gate and everything in the car. That scene is perfect.
The T-Rex breakout scene, I've said this before, is one of the greatest sequences ever put on film.
I agree completely. Like,
it is outstanding.
Perfect. It is perfect. Like, every single element of it just works. Like, the sound design, the editing, the pacing, everything. It's fantastic.
The bit where it's just like, where's the goat? Even the sounds of the T-Rex, like...
perfect. It's
Jesus!
Honestly...
Oh, God! He left us! He left us! Where do you think he's going? If he's gonna go, he's gonna go. Oh man, I fucking love that film.
It's
so
so
much.
good. It's amazing. Honestly,
Right,
God, one of the
right.
best cinema experiences.
Did you see Jurassic Park before any of the others? Was that the first? Then
That
you
I've
got
never
into the
seen
sequels?
any of the others. I've never seen any of the others.
I'll say this: it's one of the most consistent franchises ever. I like all the films. I don't dislike any of the films.
I've heard
like
really interesting things because I know some people who like kind of write off everything after the first. So it's like I've got the films. I think I have the trilogy because I got the 4K trilogy, and then I've got Jurassic World. I don't have the second Jurassic World though, but I've just got them in the backlog. I need to check them out.
Like, if you like Jurassic Park, well, I'm just gonna say this: Jurassic Park is the best in the series, right? Of course. Yeah. But if you like Jurassic Park, but you want it darker, Lost World is really good.
Okay, is that the second one? Is Lost World the second?
Yeah. Number 3 is probably the weakest in my opinion, but it's still fairly entertaining. Jurassic World brought the wonder back for me. I really enjoyed it. And Fallen Kingdom was it's literally half adventure film, half horror film. It's actually really good.
Horror film? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, but literally, the last half hour is like straight up horror. It's really good.
That sounds pretty fun. I kind of want to check.
That's what I'm gonna say. I really recommend the whole franchise. I think, like I said, I don't dislike any of the films. I think they're all quite entertaining in their own way. But the first one is King though. Is King. Yeah. Of course.
No, he's king.
Yeah, he's king of the monsters. Yeah. Absolute king of the monster-roonoo's. It is Friday night. STREAMAROONOOS. Well, we're on Saturday morning STREAMAROONOOS. And now, Jason Brett presents Saturday morning STREAMAROONOOS. I'm all happy with my little intro. Do you like my little intro?
Oh, it's great. I love it. I love the like narration and it's brilliant. Oh, it had me so pumped. You should have seen me. I was literally like, yes. Oh, I was so excited. Oh, it's really
do you know what inspired me for that intro?
Go on.
WWE, because every time I do a pay-per-view, it's like, and now WWE presents WrestleMania. That's what inspired me. It inspired me for I'm all happy about it. And the voiceover guy, he cost £4 to do that for me. So.
Only £4?
Yeah, it's on Fiverr. You get loads of freelance people doing all sorts of stuff. Logos, artwork, animations. It's just a massive freelancer website.
£4 for that. That's great. It sounds so professional.
I love something like it's so good. I love it. Oh,
brilliant.
I've listened to it so many times because I love it so much. I'm a bit weird like that.
Oh no, I'm the same way. I get that too.
I know, right? It doesn't even feel like 7 hours. It feels like 6 hours more. Lols. Hours more to go, Jay. Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god. Like, okay, if we're gonna carry on, like, if people look like they want us to carry on, I'm still waiting to see if our viewer count goes to 0, but it probably won't.
What are we at right now? We're
at 4 people, so I've got a feeling. I think Lauren is still in the chat. Jack from Physical Media Madness, Luke, and James Millership is still here. So yeah, okay. 4. But I've got a feeling if we're gonna carry on, I need to go and get a drink.
Yeah.
So everyone, bear with me. Leon, get a drink if you need to, or just chat your bollocks off to the chat. It's fine. We'll be back.
I'm sorry to abandon everyone. I need to move my legs.
We'll be back. Ugh. I'm gonna mute my microphone because.
Oh, what was that? Sorry.
I'm gonna mute my microphone.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. That was the loudest groan ever. back. Ooh, okay. Who's still here? Who's still here? Okay. One sec. I'm having a cookie. Is there anyone still here? My tablet died. First ever movie. I'm trying to think. Sorry. I picked the worst time. I shouldn't have ate. 1 minute. The first film I actively remember, like, watching, even though I think I've seen films before, is Piglet's Big Movie. The Winnie the Pooh film. I'm gonna see if I can get a picture of the poster. But for some reason, it's the first film I remember watching, even though it came out way after I was born. 1 minute. I can't type. Yeah, it came out 2003. I was way old. I remember this, though, for some reason. I don't know why. This is the first film that came to mind. But yeah, oh god, I can't remember. I saw a lot of, like, films that I shouldn't have seen when I was young. Like, my dad was a knob. I'm not in contact with my dad anymore, so I don't care. But, yeah, I saw a lot of, like, foreign language cinema, like, Battle Royale and, what do you call it? Old Boy, how could I forget Old Boy? Stuff like that. So I remember those a lot from when I was younger, but I can't remember, like, the first film I ever watched. Oh, I wish I could. Hey, someone else used to watch the Piglet movie. Yeah, I remember watching that film so much. I don't know why. I just... oh my god, I need to get a drink. I just remember watching it so much. I don't know why. I don't know why. Jason! I see Jason. Oh. Hello? I think you're muted. Oh shit.
Hello.
Hello, hi. I got a cookie, and people in the chat asked me what the first film I've seen was, which I said, I'll show you the poster. This is the first film I remember seeing. Piglet's Big Movie.
It's all cool, man. I got a coffee. It's all your fault. I got a
Hey!
coffee.
Oh god, I'm sorry.
It's a caramel coffee.
Ooh, I've never had caramel coffee. I'm still a novice when it comes to coffee because I've only really had like 10 in my life.
Do you remember when I said I was on the free version of StreamYard and I only had 6 hours left?
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's why I've paid so we get unlimited hours because we're still going. This is fun. I love it.
It's great.
It's awesome.
Jason on the coffee. Yeah, I'm 23. I'm 23. I feel like super young sometimes. I don't know why.
People say I don't look 34, but I am.
No, I mean, I think the thing with this, like, community is everyone's, like, all over the place, really, in terms of ages. Like, you've got collectors that are, like, I assume in their teen years. You've got collectors, like, all around, you know? Like, it's, like, all generations, because everyone can kind of, like, appreciate, like, physical media and stuff. And I think I love that so much about the community, but there's no kind of, like, age barrier. Oh, no, what someone said.
Oh, this is Jack's like, they're gold. Now we can say whatever we want. Brilliant. And they never did. What? Oh, what? They wasted.
They didn't speak. You had the chance. You had the chance.
Wasted their time. They're wasting their time to conspire against us. Disappoint me, chat. You did. First film I ever saw. That's really hard.
Yeah, I said Piglet's Big Movie, which is weird because it came out in 2003. The
earliest memory I can think of going to the cinema to see a film would be The Lion King.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Oh, I wish I could have saw The Lion King in the cinema.
I got a fun story about that because we went and saw The Lion King. When did The Lion King come out? 94?
It might have been, yeah. 94, 95 maybe?
Yeah, so it must have been 8 or 9. It must be something like that. When I saw The Lion King, I still love The Lion King.
Fantastic film.
I just got the Blu-ray actually. I got I got to do another. Ah, fuck. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you froze again.
No, I can't hear nothing.
Oh no.
God, see you bastards.
You froze again. You froze again.
I always do that. I get up and forget my headphones are plugged in. One sec. Fuck. Hey ho, hey. So I got this bundle of 4 films, right? For $7.99 on the
Jeez.
eBay. £8. So I got Lion King, the Diamond Edition Blu-ray.
Ooh, beautiful.
Had to be in my Disney collection, 100%. I have not seen this one, but everyone says it's amazing. Got Up.
Up is really good. I really like Up. It's best opening, like one of the best Pixar openings ever.
I've heard mixed feelings about this film, but I'm interested to see what it's like. It's got an amazing slip on it, which is the live-action Alice in Wonderland.
I've never seen that. My sister really likes it though. My sister really likes it.
And this next one is I've already got this on Blu-ray, but this is an oddity that I was really surprised, which is the Toy Story 3, but it's a studio commemorative edition.
That's
on the back.
Odd...
And on the back it says, once again, the incredible talent creative team at Pixar took audiences to infinity and beyond. Thank you all for making Toy Story 3 such a phenomenal success across our entire company.
Oh,
so it sounds like these were given out to employees or something. Yeah,
that's cool. That's cool that you've got that. That's awesome.
And it's got there's a slip cover, and
that's a nice slip.
Yeah, it's the same on the case as well, the back as well.
Yeah,
but it's just a standard DVD Blu-ray.
Yeah, it seems like a nice thing to have in a collection though. It feels very kind of like uncommon. That's the word, uncommon. It's like quite a hard find. That's an awesome release. That's really cool.
I mean, if you think about it, on top of my massive job lot that I got for like 15 quid, and now I'm adding these for another 8 quid. It's really good. Like
it's a great deal.
I'm really upset Black Cauldron isn't on Blu-ray. That's my favorite Disney film, Black Cauldron.
I've never seen it, but I think the weirdest thing is, good. You know Disney did that big box set. It's like £170, £200. It's got like every single Disney film in ever, and they didn't put they put DVD copies of some of the films in there because they didn't have Blu-rays, and they couldn't even be asked just to release a Blu-ray transfer. And I'm like, what is the point? Like, if you're paying like £250 for like a set of every single film on Blu-ray, but then they put DVD copies in instead of Blu-rays, I'm just like, make the Blu-rays.
That massive Disney collection.
Yeah. Like it's like the white package and everything.
Well, it's not all Blu-rays
DVDs in. No, some of them are DVDs.
Oh, that's a bit shite, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like I don't think that's right because it says it in really small fine print on the back, like for like 3 of the films or something.
I remember that coming out. I almost got that for Mum's for Christmas for Mum last year, but before it came out. I had it on pre-order. It was like £150 before it came out. On pre-order,
so expensive.
And then what Mum was like, "No, you can't spend that. Don't spend that." So I didn't.
Yeah. It looks like a lovely set. I just wish it came with all of the films on Blu-ray.
Is it like a shitty digipack style, or
it is like they're like sleeves and everything? Apparently, I don't own it, but I've seen pictures. I think it's like sleeves. Let me have a look. I'm curious now. Disney complete.
Where are we in the chat? Okay, cool. What was your first movie you ever watched, Leon? You've answered that. I really want to see that. I really want to see Christopher Robin, the live-action Winnie the Pooh film with Christopher.
Oh, the one from a few years ago.
Yeah, Ewan McGregor's in it, isn't he?
So good. The thing is, that film is really weird because it's kind of like it. I love this about it, but I think it turned a lot of people off. It's so kind of dark. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, Disney are doing these like dark versions of films out, but I mean, like, it feels really kind of, it works because the whole premise is kind of like Christopher Robin has completely forgot about like Pooh Bear and everything, and when you have sequences where like Pooh Bear's back in like I can't remember the location, I should know this, but you know the area where like all of the animals live essentially. It's filmed like a horror film. It's like filmed like a horror film, and all the color grading is like really dark and dour, and I love that about it. It takes it in such like a serious place, but it's like really fun and entertaining. And like Eeyore, I love Eeyore in that film. He's like super like he's super miserable as he always is.
It's live action though, right? Where they're actually the actual stuffed animals come to life, kind of
Yeah.
thing, right?
Yeah, it's like I really like that film.
I saw the trailer. I thought that looks awesome. Like I'm not really a big Winnie the Pooh fan, but like I thought that film, just the idea of it, looked really cool.
Yeah, it's worth picking up. I think it goes super cheap as well. Like I think you can get a new copy for about £3-4.
Can you imagine if I wrote down every film you've recommended me tonight, and it'd just be so, it'd be so much money.
Never-ending list. Oh, I'm so sorry in advance. You're just gonna be going through the VOD like, oh, this one, this one, this one. But yeah, I do like that film. I do like that film.
Luke says he still can't believe he's older than you. He's 27. Yeah. I don't know, like like I tell you, if I shaved my beard off, you'd think I'm about 14. But I digress. I don't know, like I don't know, like I remember because I've got a friend called Jason. He's called Keeping It Toon YT on YouTube. He sometimes jumps in the chat, but he hasn't been on today. I remember I've known him for 20 years. I remember guy around his house maybe 15 years ago. This is a long time, but I remember it. He had a new girlfriend at the time. He's still with her, so kudos to that relationship. Right. Hey. So I met her for the first time, and apparently I was saying goodbye to them, and I left. He shut my door, and when he shut my door, his girlfriend said, "Why are you going out? Why are you friends with a 15-year-old?" And bear in mind, I was like 20 at the time.
Oh my god.
I'm older than him by about 3 years, so a bit of an insult, isn't it?
Yeah. Bloody hell.
But I think, I've grown my beard. I think it's made me look a bit older and stuff. But
I love beards. I can't live without a beard. I don't think.
I swear I saw a video ages ago of you saying you're going to shave it all off.
I did at one point as a joke, and I'll tell you why. I got this. Oh, if he's watching, I don't give a fuck if he's watching. There's this person. So this. He's not part of the community, but this guy is in one of the home media groups on Facebook, and he's called Peter, and he's like the biggest troll I've ever met in my entire life, because he comments on all of my videos with like really sarcastic things, and he's like, "Oh, that's an awful Blu-ray release," and at first I thought he was like being really mean to me, but then I realized he's just got a really weird sense of humor where he's just like super ironic about it, and for some reason he wants me to shave my beard, so I said I'll do it, and then I never did.
Yeah, there was this I'm not gonna say who it is, but like John from one of the Shervick movies, he shared the horror remakes video I did with John and with the other guys, Jamie Powell and that. So he shared that on Instagram, and a guy's commented saying like, "This has got you in it, right?" And John goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, that's good, because other than you, I don't give a toss." And I was like, "That's a bit mean." I
think I saw that comment. That kind of irked me too. That was quite a mean comment.
But I think I saw that. I think he rolled it back because he was like, "Oh, actually, that comment was a bit mean. Sorry, or whatever." I don't think. But I was like, "That's a bit harsh."
Yeah, I think there's a thing, like, me and Lauren talk about this a lot with, kind of, because, like, I've spoke a lot about the person who keeps commenting on my channel, but it's, with comments, it's very hard to kind of understand when someone's being, like, sarcastic or serious, because with text, it can be sometimes so blunt, like, you can look at something in two different ways, but if I said something like, if I said something like, I don't know, RoboCop is the best remake ever right now, you can tell I'm being sarcastic, but if I typed that, people might think I'm being serious, just based on the text. So I think it is kind of hard to read people sometimes, which is why sometimes things can come across so much more like meaner or like in an unintended effect, which is why I find it really hard. It's like it's so much easier communicating with people like face to face or like in like a voice context, you know?
Yeah, totally
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
Oh, I've checked my phone. I've got like so many messages because my old podcast used to do. I've still got the group up, so you can go on the
Yeah.
group still, and we still talk about the band and stuff like that. But like, I've set up admins and moderators, and I've got this private chat with the admins alone, just me and the other co-host, and then the admins and the moderators. And there's this one guy. There's this one guy that's posting that we've got his posts on an admin approval basis. Because he keeps using there's a bit of controversy where one of the main guys from the band that we love has done a criminal thing, right?
Okay. Yeah.
He was part of the January 6th riots that happened in America, right? So
Oh.
he's in a lot of trouble. He's been arrested by the FBI,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. So this guy who's on the post approval, his poster on approval basis at the moment on our group, he keeps doing hashtags like save person's name, free the person's name, and I'm like, I'm not having that on the group, right? I'm not having it because the only person that can save that guy is the guy himself. He should have thought otherwise from doing something stupid, right? So there's like 18 because we've been telling this guy over and over again. We like not approving his post, saying no, those hashtags have got to go. We've told him numerous times.
Yeah.
And this is the last straw. It's once again we got like 2 posts we had to prove today, where it's him just with those hashtags. Jeez. So I've got like 18 messages on my podcast chat where it's like, shall we just ban him? We've told him numerous times, but then some people are like, yeah, but I feel bad because he's been there since the beginning. Because he's like one of the first people that have been in the group. Like he's been there since the beginning. So we all feel bad because plus we feel he's got, because he said he had a stroke when he was like 25. So maybe that's like affected his judgment on things. He doesn't really understand things very well because of health issues. So I feel bad, even worse if we ban him. So I don't know what's transpired because I haven't checked the messages, but there's loads, and I don't want to take the time away from the stream. Gonna drink my coffee. Coffee time.
Hey, coffee. Oh, I can't believe we're at 3 o'clock in the morning. Bloody hell! It's flown by.
But do you care?
No, it's fun. It's fun. I'm having fun right now.
Very good.
I'm gonna have to see soon if my friend's still awake though, because I really I can stay awake all night, but I do kind of want to see the first Godzilla tonight. But I'm in no rush because he's still awake right now. Because when I was on my break, I went to see if he was still awake, and he is. So as long as he's still awake and I can see the first Godzilla, I'm happy. Oh, I'm so excited for it. You don't know how excited I am.
Well, you know it's my favourite film of all time, so there's that.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
It's a high bar for you.
High bar, yeah.
I hope I haven't overhyped it for you.
Like I'm very excited.
Like I said, like I wouldn't say it's a fun movie. It's a very dark and disturbing and brutally honest film about the horrors of nuclear warfare, of nuclear power, but told in such a grandiose way of this giant monster wreaking havoc that it's very human and very poignant and it's a wonderful, it's a great film, unbelievable film. And the fact that it come out in when you think to yourself this came out in 1954, you'll realize why I love it so much and how it's just blew my, changed my life, and I'm obviously a massive fan now. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it because I a lot of the films we do end up watching, me and Brady, are like quite serious. Like, have you ever seen Old Boy?
Yeah, I've got the steelbook. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen any of the other films in the Vengeance trilogy before?
No.
Yeah, I've never seen them before, and yesterday we decided to watch the first one, which is Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, and we watched that last night, and I swear to God, that film is a film of two halves, because we went into it, and the concept of that film, I want to be very vague, because I don't really want to spoil too much, but it's essentially about a deaf-mute person whose sister needs a kidney transplant, sorry, otherwise she's going to die, so he essentially kidnaps his old boss's daughter in order to like pay for like, you know, a kidney transplant, which sounds so miserable. But when we were watching the film, we were like, this is really weird, because it starts off and it's kind of like a comedy, like not as in it's trying to make fun or light of those events, but it's just like it's got a really odd, peculiar sense of humor, and then about halfway through it turns into one of the most miserable films I've ever seen in my entire life. But we were just hooked from start to finish, and we were like, literally, we were like, Jesus Christ, and just in silence for most of the like film, because it's fantastic. I don't think it's as good as Old Boy, but it has some of the most like shocking violence I've ever seen in terms of like lasting impact type thing. Like, it's not a very violent film, but when it uses violence, it is like brutal, like really brutal and unsettling, like kind of realistic levels of violence. And it's a really good film though. But yeah, so I'm really excited for Godzilla, because even if it's not fun, I still think it'll be a fantastic film.
Oh, I love it. You know, like. There's a video on my channel where I talk about it for 23 minutes straight. So there's that. It's fantastic, and
So
like
excited.
the great thing about Godzilla is that it's directed by Ishiro Honda, and he went on to direct a lot of the Godzilla Kaiju films.
Yeah, he did Mothra, didn't he?
He did Mothra, which is great. He did Mothra versus Godzilla, which is one of the best Showa era films going. It's brilliant.
Is that in the set? Oh, that will be.
Yeah,
in the set. That's
it will be. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
The fourth one.
1962. No, 19. I've forgotten.
64.
That's it. I was almost there. 62 is King Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Mothra versus.
Oh no, sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, Mothra versus Godzilla is like one of the best Showa films in
so
there, man.
excited.
It's so good.
I keep seeing. I feel like you'd know this. I don't know this. But Brady keeps sending me a GIF from one of the Showa era films, which is essentially a sequence of Godzilla like jumping up and doing like a flying kick to someone. I don't know what film it is, but do you know which film I'm talking about? Where Godzilla jumps and it's like a flying kick. Like, I'll see if I can find the GIF, because I don't know what film it is, but I keep seeing the GIF and I want to know which one it is.
What? Say what? Giant kick? What Godzilla?
I'll show you now. This one. I don't know what film it is, but if you can tell me which film it is, I will be so happy.
I love it. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. It's
Do you know which film it's from?
Godzilla versus Megalon.
Oh,
it's iconic for that scene on its own.
Oh my god! It's like the third to last. I've got so long to go.
it's
so excited.
It's so great in its badness, that film. Like,
yeah. Is it really bad?
It's not good, but it's entertaining as fuck. Like, it's so entertaining. It's literally he's got this kaiju called Megalon coming in, and he's kicking the shit out of fucking Godzilla. Godzilla's fighting, but then you get Gigan teaming up with Megalon. It's like a tag team against Godzilla. But then Jet Jaguar comes in, which is like an android robot who can make himself giant. He comes in, tag teams with Godzilla, and then it's like a fucking. It's literally.
This sounds amazing.
Godzilla versus Megalon is literally It's the wrestling match of Godzilla movies. It's awesome.
Oh, it sounds so much fun.
Okay, it's bad. It's not a good film, but it's entertaining as hell.
Yeah,
it's very much for kids. It's very much kid friendly and stuff. But mate, it's a blast.
The thing is, I didn't mind like the Showa era Gamera films, and they're very much like kid oriented, like family oriented films. But I still think that they're so charming. You know, it's like I can't remember what I'm trying to remember which like Gamera film I really liked. It's the one where, have you seen all of the Showa era Gamera films?
No.
No, okay.
I've only seen a handful. I've not seen all of them.
Have you seen the one? I'm awful with names, me. But have you seen the one where it's like the two kids who go onto the spaceship, and like Gamera's like preoccupied for the entire movie, and it's not even really a Gamera film until the last like 10 minutes? I can't remember which one. But oh, it's so fun. It's so fun. It has one of the most entertaining fight sequences in like kaiju films that I've seen. Oh, I love those Gamera films. Oh,
so going back to the Showa collection, we spoke about a lot about Godzilla this stream, but I don't care. It's my channel. Fuck it.
Godzilla stream.
Yeah, get your Criterion collection. Is it right there? Right.
Oh, Yes.
So just to let you know, my second favorite Godzilla film of all time is Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla from 1974.
Okay, so the second to last one here.
Yeah, it's quite far.
Oh,
Yeah, it's quite, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
There we go. This one here.
And its sequel, Terror of Mechagodzilla, is really good as well.
I'm really
'Cause
excited.
They're literally back-to-back sequels.
I think we're gonna like binge them because me and Brady are gonna try and go through all of them. But the only thing is, I don't know how I don't know how widely accessible any of the other films are. I know there's a Heisei era and there's a Millennium collection, and I know some of the Millenniums have like Sony releases that apparently are region free, but I don't know how easy it's gonna be to get the rest of the films.
The easiest way is to find those Eastern Eye Australian box sets that I have. I'll show you.
Yeah.
I'll show you mine. They're the
Yeah.
easiest way.
Oh no, you froze again. He keeps... I feel like this is my internet, you know. Oh, I gotta check. 1 minute. What's my internet on? You froze right now. I'll let you know whenever you're back. Like... Hey, you're back.
The thing I'm wondering whether am I frozen on the stream or just on your end?
I'm not sure. It might be my internet because my internet's shit.
Because on my screen I'm not frozen.
Yeah. Let's ask the chat. Is anyone frozen? I might be frozen for some people.
Let it go. Let it go. I've not seen that film.
Frozen.
I technically refuse to see it as well because I'm sick and tired of it. Like I was
That
bombarded.
song.
I fucking worked in Sainsbury's, right, when that came out.
I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Like, and I worked in the home department, so I had to deal with all the fucking toy merchandise and.
Oh no.
Oh, it was awful. Anyway,
Good on
these are the Eastern Eye. Bear in mind, these are DVDs. I don't know whether that will.
Oh, I don't mind. No, I don't mind
Look,
DVDs.
Just so you know, Godzilla Blu-rays are near impossible to get.
Okay.
And like, there's so many different companies that put them out. They're all out of print, and they're all fucking really expensive.
Yeah.
These are the cheapest. These are about 20 quid a go on eBay that I found.
Okay.
But they don't include every film. There is a few missing. When it comes to collecting Godzilla, I recommend going for the DVDs because they're more readily available.
Yeah, I think it'd be fine for me DVD.
They still might be quite pricey, but they're easier to find than the Blu. The Blu-rays are. However, there are some Blu-rays like Kraken Entertainment released, like they do like double features on Blu-ray from America.
Yeah.
They are the easiest ones to find, but I don't have them because I don't have a multi-region Blu-ray player.
Yeah. I know. I saw some of the double packs because I was looking on Blu-ray.com and I saw one double pack has Final Wars. I think everyone keeps talking about Final Wars. I've heard that one's quite good.
It's crap. Don't watch it. Well, you can watch it, but it's crap.
Oh, I've heard. Oh, I keep hearing it's good. Isn't that the one where they kill
just...
like the 98 like Zilla?
Yeah, it's literally it's like a 3-second sequence. It's not long.
Oh, okay. I didn't know too much about it. I've just heard people keep like highly acclaiming that one.
Like,
I don't.
It's just like this is my opinion, right? So I watched that about 6 months ago for the first time, maybe a bit longer, maybe 8 months ago for the first time. And I'm on this Godzilla fan group, right? So I watched it for the first time, and I'm like, the Godzilla scenes are cool. It's one of my favorite Godzilla designs. He looks awesome. The moments that he's in where he's just stomping all the bad guys out within seconds, like he's just literally him just stomping ass. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But the story surrounding the Godzilla stuff is the most brain-numbingly awful shit I've ever fucking had to sit through.
No.
It's like about these weird alien things that are now controlling some of the monsters to fight Godzilla, and they're like they control Japan at the moment, and like there's all this weird kind of matrixy kung fu bollocks in it. Oh, it's awful. I hate
that.
It.
Sounds weird. That sounds weird. And
it's funny because I went on the Godzilla fan group and I was like, watched Final Wars for the first time. What a load of shit. Everyone was like, how dare you? Ah!
I did a similar thing, you know. I'm in like a Facebook group called like Patrician Film Post. Ooh.
So these are the Eastern Eye. I'm only
love that design.
I'm only guessing the Australian because they have that rating.
Yeah, it might
and
be. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
their
no,
region,
that's the Australian rating. Yeah.
and they're region 4 and Australia's region 4 as far as I'm aware. So you've got the Showa Classics Volume 1, which has Godzilla, Mothra versus Godzilla, Godzilla Invasion of the Astro Monster, Godzilla versus Ebra. I can't be asked to read all them. Fuck it. Then you have Showa Classics Volume 2.
I love the color design. Oh, I love those designs. They're gorgeous.
Then you have the Heisei era. Now, the Heisei era should have 7 films, but this only has 6. And the film it's missing is... Actually, no, wait. It's missing 2. So there's 5 here. It's missing 2. It's missing Godzilla 84, and it's missing Godzilla vs. Biollante.
Okay.
But that's the Heisei box set.
Are those too easily accessible?
What, these box sets?
Oh, well, the box sets, but also those 2 that is missing from the Heisei era.
Well, this the Region 1 DVD of Godzilla 84 is super easy to get. That's what I've got over there.
Okay.
But Godzilla vs. Biollante is literally impossible to get, to the point where it was easier for me. Let me find it. It was easier for me to... Oh, fuck off, get out. It was easier for me to get the VHS copy.
Jeez.
Because the DVD and Blu-ray of this are literally impossible to find.
Jesus Christ.
Literally impossible.
Oh,
so
no.
I experienced this film for the first time on VHS because it's the only copy I have.
I'm jealous.
It's one of the best. If you want a grounded, really dark and grounded experience for a Godzilla film, it's one of the best ones. It's awesome.
I want to check it out. Oh, I'm gonna go.
This is the problem. Me and John, me and John from Mondo, we've been talking on Instagram when he first discovered my channel and we started talking, and we both agree that Godzilla, for collecting wise, is the biggest pain in the ass to collect for. It really is difficult. You've either got to have a lot of money, or you've got to be very selective on what you're picking up. And these are a good starting point. These are great for a starting point. I hate the fact that these are all grey and the one's yellow. It really annoys me. Why can't they all be grey? Why can't they all be grey? Or why can't they be colour coded like red, blue, green? That annoys me.
You've frozen again.
Fuck.
People said in the stream that you're frozen as well. So yeah.
Oh, my internet is shit.
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're back.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Howdy.
Hi. Hello. Howdy.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi. I'm gonna switch over to my other internet.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm back.
Hello. Howdy. Good afternoon, morning. There we go. It's literally morning.
Konnichiwa. Oh, is that how delayed I am? Holy shit.
Huh?
I'm like, it's like I can hear my voice come back on your side, but it's like 2-second delay. I'm like, wow.
Oh no. Is it? Okay, right. React to this. Say hi when I say this now. Say hi.
Hi.
Oh, there is a delay. Oh no. No. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll be fine.
Are you sure?
I'm fine. But yeah, so
James says Leon has been a superstar guest. So yes,
thank you
been
so
great,
much.
Leon.
Thank you.
I tell you. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Go on.
Sorry, that's so go on.
No, I was just
go.
gonna say I'm very comfortable
Oh,
right
go.
now. This is like possibly the greatest, like for a first time live stream thing. This is great. I'm literally lying on my bed talking about Godzilla films. Life couldn't be better right now. It's perfect.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, considering like you were like telling me how nervous you was to begin with.
Yeah,
Like,
I was
you just
I thought I was gonna like annoy people almost. Like I get that fear. I'm very like kind of self-conscious, and I'm like when I started the channel I didn't reveal my face at all, and then I think it was just the support from everyone. I was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just show my face, and everyone's been so supportive, and it's like always trying new things gets a bit worrisome for me, but it's been great. It's been great. It's flown by. It does not feel like we've been on for almost 7 hours. What the fuck? It's flown by.
yeah.
Oh, it's flown
Because
by.
I always feel like, you know, we're having just we're friends and having a chat on Skype, and
Yeah.
it just happens that people are listening. That's
Yeah,
it.
it's just like a very long chat, and we're just having fun, and it flies by. That's the thing. It's like I've had conversations that have felt like that I've been on for like an hour, and they feel like they're about 2 hours long. But this is like the complete inverse of that almost, because we've been on for so long, but it doesn't feel like we've been on for that long at all in reality. You know? It's
Yeah.
great. It's been great.
It's gonna catch up on some of these questions. James asks, so when are you watching Weird Science then? I don't know.
I'll probably try and give it a rewatch this month. It'll probably be in my what I watched. I'll try and check out the TV cut though, because I'm kind of curious now. I think you would like Weird Science though, if you can pick it up for a good price in the future.
Do you ever get terrified of checking out a film someone really, really recommends because you're terrified they're not going to like it and it's going to hurt their feelings?
Yeah. I had one kind of like it.
I'm waiting.
Oh, sorry.
I'm waiting for your Godzilla 1954 review to come out and go, yeah, it was shit or something like that.
No, I'm sure I'll love it. I'm sure I'll love it. The thing is, there was one that I was really worried about, which Lauren sent me a copy of Train to Busan, which I checked out and I liked, but I didn't love like most people, and I was really worried that I was going to disappoint her by the fact that I didn't love it like most people. But I still do think it's a good film. But then there's other. Oh, it's a really fun zombie film. It's like a contemporary zombie film. It's quite fun. But I had a weird one because me and Lauren watched every single David Lynch film, and his most critically acclaimed film is Mulholland Drive. Everyone I know loves that film, like 10 out of 10 ratings everywhere. Lauren didn't like it whatsoever. And then, after that, he made a film called Inland Empire, which is possibly his most polarizing because it's very out there, experimental, and weird. And I was like, Lauren's gonna fucking hate this film. It's 3 hours long, it's weird, it has no real plot. And then Lauren loves it. Like, Lauren loved it, and it's like the weirdest film he's ever made. And I was like, okay. I was really worried that she was gonna think, oh, it's dog shit. And then she actually really liked it, so I was like, whew, she likes it more than I like it. I don't even like it that much. I'm like a huge David Lynch fan.
There's a film I bought in the Arrow sale, and I only bought it because the trailer made it look pretty good. But upon research, I'm like, I don't know if I like this. It seems apparently.
What film?
It's called Hard to Be a God.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
And it's literally 3 hours in black and white and in Russian. But it came out in 2013. It took 6 hours. It took 6 years to film and another 6 years to edit. And during that process, the director died. So it's like his passion project has finally come out in 2013.
Yeah.
There's loads of people like hailing it as like an incredible piece of work, but they do say that it is absolutely grueling, and there's some really difficult, brutal scenes in it that are really difficult. That the plot, it makes me interested. It's basically about an astronaut who ends up on this planet that he finds another civilization of humanity on this distant planet, but they are stuck in the Dark Ages, and instead of finding enlightenment and moving on to what came after the Dark Ages?
Stone Age?
No.
Or am I an idiot? That wouldn't have been Stone Age. I'm awful with
But-
history,
but-
me.
No, the Dark Ages. Then I think the civilization found God and Christ, and then they became enlightened, and they went on to like I guess the Crusades or whatever. But apparently like the social dialogue in this film when he goes to his planet and finds this civilization still stuck in the Dark Ages. There's social discourse in the society that doesn't want they want to stay. They're quite happy to remain how they are as a society in the Dark Ages. So he's on the outside looking in. Obviously, he knows about how far his Earth society has come in terms of technology and social, but it's about him basically walking through towns and just observing and not trying to interact. It's why it's called hard to be a god, because he feels like a god in this weird world. But apparently it's brutal. Apparently it's a really tough, brutal watch. But it just sounds fascinating.
It does.
Sounds
I
fascinating.
love stuff like that. When you said that about the director passing midway through the film, it reminded me of a film I really do want to see, but where's my phone? I was gonna see if I could find it. It's Elephant something. It has like a really fascinating story behind it. I'm gonna Google it now. I think it's called like an elephant standing still or something. I'm gonna double check. Elephant. Yeah, it's an elephant sitting still. It's this film here. It is 3 hours long, and it's like that. It's hailed as like one of the masterpieces. It's got like a 4.2 average, so like almost 8 9s out of 10s and stuff. And what happened essentially was this director filmed the film. It was his feature length like debut. He'd never made a film before, and he wanted to release it as this big 3 hour cut. And the studio and the people who financed it said, no, you can't release it. We're going to trim it down. And he killed himself because of that. He killed himself over the fact that he couldn't release his, like, actual vision, his true vision. And then they released it to film festivals, and it's, like, one of the greatest films ever. And it's, like, I really want to see it, but I feel like it'd be a very hard undertaking. It'd be a very upsetting watch, because he never got to experience his fulfilled vision, and then when everyone else in the world did, you're never going to see anything else from that filmmaker again, it's just like kind of a one and done thing. And it's why I want to see that film, but I'm kind of avoiding it, because I feel like if it's that good, I'm just going to get upset over the fact there's no more films from that filmmaker. But it reminded me of that when you mentioned that, but I kind of want to pick up this Hard to Be a God now. It sounds pretty interesting.
So Jack is asking me 6 years to edit, and I will reiterate, if you look into Hard to Be a God and look into the history, it started production in 2000, it wrapped filming in 2006, and then it took from 2006 to 2012 to edit it.
Jeez.
It's literally like took a long time.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
James is asking, is it giveaway time, Jason? I've done my giveaway, James. You missed it.
I got. How many people are left in the chat? I've got my giveaway.
There's 5 people in the chat.
5 people. Oh, there's still 5 people. It's the last person standing. My giveaway is the last person.
I don't think we're gonna get to one person standing, because me and John last week went 8 hours, and when we said goodbye to everyone, there were still 6 people in the chat.
Oh.
So it won't happen.
I need to come up with something. I need to come up with an idea. I don't know what to come up with. Shit. Okay. Me, please. Last person standing. Okay. Idea time. Okay. Somewhat. I'm awful with giveaway ideas. I don't know what to say, because like you would just like type this in the chat. I should just say something like that.
Yeah, it's the easiest thing to do, I think.
What do I get on to say? What do I have this power. I can get someone to say anything in the world. Okay. The first person to say RoboCop 2013 is the best remake of all time wins all of these. I think that's the meanest thing I've ever said in my life. People are gonna have to lie and say it's one of the best remakes.
Did it hurt to say that?
I've never seen it, but I know how bad it is. I know how bad it is that I'm just like, well, But I know no one has ever seriously said that, so I just want to get some people in the world to type it out.
Mate, Jack is on fucking fire. Jack is on. Jack, he's on fire this morning. This Saturday morning, he's on fire.
Okay, send me
Mate,
a message on Instagram or Facebook.
Jackie's getting so much swag today. Jesus.
He's got everything. Oh, amazing. If you give me a message on Instagram or Facebook or something, how's the best way to get into contact? My Instagram is always in the links of my description of the videos. I'm awful at bloody talking. Damn it. People in the comments.
I'll tell you what, don't you hate it when you sit down to record a video and your body you just literally just forget how to talk? You're like,
yeah. Oh, I do it so much. I was doing one. I'm doing a collaboration with John right now, and I basically said something like, I was trying to end the video because it's like going to be part of, like a big collaboration video, and I was trying to end it, and usually I'd just be like, do my usual thing, but I was just like, okay, and that's it for me, so I'm now going to take you back to John, and I kept fucking up, and I kept saying the wrong things over and over again, so there's just like 2 minutes of me trying to end the video and do an outro to like kind of transition in, and I just kept messing up the words, and they just wouldn't come out. Oh, it was so funny.
Yeah, see, when I'm doing collaborations with a group of other YouTubers, and it's not on my channel, I try not to say back to you, whoever it is that on the channel, because, like, for example, on the on the Movie Worms massive character, so it was like the creature side was me. It was John of one of the favorite movies doing Jaws, doing Bruce. They went into me, but the way John was like, thanks for letting me be on this collaboration, Jordan. Back to you, but then it went to me. It's really weird.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
I try not to say, "Oh, back to you, Jordan," or "back to you, whoever." I just go, "See you next time," or something like that, because you don't know how they're going to edit it together. So,
that's right. That is right. Yeah. I can't even remember what I said. I think it was back to you. It's just like kind of the go-to in my head usually when I'm trying to think of like how to end the collab. But then when I realize that there's quite a few people sometimes, but that Jordan collab is unreal. Like the 50-minute one, amazing.
Yeah, he presents it. The way he presents it is so like what do you call it? Like he's like a TV,
like a TV host.
Yeah, it's like
it's fantastic.
It's like So some characters were not exactly human. They were somewhat, come in all different forms. Like these two now, and it moves over to like
It's one of my favorite videos, like that I've seen in the BlueTube like community.
It's so funny because like the BlueTube community, like we got this little chat of all of us in it, and we all chat together. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, there's like fucking 50 messages I've missed, so everyone's just chatting, right? But it's well funny looking at that. And it's just like it gets to me. It's like, let's all guess what Jason's is going to be. I something like that because they know it's going to be Godzilla. Like, guilty as charged. Take me in now.
Also, 7 hours. Hey. We made it 7 hours.
I love the fact where I woke up this morning going, right, I've got to keep this to 3 hours at the latest. Yeah. And then literally 5 minutes before we come out, I was like, fuck that, I'm just going to buy the bloody StreamYard thing. I hate managing time, like having to like go, right, we better, because if we're having fun, why stop?
Exactly. Lauren's back. Hi, Lauren. Hi. I'm keeping an eye on the chat now too.
I haven't even watched RoboCop yet, and do have the limited edition. Mate, so RoboCop is so good, man.
Amazing.
The soundtrack is awesome in that as well. That film.
Yeah,
the soundtrack
I love the
is
score.
amazing.
Yeah.
So
good.
Now I don't want to say nothing because he hasn't seen it.
Yeah, no, don't say anything. But I think 1 minute. Controversial opinion time. I think the theatrical cut of RoboCop's better than the director's cut, and I'll explain why. So, actually, I can't explain why because he has... Okay. The scene very early on. The scene before RoboCop is established.
Oh yeah.
The scene. So in the director's cut, it's very explicit and it goes on for a very long time. But in the theatrical cut, it kind of implies and leaves it up to the viewer a bit more because there's not as much like stuff going on. I'm being as vague as possible because I don't want to spoil it. But I kind of think the theatrical cut's better in that way because the only difference between the theatrical and directors is a bit more violence in that particular scene. And I love the ambiguity almost because I think when violence isn't shown and it's kind of like suggested, I think that's more like impactful. I don't know if that same applies to you or not. But I think sometimes like violence can be scarier if you don't see it, but if you've just got the implied thought of what's going on.
Yeah, there's a really good film like that called Funny Games. Have you seen Funny Games?
Oh, Funny Games is fantastic. Oh, I love it. Which one? Because they're both great.
The original. I've seen both of them.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they're both directed by the same dude. So.
Yeah, Michael Haneke. I can't pronounce his name, but they're fantastic films. I love how he remade his own film.
See, that's the thing. Like, if we're talking about like kind of like really disturbing horror films, I think Funny Games. I've always found home invasion the scariest thing because it can happen in real life. And that scares me. That's because I don't know how I'd react. Would I freeze and just do as they say, or would I fight back? I don't know until it happens. Right? That's a scary point. You don't know. You don't know what you
it's
do.
terrifying. Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying because it's like you don't like. Obviously, you've got stuff like films of like serial killers or like Freddy Krueger, great villain, but it's not like it's going to happen type thing. But then you see something like a home invasion film, and you're like, Jesus Christ, anybody. This could happen to anybody. It could happen to. It could be happening right now. You know? It's terrifying. But yeah, like, Funny Games is fantastic film.
Yeah, films like the Funny Games and the Strangers and Hush, Netflix Hush is awesome. Have you seen Hush?
Oh, Hush, Mike Flanagan, right? I think it's the one with the deaf blind lady.
The deaf girl,
The deaf girl. Oh no, she isn't blind. She's deaf. I don't know why I said blind. Fantastic film.
Outstanding. Like I was literally
really good.
I've never ever rooted for a protagonist as much as that character in that film.
She's such a sympathetic character.
I've never hated a antagonist like I literally was like, fuck it, there's a bit at the end, the ending, everyone turn your ears off, when she stabs him at the end, I literally cheered as loud as possible. I was like, yeah, you fucking oh mate, like what a great, like to me he was that actor. He was great at making you hate his guts, and I love that about really good villains. And he's one of my, in recent times, one of my favourite villains because I hated him so. I was like, oh, I fucking hate you, you're a cunt.
That actor is such a good actor as well because I've seen him in 2 other films, and in the other 2 films, he's like one of the most lovely characters ever. So to kind of see him as a villain is so kind of fascinating because he was in 10 Cloverfield Lane as well. He's like Mary Elizabeth Winstead's friend in that film, and seeing that. Oh, is Lauren going to bed?
Lauren's off, yeah. Thanks, Lauren.
She's stuck for 7 hours. She made
Trooper.
it for 7 hours.
Trooper.
Yes. It's amazing.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Oh,
have a good weekend.
Yes. Oh, but yeah, the actor, the villain, John Gallagher Jr. I think his name is, or something. Oh, he's fantastic, but he's great in 10 Cloverfield Lane as like kind of a good guy, and then you kind of see him in Hush, and you're like, Jesus Christ, this guy's a prick. You hate him.
Absolute scum.
Yeah, great film though. Great. I'm trying to think of
I'm so upset that it's never got a physical release.
Because it's like a Netflix one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like trapped on Netflix. I'm just like, can someone just make me a pirate copy, please? I just want it in my collection.
There's a person I follow. That I was looking on eBay and I saw like a you might know.
Is it Blu-ray collector?
It is Blu-ray collector.
He does bootlegs of films trapped on digital, doesn't he?
Yeah, I kind of want to pick up some from him because it seems like he's got some good releases.
I've asked him if he could do Hush, but he doesn't make them. He has someone that makes them for him.
Yeah.
And
can he request films?
Because I asked him, can you get Hush? And he says, that's not really a film that you can get very easily.
Yeah.
But he says, so I basically made a list. He goes, give me a list of what films you're looking to get physical, and I'll pass it on. See if so. I don't know.
Yeah. If it ever comes to anything, I'd happily buy like a digital copy of that, not a digital, a physical copy of that or something, because I really like that film, and it needs a
Yeah.
fucking I don't get why
Oh,
these
mate.
films are trapped on
There-
streaming.
There's such a horrible bit in that film as well, where she shoots him with a crossbow but misses,
Oh,
and she runs in the door and she drops an arrow. She goes to catch it. She shuts her arm in the door, and then you just stand. Oh, it's fucking brutal. I was like, you absolute wanker! I hate you so much. Ah.
did you see Gerald's Game from the same director?
No.
Oh my day. Oh my day. Right. It's a Netflix film. It's a Stephen King adaptation, and it's essentially it's a film about this like older couple, like not old, but they're like middle-aged, like 40s, 50s, and they essentially go on like a getaway, and they try and sprice their relationship up, and they get a bit kinky with it. So essentially he puts like he like handcuffs her to the bed essentially, and they're gonna like have sex, and he has a heart attack and dies. So she's trapped on the bed, handcuffed. And she wants to escape, and she can't. And then there's also, like, weird things happening, which I don't want to give away too much. But that's, like, the opening 10 minutes of the film. And it's, honest to God, one of the most... There's a sequence in that film that's, like... I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier, but it's, like, Bone Tomahawk's level of gruesome and grotesque. And I'm just like... Ugh. But it's never going to get a physical media release, and it makes me so sad.
It kind of sounds like a similar kind of... just the general premise sounds like an Antichrist, where they go away to...
Yeah. Antichrist is miserable.
It's a film. It's a film I refuse to watch.
Oh, have you never seen Antichrist?
No, it's one of those films I'm just like, I don't want to see it. I've heard its reputation. I don't want to own it. I don't want it. No.
Yeah, I like Antichrist, but I don't think I'd ever go out of my way to buy it or watch it again. Yeah. It's on the Arrow player, which I kind of like the Arrow player, but
with that what's his name, Von Trier?
Lars von Trier. Yeah.
I really liked The House That Jack Built. I thought it was a great kind of almost a character study, but almost a character. Yeah. It's kind of like part of character study, part kind of. He's almost like Dante descending into hell or going into Dante's Inferno almost.
Yes.
Like, towards the end, it gets very kind of religious connotations and stuff. But I thought that was, again, that's a very bleak film, very brutal. Like, it gets it breaks that gracious sin of killing children on screen.
Yeah. It's a tough film. It's a very tough film. It flies by though, because it's like 2.5 hours long, but it feels like it's about an hour and a half or something.
So Luke is saying he is thinking of going to guys. Think I'm going to guys. Have great rest of your morning, guys. Thanks for heading in, Luke. Yeah. Thanks for jumping in. I really do appreciate hanging out for 7 hours.
Yeah, see you later, Luke. Thank you so much for hopping in. Oh, it's great. Oh.
I've seen that Leon 2, mate. Good movie.
Gerald's
on
Game.
Netflix. All right.
Yeah. Ooh, Gerald's Game. It's a tough watch, but I think it's an adaptation of a Stephen King thing. It's really good though. It's really good. But again, trapped on Netflix, so it's probably never going to get a physical media release because that came out in 2017, maybe 2018. It's so long ago now. And it's just like these films, it's like that's what I don't like about streaming, because there's going to be so many films that are kind of just lost to time, and if you don't have the streaming service you can never see it. There's no other way. You can't like rent it, you can't even buy a DVD copy.
Yeah, it is a shame.
Yeah.
Going back to The House that Jack Built, like people might be like kind of like shocked. That's quite a shocking film in terms of its violence. But what I generally think is the most shocking part of that film is not how he kills his victims, but what he does with his victims' bodies, and how he sees them as like an art. He sees it as like an art piece and stuff.
Yeah,
it's really, really disturbing.
Yeah, I think it's really weird. Like, that film is really weird because it has so much to say, and I think out of all of the Lars von Trier films that I've seen, it's the most fascinating, the one that makes me think the most, because some of his films feel like Antichrist in particular, I'd say is, honest to God, from a visual standpoint, one of the most gorgeous films ever in terms of how it's shot. But the subject material and everything is so like gross and it just makes me feel dirty almost. I don't want to watch it. Like, again, I've seen it once. I never want to see it again. But then you contrast it with like Dancer in the Dark, which is in my opinion, his masterpiece. I think it's his masterpiece. But it's so miserable. It has a lot to say as well, but I think House that Jack Built is weirdly more accessible, even though it's not like an accessible film, you know? I just think it's it's a really good character study. I think Lars von Trier works really well with character studies, but when he's doing stuff like what's that fucking film, Nymphomaniac? It was like the 2-volume part. I watched. It was like split into like 2 volumes, and they're both like 2.5 hours long. I think it's shit.
Is it literally like? Is it like pornographic?
Yeah, basically, it's about a porn addict. It's not a porn addict. It's about a woman who's addicted to having sex with people, and it's got a good cast. It's got Willem Dafoe's in it. I can't remember the lady's name, but she's been in quite a few films. I think she was in a Gaspar Noé film, and it's also got Shia LaBeouf in, and he's okay in it, I guess. But it's like really gratuitous, and it doesn't have anything other to say. It's just trying to shock people with like. It's like real sex, but they like did like body double type thing, so it makes it look like it's actually happening when in actuality it's not. And it's so gross and like kind of what's the word? Gratuitous, I'd say. Gratuitous is the word I'd use to describe it. I don't think it's a very good film. I only did watch volume 1 though. It is a 2-part film, but I think that's the one where I'm just like, he went so far up his own arse, and he's just like trying to do whatever he can. But I do think he's an interesting filmmaker overall.
I have heard that like he's like he refers to his own films as like he always like references his own films in his films.
He did that in The House that Jack Built.
Yeah, no, I noticed that.
Yeah.
It's like, but it's always like speaking of them as if they're like great and like he's like up his own arse a little bit, like
He seems he is a bit like head up his own arse type thing, but he's a good filmmaker overall. Dancer in the Dark is just I don't even want to say spectacular. It's like, it's a superb film, but it's so miserable that I feel bad even mentioning it, because anyone who's seen it's just like, oh yeah, that film. Oh, it's so miserable. Oh, it's great though. Oh, it's great.
Yeah. Cool. Luke, got your message. Thanks a lot, mate. It's all good. Jack says some Netflix films are released in Germany and can be imported quite cheap.
Oh, nice. I got some imports a while back. I got a collection of imports of releases that don't have UK Blu-ray releases, and I recorded that video weeks ago but still haven't uploaded it. But I got like the first Crank, because that doesn't have a did you know there's an extended version of the first Crank film? It's only available in Germany. How weird is that?
Yeah, kind of weird.
Yeah. It's like, so I picked up Crank. I picked up, a Sliver with James Gunn, like the slug alien film.
Oh yeah, really underrated that one is, I think.
Yeah, I watched it last night again. Oh, it's so good. You should get the if you can sometime in the future, because it's so cheap. You can get a German import with like English friendly. It's got English audio, English subtitles, all of the bonus features. I think I paid £6 for it.
I tell you what, man. Though I tell you what, like it's weird because we bring up Sliver, and I'm just like, I'm thinking about it. Like when you said, "Oh, there's no UK release," I'm thinking about it, I'm like, that's primed for an Arrow release, man.
Exactly, like, because they did like a Scream release, didn't they? Scream Factory released it, I think. And it's like, you think Arrow would have released it, like, because it just feels like that type of thing. We need to start petitioning for it.
Oh mate, that'd be a good shout. I'd buy that Sliver.
Yeah.
Oh mate, James Millership has brought up a fucking film and a half, man. Oh mate,
I saw it.
Have you seen a movie called Teeth? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I wasted my time watching that piece of shit.
It's so bad. It is so bad. Oh my days. Oh, I wish I liked it. I think the thing is, I might revisit it one day and like it more, because I went into it thinking it was a serious horror film, but it's kind of like a comedy, but I don't think it was very funny.
It's just kind of like it's got a lot of black humor in there.
Yeah.
But I think it's really mean-spirited. Like like, sure, like a lot of the male characters are a bit dickheads in that, but there's one bit where the guy's having sex with the girl with the thing, and he goes, "Oh, by the way, I did this for a bet," and she's like, "What?" And she's like tenses, and he just like bites his dick off. I'm just like, it's a bit mean. He's gonna bleed to death. You know how horrible that is.
Yeah,
What
I
a
mean,
bitch.
yeah, I don't think it's a film I'll be rewatching too
Nah.
much. But
I mean, I think that's like, it's one of those like really kind of shock films for sake of being a shock film.
like
For
Human
me,
Centipede and stuff like that.
yeah. Even though I think the first Human Centipede is vastly underrated as a really good, well-made horror film.
I need to give it a
Um,
rewatch. I've not seen it since like around the time it first came out.
I've not seen the sequels though. I've not seen the sequels.
Oh, I've seen them all. Human Centipede 2 is one of the most mean-spirited films I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, there's sequences in that film which are so fucking like disgusting, and I hate it. There's like I don't even want to mention it because it's just it's horrible. But there's a sequences in the Human Centipede 2. It's one of the most vilest films I've ever seen. And most of the time when people say that these like films are gratuitous for the sake of it, or like as grotesque as possible, sometimes it feels like it could be a bit try hard, you know. But in that film, it's so like it is horrible. Like it is genuinely horrible. Like there's just there's there's one bit I can't get out of my head right now. It's gross.
Yeah, there's from what I've heard about the sequel, I generally think Human Centipede 1 is a fairly underrated and decent horror film. Sure,
Yeah.
it's got, but like a lot of the violent kind of disgusting bits aren't as disgusting as people originally explained to me how disgusting they were before I saw the film. And I saw the film, I thought, I mean, the idea of it's disgusting. You don't see much. It's very much implied. In the
That's kind
film.
of what I was talking about before with the violence and everything. It can kind of have a lasting effect on someone where they think they've seen something way worse. Like even with the original Texas Chainsaw, like Massacre or something, where they think it's like a really gruesome film, but in reality it's just implied for the most part.
There's one bit in the Human Centipede 1 where I actually was like, fuck that. Like it made me flinch with pain. Like I felt it.
Yeah.
It's where the girl tries to escape. She gets up and she runs, and the IV just tears out of her arm. I'm like, no.
Yeah. No.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, the Human Centipede 2. Do you know much about the Human Centipede 2? Like what it is?
I know it's like almost like a satire in terms of it satirizes the first film in the sense that. It's about the first film exists in the universe, and the guy has seen the first film, and he wants to copycat and make his own.
Yeah, he essentially does that, and he's like kidnapping people, but he's like this really like gross character, and it's just like it's really gross. Like I think he like lives at home, but he never wears clothes or anything, and it's just like it's a really kind of gross feeling film, you know. And then when it gets to the Human Centipede part of a film, it's like in the first film, like the guy's a doctor. In this film, he's like doing it with like just like random household objects, like and like things that you could just get anywhere, like with nails and stuff, and it's so like amateurish in the way he does it. But he's kind of like, it's kind of one of those films where, you know, people say, oh, people who watch violent films turn out to be killers, all that like shit, stuff like that. It's kind of like trying to do that, where it's like, oh, he saw the first film, so now he's gone crazy and he wants to do it himself. But it's like he goes so far. Like he's like, there's a scene where he like, there's a scene where he like jerks off with sandpaper.
Yeah, I've heard about that, yeah.
And that's kind of gross. But then there's like a scene involving rape and barbed wire, and I don't want to say any more, but it's just like, it's so fucking, it goes to the like next level, and I don't like that film for that. I think it goes too far. And I'm someone who can I have a fairly like high tolerance for stuff. Like I can deal with gore and like again, Irreversible, for example. Irreversible has a horrific 10-minute sequence in, but it's not like mean-spirited. It's not like really gratuitous, where something like the Human Centipede 2 is trying to be as nasty and fucking gross as possible. And the way that film ends, genuinely, it makes me want to throw up, honestly. There's like something that happens that is so gross. Oh, ugh. I love how every time these like long 8-hour streams happen, we always start talking about gross films. Like last time we were talking about like Cannibal Holocaust and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another film I tend to not really kind of want to watch because I've heard this like the horror. Like, I mean, I might give it a go if I can get a cut where it has no animal cruelty. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Oh, 1 minute. I can move. Oh, don't fall. 1 minute. I've got this release here. 1 sec. I've got this release here. 1 moment. Which is the Shameless release, and it has two cuts. I'd say if you want to see the film, see this one because it has the I don't know if you'll be able to make it out, but it essentially has a re-edit of the film without any of the animal cruelty in, so none of their like animal cruelty is there. And this is a fairly easy release to get. I think it only costs like £7-8 in sales and stuff. So if you want to see the film without any of the gross stuff, this is probably the best bet to go. But it's not a film that I feel like I'm particularly going to be rewatching over and over again, but it is kind of, it's a very important film. And this is going to be a weird comparison, but it's like the Citizen Kane of found footage films, because, or mockumentaries almost, because it's like the first ever found footage film, like Cannibal Holocaust is, because it's like halfway through the film it kind of switches gears into like this found footage documentary that this crew went on, and then they see everything that went on type thing. And I love that about it. I love what the film did for cinema, horror, all of that stuff, but I just think it's a really kind of horrible watch, you know, for lack of a better term. But I'd say if you can watch it without the animal cruelty, do it, because the animal cruelty is horrible. Oh, horrible. Yeah.
James Millership asks, I swear he went a bit about 2 hours ago, but he's back. He asks, what's the worst shark film ever?
I've not seen too many, you know. Jurassic Shark. There we go. That one is bloody awful. It's on Amazon Prime. I think it is the lowest rated film of all time on IMDb. Oh, it's awful. I'm gonna go see what the ratings are for that. Jurassic Shark. Oh my god. Yeah, it's currently at a I don't know if you can't make it out. It's got a 1.5 on IMDb and an 8% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I haven't seen that many shark films, to be honest. I've seen Jaws. I've seen
Jaws
Deep Blue Sea.
I need to see Deep Blue Sea, you know. I've never seen it. I've heard good things.
I'm trying to think. I've seen The Meg.
I didn't mind The Meg, you know.
Dumb fun. I thought it was dumb fun. I think I will say this though. I think it was only entertaining because Jason. If it didn't have Jason Statham in it, it wouldn't be much of a film.
Yeah, I agree. He makes.
I think
that
Jason Statham. Yeah, definitely make that film.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that many shark films, to be honest. I think because whenever I think of good shark films, I think of Jaws and I think of Deep Blue Sea.
Yeah.
Quickly, James mentions The Shallows. I've not seen that, so I can't comment.
Yeah,
Why are you putting that as? Is that your worst, James? Is that your worst shark film? Let me know. Oh no! Right, going back to see if James is putting that down as his worst. But I've heard The Shallows is good.
I think I've heard of The Shallows. I don't know too much about it.
James also asks, have you seen The Impossible? I've been meaning to watch that film for years and never got round to it.
What's The Impossible? It sounds familiar.
I can't remember the premise.
I think I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen it, though.
I remember when I was at an old job of mine back in like 2000, whenever it came out, like 2010s.
Yeah.
The film was like, have you seen it? I was like, no. He goes, I'll go lend it to you. It's really good. And I was like, okay, cool, but he never lent it to me, so I never saw it.
Terrible.
The thing is, though, when someone goes to me, you can borrow it, I'll bring it in. I don't like nagging people, so I won't say anything until they bring it in. So
yeah, with lending, I try and lend things, but I've had to, like, before lockdown started, my friend asked if he could lend a film, and I lent him a few films, and lockdown is still going on, and I still haven't got them back. I lent him my Harry Potter 4Ks. and I want it back. I want it back, but I can't ask because I don't. Oh. I hope lockdown ends soon so I can get my Harry Potter 4Ks back because that's a big set. That's a big set, and I'm just like, I want to watch them again, and I can't.
I have not seen any Harry Potter film.
No. Oh, you've got to watch them. They're so good. They're so good. I like the first 3 a lot.
My mum keeps nagging me because she's got them on DVD. She's like, "Come on, you've got to watch them with me." I was like, "I don't really care." to be honest,
I think you'd probably like them. The third one in particular is like, the third one is a genuinely great movie outside of, you know how like certain franchises will be like, oh, this is not a good film, but it's a good franchise film type thing.
Yeah.
Harry Potter 3, The Prisoner of Azkaban, is a genuinely like great film. Like, it's got some amazing CG. It's actually like the first film in the franchise that kind of like delves into the horror aspect, and it's got some really like genuinely unnerving visuals in. Like, there's this shot of these like creatures called the Dementors when they're on a bus and they essentially take it over. Everything's foggy and you just see their fingers like crawl on a window that's got like condensation on it. Oh, it's gross, but it's like a really unsettling thing, and I'm like, this is a PG. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's terrifying. Scarier than some like 15 rated horrors out there. I love it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So James just elaborates. He enjoyed Shallows, very tense. Cool.
Hey.
He said Impossible is about the 2004 tsunami true story.
Oh, right.
The Impossible will take you on an emotional journey. Such an underrated film. It's got Ewan McGregor in it. Awesome.
I love Ewan McGregor. Oh, so
great.
good.
Have you seen? Before I ask this question, I'm just going to go on to this. Jack asks, "Have you seen Gingerbread Man with Gary Busey?" Mate, that film is something else. Honestly.
I've never heard of it. Oh, I kind of want to see it now.
I don't think it was called Gingerbread. I think it was called Ginger Dead Man or something. I don't know what it's called.
Ginger Dead.
But, oh mate, it's fucking it's awful.
Is it good awful though?
Like it's entertainingly. It's basically like Gary Busey voicing a gingerbread man who's just basically, it's a slasher film with a gingerbread man, and Gary Busey like voices it. It's kind of hilarious.
It sounds like
it's
Thanksgiving.
Oh my god! Oh, it's amazing.
I've never seen it. I've just heard of it. Thanksgiving or whatever.
But is it what's the thing? Does he do like if he goes cluck cluck motherfucker or something like that?
I think that's like the tagline or something.
It's like cluck cluck Thanksgiving is like but there's one of the best bad films I've ever seen. Me and my mate watched it. It was on Prime. We saw the artwork. We're like, we have to watch this. It's fucking, and literally, it's an hour long, right? And I've not laughed so much at a bad film in my life. It is amazing.
What's it called?
It's called The Velocipaster.
I was just gonna say, I've heard of this one, The Velocipaster. I really want to see it. I really want to see it.
It's so awful. Like, I think it might be a little bit try hard in places because there's a bit where like you got the pastor. He comes out of the church. He's looking over to the road and you see his mum and dad are like by this car and they're going, hi. He's like, hi mum. He's like, hi mum, hi dad. And then all you hear is a big explosion. And he's like, oh my god. And it cuts to where his mum and dad were and there's no one there. And there's just a little graphic going, placeholder CG fire explosion car, right? So I'm like, that's a bit try hard there, but I still laughed at it. I thought it was dumb.
Yeah,
and it just goes.
It sounds
through him.
fun.
Oh, it's so. All I will say, watch the trailer, and then you'll know if you want to watch it or not.
Yeah, I do love like
the trailer.
Great films.
I'm upset I can't like click on something so we can watch it together on here because that'd be hilarious.
Is there not an option?
I've changed it. That's weird. I prefer that. That's cool. I prefer that. I'll get the whole shot in. That's new. I like it.
Yes.
I can share my screen.
Oh my god. Are we watching the Velocipaster trailer?
I think we've got it, you know.
The only thing is it going to share the audio? I hope it shares the audio.
Right. Sharing screen is easiest with 2 monitors. Screen sharing works best on a good computer. Some screens let you share audio look for the share audio checkbox on the next window. Okay, share screen. Right, can you see this?
I can't see anything right now.
I don't know what I'm doing. It's really awkward. Right,
It's moved.
Right.
I can see it. I can see your screen.
Can you see it?
I can.
Right, let's go on YouTube. Can you see my YouTube?
I can. I can.
Fucking hell. Oh, here we go. It's all about the Philosophaster time. Oh, this is great. This means I can have more interaction on the stream now because I can do this.
It's gonna be so fun.
Oh, we got. Oh no, seriously, like Philosophaster. Oh, it's so bad.
Oh no, I can't hear the audio. It's okay though. I'll just watch. I'll just watch. What is going on? Are they ninjas?
I don't know. It's so funny.
Oh my days.
Oh, I'm gonna put.
Oh,
I'll put subtitles on for you.
thank you. I'm following along now. Oh my days. I love the prop for the Velociraptor pasta thing. It keeps putting the title card.
It's that. Oh. Right, I'm gonna stop sharing. Right, okay, so I can jump back on the stream. Close that. Come back on. Okay, cool. Right, so that was Philosophaster. So I'm upset that you couldn't get the audio.
Oh, it looks glorious still.
It's
practical effect.
Oh, it's all right. It's literally like zero budget, and it's like an hour long. So what are you losing? You're not losing that.
I'm adding it to my watch list. Give me a minute. I need to see it. The Lost.
I almost bought the Blu-ray when I saw it.
There's a Blu-ray?
There's a Blu-ray, yeah.
Oh, people! Oh my god, I love it. So on a Letterboxd right now, people are giving it like joke 10 out of 10 ratings. So like the most common rating is a 10 out of 10.
Me and my friend Fraser, we watched it, and we went. We basically got everyone that wants a good bad film. I go watch Philosophaster. It's the greatest film ever made.
It sounds amazing. Oh, it sounds fantastic. Oh my days, 7.5 hours.
I am upset that you didn't get any audio, but
oh, it's okay. It's okay.
We're down to 2 people in the stream. People are giving up. People are dropping out. They're giving up.
Oh my no! Who's here? Who we got left?
I don't know because they haven't piped up since the
Lost
Hustler. Yeah.
Okay. If you're still here, say something. Say hello. Say RoboCop's a bad remake this time. Oh, I need to get in touch with the person who won. They can get these.
Yeah, it's Jack.
Jack. Is he in the BlueTube community?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, Physical Media Madness. So he'd be on the group. I do believe he's on the group.
I'll Would it be okay? Would it be okay if you sent me like the link to his profile or something, and then I can get in touch with him in terms of like sending all that over? Because I want to send the prizes.
Yeah, I can contact him for you and get the address.
That'd be perfect. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, cheers.
So apparently there's 3 people left here, but yet okay, now it's telling me there's 3 because it was just telling me 2. So we've got Jack from Physical Media Madness. We've got James Millership. and we've got Marcus J.
Hey.
So thank you for holding out to the end of the stream, or is this the end? We don't know. Apparently, there's 4 people in the stream. What's going on?
They're all coming back.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I tell you though, Philosophaster, it's just ridiculous. You should watch it.
It sounds amazing. I'll definitely be watching it soon. It sounds fun. Jesus Christ. Demons, but...
Jesus Christ, our Lord is here, our Lord and Saviour.
Tuning in to say no. Did you watch it? If he's still here, did you watch it with Isabella? I think he went to watch it with Isabella. Because he's been talking about watching this. That's my friend Brady, the one I'm watching all of these with. Hi Brady.
But Brady, are you looking forward to getting your Godzilla on? Because you should be, because it's the
gonna
best.
Be so good. He's had the Showa era set. Like he bought it like a year ago. He's had the Criterion for like a year, and he needs to. Cool. I think he's seen the original, but I can't. I'm so excited.
Man, Godzilla 1954 is just awesome. It's so good.
It's gonna be unreal. I usually try and go into films with low expectations so I can kind of be surprised by them, but I know I'm gonna enjoy it. I just know I'm gonna enjoy it.
Like when I decided to watch the original Godzilla back in like three years ago, whenever it was, like I automatically did think I would like it because it was in black and white. But I loved it so much. It's given me a different outlook on black and white films, and now I'm more open to checking out older films that are in black and white.
Yeah,
because in theory, I don't know. I might love it in the end, because like that's what happened with Godzilla 54.
Yeah, it's crazy because like you think of how like a lot of people nowadays they're so like kind of accustomed just to watching like films in color and stuff. So when you get like a film that kind of breaks the mold of normal things, even if it's something like, again, I don't really like it, but I appreciate the fact that like Zack Snyder's Justice League exists because it's in like the 4:3 aspect ratio, which is something that like is very uncommon for a superhero film. And also there's like the black and white cut that he did for like HBO Max as well, and I appreciate the fact that those exist for people because it's giving people an option to kind of experience something. Like you're not going to get a Marvel film that's in 4:3 black and white, you're not going to get like the new Venom film or something like that. So to see a filmmaker kind of doing something like that is kind of cool. I can't believe I'm speaking praise about Zack Snyder's Justice League. But no, I think it's a really cool thing that he did it in 4:3, and there's also like black and white. There's the black and Justice's Grey version or whatever it's called. I think that's really cool.
There's also films like Logan that has the noir cut.
Logan,
the noir edition.
I need to check that out. Didn't they do a Mad Max Fury Road version of that? James is going.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Thanks for hanging out, James. Good night, my friend. Have a good weekend. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, but like I think they did.
I might do soon. I don't know yet.
Are you tired?
No, I've just got a headache where I've drank that coffee too quick.
Oh, okay. But yeah, what was I even talking about? Yeah, the Logan one. There's another example. Mad Max Fury Road that had like a black and chrome edition or something, whatever it was called.
Yeah. I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to check that out. I've heard it's like really good, even though it's like such a vivid film. And Parasite as well. Parasite has a black and white cut, which I've heard is like really good. Yeah. Ooh. Oh my god, this bed's so messy. I've just took loads of films. I've just been picking films up. Right, okay, so that I can go there.
Do you see that? This is what John sent me a long time ago.
What's that? What's that?
It's Godzilla 84. It's the first Heisei film in the Heisei era.
Oh, that's awesome.
John sent this to me. It's really awesome. It was like before Christmas, like last year. He was like,
yeah, he sent me Mad Max. Like, speaking of Mad Max, that's really weird, actually, because I was just talking about the Fury Road thing. But yeah, John sent me a copy of, I think it was Mad Max, the Scream Factory release. It was so kind. John's such a kind person. I think this entire community is just such a nice community of people, and everyone's so, like, giving and, like they treat everyone so kindly, There's no, like, negative people or mean people in this community. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's a really great time. It is.
Yeah.
I think I think I spoke to John last week about this. Like, I do believe that the whole pandemic and the lockdown has kind of inspired people to start YouTube channels and
it did for me, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Because I
like, I've
started
been
mine in. Oh, sorry, go on.
like, for me, like, my channel, like, not this iteration of the channel, but like this actual account that I use for this channel, I started it in 2018. I was doing like Pokemon card openings, like doing because I was into Pokemon cards. It was more of a phase, but it became a money pit where I spent way too much money on it, and it was just me opening packs over and over again. That's all the videos were. Wasn't anything spectacular. Got bored of that, moved on, started doing music reviews, got bored of that, started doing like unboxing for vinyl records and stuff, got bored of that, and then I randomly just thought I'm just gonna call my channel my name and just talk about films. But I did a bunch of videos that a lot of them are deleted now. I deleted a bunch of my old videos, but a lot of the older videos that I did was just me, just my voice over like pictures and stuff.
Yeah. That's kind of what my like channel started out as. It was kind of like front facing. I didn't show my face or anything either for a good while, but I think it was just how nice. Like, I didn't expect many people to check out the videos in the first place, to be honest. Like, I was just happy to be doing them, and if I found one person who would find it entertaining, I was like, that's a win in my book, as long as someone's having entertainment from it.
Yeah.
But then when I noticed that there was so many, like, I'm not saying like, oh yeah, thousands of people commenting, but when I noticed there was so many like familiar faces commenting, and people like, oh yeah, I'm glad to see you pick this up, and then John gave me a shout out, and then more people are checking the channel out, and you kind of get to know people. I was just like, you know what, no one in this community is really mean. It's not like it's gonna be bad or anything. So I showed my face, and I think it was a good decision, because it's kind of, it feels more personal now, you know. It's like whenever I'm making a video, it feels a lot more personal. And I also did the same thing. I've deleted, well, not deleted, I've privated a lot of my old videos as well, so I relate to that too.
The thing as well, though, you know, the whole like, oh yeah, you've got to get like 4,000 watch. You got to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours watched to get monetized, to apply to be monetized. Not that I really care, but that'd be a little bonus to add to to me doing it. Like, it's not why I'm doing it, but like I realized because I deleted a bunch of my older videos, that literally cut my watch time in half.
No.
So I was like, oh.
I can't even remember what mine's at right now. I think it's going to be an eternity until I actually release the thingy, until I reach the threshold that they want. It's a pretty high threshold, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I started my channel in September, I think. Or no, was it? Yeah, it was September. It was like late August, September I started my channel during the lockdown, because I was just so bored, and I was like, I've got all these Blu-rays and no one to really talk to about them, because no one I know really collects Blu-rays. So I was like, it's an idea. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And the community's been lovely.
Yeah, I've always got this vision of like, I just want like a wall of shelves, just films on, right? My mum goes to me like, why would you want that when when only you can see it, and you want it to, like, as like a showpiece, right? I was like, sort of.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, my mum's like, yeah, but who's gonna see it but you? So I don't have a showpiece. I don't have it. I've got a little shelf here. Well, I've got an incomplete shelf, as you can see, where it's not finished. But that's why I bought these new units, as you can see there.
Yeah.
A lot of them are empty because I haven't filled them up yet, because I haven't need to.
Yeah, with time they'll fill up.
Yeah. So like, I just enjoy films. I've always been a physical person. I've always been materialistic is kind of the right way, because I'm always looking for stuff to have. Like, I like physically having stuff that's mine.
Yeah,
that's why I never can. Like, I can't get on board to this digital future that they're all talking about, because with a digital release, even if you buy a digital copy, you don't own that.
Yeah, that's what annoys me. It's like, I try and be so. I'm very peculiar about my stuff, because it's like, it's a very rare circumstance when I'll actually, like, you know, purchase or rent something online. I think like the only time I can really think of is Godzilla, because I was in the mindset that I don't know where the Blu-ray is, and I don't want to wait for like weeks for the 4K to come out, and I kind of wanted to watch them all, you know, before the MonsterVerse, and I was like, I get to see the new restoration, and it's only a $5, but I know that deep down I don't own that, and that's why I can't wait to get the actual 4K, because that'll be a thing that I physically own, can have it forever type thing. But I am very, like, I don't really like renting, because it just, it's not the same. I don't think streaming's the same as physically owning something. Like, even in terms of, like, the actual quality of, like, a stream as opposed to, like, a physical media disc or something. So yeah, I completely get that.
You're gonna have a lot, like, from what I've seen from videos from people that know more than me about quality transfer versus streaming and disc and all that. But a good portion, a good, like, 90% of the answer is you're gonna get a better experience on a disc than you are
because it's
streaming.
like you've got, like, Blu-rays are like, what, 50 gigabytes of data or something, and 4Ks are like 100 gigabytes, and then you think of a stream that's doing like 3 megabytes a second or something, and it's not even going to compete, especially if you've not got a good internet connection, because you need, like, for 4K streaming you need a good internet connection, and even then it's like, what, like a tenth of the quality of an actual 4K disc or something. Yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Yeah. Oh, I did notice this earlier, but we're still talking. But yeah, Jack says he started his channel because of Lockdown 2, but I have become really passionate about it after seeing how nice and supportive everybody is. I tell you what, Jack, man, the community has been so welcoming to not just me, but I'm sure Leon as well, and I'm sure loads of other channels. There's so many channels that are like 50 subscribers that deserve so many more. Jack, Physical Media Madness being one of them. He's like, I think he's not even at 30 subs yet, and it's criminal because his channel.
I gave him a sub as soon.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see his videos.
His editing is like bang on point. Like you're talking about my editing. You think my editing's good? Like I'm like seriously, Jack. He's got his transitional things that go across the screen to transition to the next shot, and it's so well done. I'm like, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll definitely check out some of the videos.
Really good editing. He's just started his James Bond review series. He's going through every James Bond film.
That's an undertaking. There's like 30, isn't there? Mate, 20, 30, 25?
I think.
Yeah,
something
there's
like
so
that.
many.
I've been meaning.
Good series.
I've been meaning to get the James Bond Blu-ray set for years, for a long time, because I haven't seen them all, but I've seen a lot of them, but not all of them. And I'd love to go through them all one by one.
Yeah, I've got the golden one. You know, the golden 50 years one?
Yeah, that's the one that Jack's got. That's the one he showed off when he was announcing his series. But he done the really cool, like, James Bond walk on and shoot
that's
for it.
awesome.
And he did it proper well good. Like, he walks on, he shoots with the bat. He's like inside the barrel. He walks on. So, like, his editing is absolutely bang on, and I'm surprised. It's a thing, like, I see so many channels that I can't believe no one subscribed to, almost, right? But there's some utter shite channels, dude, that literally do fuck all, and they've got millions of subscribers.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like,
yeah, I don't get it. It's all these people who kind of, like, work for the algorithm only, and they just get, like, super lucky, or they're just like taking, like, a sponsorships. It's like, oh yeah, buy subscribers and stuff, and I can't stand that. But yeah, I'll definitely check out some of the videos. It sounds like he's, like, a really, really well, like, very talented like, content creator.
Yeah,
I'm really excited to see
the way he presents as well is really good. Like, he comes across really confident. He did a really good Lethal Weapon overview video the other day, and I watched it all, and it was really, he had a lot of behind the scenes information and stuff like that. Like, you could, but the thing I love about Jack's videos is that his editing is really good, but you can tell he loves what he's talking about, and it really comes across. Like, it's really good.
That's like, yeah, I completely get that. That's why I try and always be as positive as possible in my videos. I don't like kind of getting negative, because I want it to be kind of a place where everyone can have a bit of fun, have a laugh, and I try and be as positive as possible, because there are some films out there that I hate, and I could go on, like, massive rants about, but I don't want to, because I feel bad. Like, I don't want to just... Because I know somewhere out there there's probably someone who really enjoys a film, you know? So I don't want to just spend like 10 hours like shitting on it. Like, as you know, I'm not huge on King of the Monsters, but I don't want to say, oh, this is bad and I am right and everyone else is wrong, because I just feel like an absolute prick for saying something like that when I know there's people out there who enjoy it and it works for other people.
It's like you can go to music, right? So I'm like, you know, you're... What's the genre? The music in your videos,
it's like hip hop,
like
rap type
things.
things.
So like, for me, that's not my cup of tea, right?
Yeah.
I'm into different kinds of music, but rap and hip hop is never. this is the main thing with music for me is like the worst kind of music for me is the music that makes you feel nothing. That's the worst kind of music
Yeah.
for me. So if I'm feeling nothing from what I'm listening to, be it hip hop, rap, rock, pop, metal, whatever it is, I'm like, if I'm feeling nothing from it, it's pointless to me. It's worthless to
Yeah.
me, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I get
I'm
that.
always looking for that, connecting with it in some kind of personal way.
Yeah.
But when you get people like I used to work at Ocado, and we used to be fortunate there. I used to be able to have a little portable speaker at my own station, put on Spotify, boom, play my music, right?
Yeah.
At,
That sounds good.
at a reasonable volume, of course. I couldn't take the piss, right?
Yeah.
And people would come over just chatting, just doing like scanning products and putting them in the machine and whatever, and they'll be like, oh, why do you like this for? I'm just like, I just connect, I just resonate with it, I connect with it. Like
Yeah.
they go, yeah, but it's just noise. It's pretty shit, isn't it?
Oh,
Like
that argument pisses me off so much when
the
people
whole
say shit like that.
the whole idea. Like I think when you're like when you say to someone your music taste is shit, it's so disrespectful because like it's fair enough. You may not get anything out of it. That's fair. Like I said, the worst kind of music is the music that you feel nothing from.
Yeah.
If you don't feel anything from the music that I like, cool. But that doesn't mean you can just go, it's shit. It's just so disrespectful.
Yeah, I
You
think that is a key thing because you've got to take into consideration that a song that might fit. So say it's like, for example, a lot of my music is very personal to me, but someone could listen to it and be like, "Oh yeah, it's shit. It's like they're not very well made or anything," and I'd understand that, but at the period that I was at making some of this music, it's like the most important thing in the world to me, It's like the only way I had as an outlet to kind of just express myself. Like there's a song I did called Ghost, back when I did music as an alias called Kid C, which was years ago. And that song is just me at my lowest point in history. It was horrible song. It was right when I stopped drinking because I don't want to say I had a drinking problem, but I don't drink anymore. Alcohol and me, not a good combination. And I made a song like that, and a lot of people were very supportive, but there were just comments, sorry, people like, "Oh, it's shit," and I'm like, okay, but it's very hard because music is very subjective, as all art is, but
Yeah.
it's a very hard kind of thing, kind of putting yourself out there for someone to say that. So it's like, in the same way that like with music for yourself, like there'll be songs out there that you connect with that some people think, oh yeah, they're shit, but for someone to say they are shit, it's just so, like you said, disrespectful because they don't know how that song or how that music has kind of impacted you and impacted your life,
Yeah, I definitely
Yeah.
get that. And it's really funny when I used to work at Ocado because like I'm not the kind of person where I put the music off for background noise. I get into my music, so I'm working. I'm like fucking. I get into like a really heavy riff. I'm like fucking. That's a riff. Like I get all right. I get into stuff because like and there'd be people who could pass me going like, he's a bit weird, isn't he? Like like no, like
But you're having fun with it. You're having fun with
yes,
it.
yeah, sometimes like there's got to be songs from your favorite artists that you got to move, you got to get
Yeah,
you pumped,
exactly.
like it's got to
Yeah,
be
just like
right.
sing along and stuff. You just want to like
Yeah,
belt it at the top of your voice type thing. Yeah.
I love putting on I love putting on like so like Spotify will create a playlist based on
The
my
daily
listening.
mixes and stuff.
Yeah, based on my listening habits, right?
Yeah.
And so it just be random. Might be bands or artists I don't even know. Might be some there. So I'll be going through it, just be playing some stuff I've not heard of. Like, this is quite cool. This is cool. They put on a banger that I absolutely love. I'm like, oh, it's a fucking tune. Like, oh,
Yes.
yeah, it's so good. Like,
I love that feeling.
see,
Love that feeling.
I'm big into music as well as much as films. Like I play
Yeah.
drums. I'm in two bands.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm in a thrash metal band called Sanity Burns. I was in that's quite a big story for that because I formed that band in 2007. It went for 3 years. I got the boot because reasons. They went on until 2014, broke up, and then last year the original lineup all got together again. A lot
Oh,
of those guys I hadn't seen in 10 years either. So
jeez.
it's like big reunion. So we got, and I'm current, my main band we called Alteration. We're a three-piece kind of like we kind of mixed kind of punk, grunge, metal, and rock all together into like this kind of weird, unique compilation.
That sounds
Um,
interesting.
We've been going. It'd be, what year is it? It's 2021. It would be exactly seven. I think it's just over 7 years now we've been together. We
Jeez,
released
that's
that.
awesome.
We released our debut album in 2019, and we're currently working on an EP to release this year. So
Ah, that sounds
yeah,
awesome. That sounds
yeah,
awesome.
it's all
Yeah,
fun.
I've went through so many musical iterations. Like I started making years ago. Like the fascination for music for me kind of came through mashups. Weirdly, like where you'd get like an a cappella and an instrumental, place
Mhm.
them over each other, and kind of have fun with that. And I used to do that a lot because I just found it really fascinating. And then after a while, I kind of just wanted to try make music, and any of my old music completely scrubbed from the internet because it's fucking dog shit, awful music. But I kind of just after a while, I was just like, I don't want that to be what people think, so I kind of switched it up, went through a different alias, different complete like arc almost, and then after a few years I did the same thing again, and then I went Leon Vegas, and then I did that for a while, and now I've kind of put that on hiatus, and I feel like it's kind of a repeating cycle for me where I'll make stuff I like for a while, and then I'll end up hating it, and I'm like, why did I make that? And it's just like I look
Look,
back on all of the stuff I've created in a negative light, and
yeah,
I want
look,
to.
you know,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I've been in, like, there's recordings on the internet of me and my old bands that are pretty crap and not the great, not very good. Like, this year would be my 16th year of playing drums. I've been playing drums 16
Jeez.
years.
Yeah.
I've been in many different projects where it's hit and miss, but I always look back at my past recordings or my past things with bands in music as positives, because it's all about it's all about expression, and it's all about
Yeah.
experimentation. So it's all about how you're feeling in the moment. So those old recordings you say are dog shit, you must have been feeling a specific thing at the time of that song inspired you to write. So it's got some meaning for that time that you actually wrote it and recorded it. So
That's
always,
yeah.
all it's you were expressing yourself at that point in time. So I think you should always look at as a fond memory as positive, because like, you express yourself in a way that not many people can. Music's hard. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah,
you know what I
I
mean?
completely get that. Yeah. No, that is a really good way to look at it. I think it's just I'm so as a person I'm so self-critical of myself, and I'm always like I can do better type thing. I never feel like I'm doing good enough, you know? I always feel like I could be doing better, and I always feel like I'm not good enough, and it's my biggest issue. Like as a
Mhm.
person, even not just as a creator but as a person, because I'll always look at stuff and it's like I if he sees this, it's okay. But I'm just gonna say this now. When I first saw John's videos, I was like, I'm never gonna be able to make a video as good as that, because I was just like, John's got it. He's got the charisma. He's got the amazing collection. And I always look at people and I'm like, I'm never gonna be able to reach that kind of level of just professionality, professionalism or something. And then I always feel like I'm never gonna reach that level. And I feel like I'm trying my best not to do that anymore, because it's like a really negative
Yeah.
headspace, because I'm not gonna create videos that John's gonna create, because they're John's videos, you know. I'm creating my own videos, and
Yeah. Yeah.
although it's gonna be a different outlook and a different headspace and everything, I feel like comparing is something I do a lot. It's because I look up to channels so much. Like I
Mhm.
look at like channels like yours with your editing. I think it's top notch. I look at John's videos. I look at like Jordan's, Lauren's, and I'm like, damn, these channels are amazing. And I hope that one day I can kind of carve my own niche like all you guys have, because you've got like your editing, Lauren's got like the trademark collection, even like the titles, like Lauren's got the watch in 1080p in her video titles, and
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a great one. And I want to find my own niche, and I still
Yeah.
feel like I need to kind of carve my own path on YouTube, but I don't know where to go really. I'm trying to
Mhm.
experiment a bit more with
The
videos.
one, like, there's a bit of a mantra that I go by. I still try to remind myself of it all the time, because I went through a phase where I was comparing myself to other people's successes. Like, I would look up people's net worths and get really depressed because everyone's like worth millions. I'm just like, I want to be worth millions. Like,
Yeah,
just not. It's not even a monetary thing. It's the fact that I'm not achieving what I want to achieve. And
I feel that. Yeah.
I was comparing other people to what they achieve. But then I came across just something I read in a book. I think it was like, I think it was something on the internet about like, uh some guy just basically telling me he became a multimillionaire when he was like 19.
Yeah.
and he was just basically talking experience of what it's like to be rich and be super rich and stuff. Because I was obsessed with that kind of stuff at the time. This is 2 years ago when I was at the worst point in my life. I was miserable, right? About 2 years ago, and yeah, at the beginning of the book, he says, he just said, money does not. He says something like, money does not equate to success. Remember, success will always be subjective.
That's a
So
really yeah.
So I read that and I thought to myself, that makes all the sense in the world, because, like, I look at my channel now. Is my channel successful? Damn, fuck it, right, it is. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly, yeah.
You know, like, I'm not like the top dog. I'm not PewDiePie with 110 million subscribers. No, I'm Jason Brett with 250 subscribers. But I'm having a blast. I'm having fun.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
And you know, do I see it as a success? Yes, I do, because I'm.
Yeah.
Even the fact that I started doing it, that's the first step. You're already successful because you've I respect anyone that's got in front of a camera and started doing this, even during the lockdown, because it's such a horrible time for the world. Like, I mean, everyone that's got in front of a camera. What did I do that for? Oops. Everybody that's got in front of a camera to start YouTube for the first time last year or this year, that's a success. That is a form of success in my opinion, because you've got up and you've done something, you've achieved something, and not everybody's cut out to be in front of the camera. It took me 6 months to get in front of the camera for my channel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It took me a long time.
Oh yeah.
But
it took me quite a few months too.
I find it fairly easy now. I'm not scared to I'm not scared now. I'll just go, what's going on? Like, just being an idiot, like, you know.
I think the main thing for me is, like, I've, like, kind of going back to the music and the whole camera thing. It's like, I have, like, anxiety almost, I feel like. I don't really, like, I'm the type of person who hates pictures of himself, you know? I don't really like posting pictures whenever I can. I try and avoid that. And I've always, like, when I've made music, for a long time, people have like, oh, when are you going to make a music video? Or when are you going to do live shows or stuff like that? And the thought or concept of being in front of people, or even just putting my face out there on the internet for the longest time, was the scariest thing known to man. You know, it was scarier than doing anything in the world. And I started this YouTube channel kind of like, okay, I'm gonna kind of remain anonymous. I'll just, well, not anonymous, but I'll kind of like, it'll be the camera, it'll just be me showing a Blu-ray type thing. But after a while, I was just like, what's the point? Because everyone in this community is kind of being their self already as it is. Like, John's being himself. He's showing himself in front of his collection. He's being honest about who he is, what he likes, what he loves type thing. And I was like, I'm basically doing that already, but I'm just not showing myself. So I was just like, it's a very big barrier to kind of overcome, at least for me. I know some people have ease with that kind of stuff, but for me, like, putting myself out there on camera was already terrifying as it is. But I feel like it was a really good decision, because it's made me feel better about myself as a person. And like I said, it makes me feel like I'm more successful. I'm a success in what I'm doing, you know? Because it's like, again, I'm, like you said, I'm not PewDiePie. We're not PewDiePie or anything, but our channels, we have, like, people who comment on them constantly. I can always know that when I upload a video, at least someone will have a bit of fun with it, and I can have a conversation in the comments or something. And that's the part that really, like, that's the part I love, the interactivity, the community level. And that's why I never, like, the thing is, I could never, if I'm being serious, I could never see my channel being like 2 million subscribers or anything, and I'm fine with that. I am fine with never hitting like a big milestone, because I'd hate to kind of lose the sense of interactivity with people, because I don't want it to get to a point where I can't reply to people. I want to always be able to talk to people. I want to be interactive. So I'm fine, like, because at first when I was starting out and I started to notice the numbers were growing a bit, I was like, wow, this is getting crazy now. But I'm happy where I am now. Like, if I stay at 400 subscribers for the rest of like the year or something, I'm happy, because I know there's so many people in this community who are so nice anyway, and I'm gonna have the time of my life making a video still, you know.
Right, I'm just going to say this, and then I think it's time to end the stream, because no one's really interacting anymore. So we've got 4 people watching. So to the people that are watching,
hi everyone.
Thanks so much for jumping in the stream. Leon, thanks for jumping in and joining us.
Oh, it's so much fun. Oh.
Don't go anywhere, because we're just going to go back to the broadcast room after I've ended the stream, and we can chat some more if you want. Anyway, as always, guys, be sure to subscribe to Leon LEONTALKSFILM.
Thank you so much.
Great channel, great guy, all around. I'm looking
so
forward
much.
to your Godzilla ranking whenever you're going to get around to doing that. It's going to be a tough cookie.
It's going to be fun.
Subscribe to me if you want, guys. I mean, you can if you want.
Subscribe to him. Oh, subscribe to him. Subscribe to him.
It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to get the right.
Yeah, I was
the
pointing
right
that way.
Right, yeah. Jack, thanks for jumping in. It's been a great little stream, my friend. Everybody go and subscribe to Physical Media Madness. Great channel indeed. As always, I have been Jason. And I have just done another 8-hour stream. We will see you next week with Geordie Paul, the man of movie magpies, magpie movies. See you then, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.